so much. I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. Today is Thursday. It is June 11th, 2020. This is a regular Flagstaff City Council work session. I'd like to provide notice that the Flagstaff City Council has the ability to recess into executive session for legal advice should we so choose to do so. With that, Mr. Odegaard, can you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Odegaard. Ms. Salas, can you please read our mission statement?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm honored to do so. The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all. Thank you.
Honored to do so.
Thank you. And so we are now down to item number 3. Can we please have roll call?
Mayor Evans.
Present.
Vice Mayor Shimoni.
Present.
Councilmember Maslin.
Present.
Councilmember Odegaard.
Present.
Councilmember McCarthy. Sorry.
That's all right. Here.
Councilmember Salas.
Present.
Councilmember Wheeling.
Present.
Okay, thank you. At this point, we're now down to item number 4 of our agenda. To be clear, item number 4 is for public participation for items that are not currently on our agenda. While we can listen and receive input, because these items have not been placed on our agenda, we are prohibited by law from commenting on them. Ms. Drum, do you have items for public participation tonight?
Yes, Mayor, I do. And tonight, because of the high volume of public comments, I wanted to make sure that folks that were listening are aware of a couple of things. We have approximately 150 public comments for agenda item 4. And I wanted to make sure that folks are aware that there are some restrictions. So if you submitted a public comment that you asked remained anonymous, or there was no name that we could attribute to the comment, we can't read that. We have to have a name to attribute. Any comments that community or threats will not be read. We also will do our best to reflect the commentary and the language that is used in the actual comment. But if there is significant, like if a sentence doesn't make sense, or if there was an error, we can't try to figure out what might have been filled in there. We're doing our best to reflect the comment as it was submitted and not to interpret any part of it. And so I also want to let you know that due to that volume, you will hear comments today read by myself, Deputy City Manager Shannon Anderson, and Deputy City Manager Shane Dilley. And so with that, I will start with our first comment. Please do not take the bait. This idea is a completely moronic idea that has no basis in reality. If other departments need to be improved to support the police, then do that, but please do not take money away from our police force. Please don't waste your time and energy with these ludicrous distractions. Do not remove officers from schools. All of this only promotes anarchy and lawlessness. We need to put more resources into public safety across the spectrum, not less. Carla Ivey, Flagstaff resident for 17 years. Dear City of Flagstaff Mayor and Council members, my name is Becca Lynch, and I am a Flagstaff resident. I am writing in deep concern to ask that you defund the Flagstaff Police Department and reroute those funds into meaningful methods for community care. Flagstaff needs to closely examine the harms done by the police and the failing of the police department to provide care for our community. It is imperative that Flagstaff governance creates a city budget that enables the thriving of all community members. Defunding the police is necessary for a more equitable community. Recent data show that 45% of arrests by Flagstaff police are of Native Americans, while recent census estimates place the Native American population at under 9%. Similarly, while Black Americans make up only 2% of Flagstaff's population, over 4% of arrests are of Black people. The disproportionate rate of arrest in marginalized communities is the result of ignorant and racist policing policy. It is clear that Native Americans and other marginalized groups are disproportionately policed. Flagstaff police also have a history of brutality and violence. In recent years, several people have died at the hands of the Flagstaff police, some while begging for mercy. These people included Kyle Martinson and Frankie Madrid. Matthew Deering was shot by police last year and struggled to recover. These stories are in addition to a well-known history of police brutality in our state and city. In our small community, even one death at the hands of the police is too many. How can an organization protect us if it is acceptable for them to kill us? How can they keep us safe if they face no consequences for their violence? The police cannot provide social services for our community. They cannot create a safe and functioning community that makes space for all to thrive. Innumerable studies indicate that social services and community care, ensuring a living wage, access to holistic health services and treatment, educational opportunity, and stable housing drastically reduce crime. Police cannot be stand-ins for mental health professionals, social workers, teachers, or after-school counselors. They can only use the tools of brutality made available to them. They cannot ensure peace and prosperity. They can only ensure violence. We, the people of Flagstaff, demand that the police budget be redistributed to programs that actually enable our community to thrive. We will be funding for mental health services, substance management facilities and addiction services, hospital budgets, high-quality public education, access to healthy habitats, after-school programs, and wide accessibility of the arts and sciences. We envision a community free of police presence, where programs have sufficient funding to care for people in need, especially in this moment of terrifying global pandemic. We envision a community that cares for its most marginalized people instead of criminalizing them. The people of Flagstaff do not need or want an overbloated police force. Instead of military missions, provide education and social welfare programs. Instead of hyper-policing communities of color, provide funding for the arts and sciences. Instead of killing us, provide places we make a lynch. 3. I have been a resident of Flagstaff for 23 plus years, and I am in total support of our police department for the safety of my family and the Flagstaff community. I stand behind them 100%. Paula Eulish.
Dear elected official, city official, I cannot believe we even have to have this discussion. Defunding our law enforcement in Flagstaff would only make our diverse community unsafe and rife with anarchy. Our community has worked together on so many levels to bring so many aspects of our rural lives to the table. And our LEOs have been such open and willing participants. This movement will vilify all LEOs across the country, and across this country is just plain madness. I guarantee any effort proposed or backed by any of you will result in total loss of faith in your ability to counsel or govern our community, and I will not vote for any of you again, and in fact will participate in campaigns against you. Kind regards, Lisa Chester. Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, we are writing today to show our support for the Flagstaff Police Department and express our sincere hope that they will maintain their funding. We have resided in Flagstaff for 15 years, and we are thankful for the presence of our dedicated officers. We've interacted with our local officers when we needed their help and have experienced their professionalism and compassion. We have interacted with many officers in social settings and have seen the men and women behind the uniform and have seen that they are people who genuinely care about the well-being of all citizens of Flagstaff. They are a positive and constructive part of what makes our city great. We urge you to consider the many community members who may not be noisy about our opinions, but wholeheartedly support our local officers. We urge you to consider their families and business owners who have chosen to reside and work in our safe mountain town. We urge you to consider the members of our community who may not have the option of relocating to another city or state should their safety become an issue with the loss of local police funding. We believe that defunding the police is not the answer to current concerns and that there is a better option. We believe that we need to show our support and appreciation for the men and women who serve our community in a selfless, underappreciated, and underpaid position. Thank you for the time to read our comments and to make the many voices in Flagstaff take the many voices in Flagstaff into consideration. Sincerely, Glenn and Brianna Least. Simply stated, I am not in favor of defunding the Flagstaff Police Department. They are first responders in emergencies. They put their lives on the line every time they leave the station for their shift. They do more than just arrest the bad guys. They constantly and consistently aid the community. They teach, they guide, they listen. They deserve more, not less. Please find another way to fund the community assistance programs besides defunding valued FPD. Regards, Eula Weaver of Flagstaff.
Clay McCausland. To whom it may concern, I've lived in Flagstaff for 25 years and love this community. Like most of us in Flagstaff, I celebrate diversity and I appreciate the ability of all people to peacefully protest without recourse, but I feel that the defund movement is going too far. To punish all police officers and their families because of the unacceptable behavior of a few isn't fair and shouldn't be considered. We need our police department and they need us as much now as ever. Please help keep our community safe and continue to support our local police department. Pastor Daniel Williamson. I'm writing to express my growing concern about the conversation regarding defunding the Flagstaff Police Department. Please know and hear me loud and clear. I support the Flagstaff Police Department. I have heard numerous times from them that nobody hates bad cops more than the good cops. I'll bet you share the sentiment in your own profession. I would hope that nobody hates selfish and corrupt politicians more than good, honorable politicians. An obvious question that rises is, this is a wonderful group of African American people who have lived in Flagstaff for generations. Has anybody invited them to the table of conversation? It would be disheartening for voices of people who have made no lifelong investment into Flagstaff to drive a conversation as crucial as this. If we are going to talk about reform, the dialogue has to be so much bigger than just police. It must include social services, mental health services, and why are there so many legislative loopholes and roadblocks to their services? The dialogue must include child welfare and foster care services. Yes, I believe the time for reform is now, but let's have the robust conversation. Let's move away from tunnel vision and see the big picture. Thank you. Dear Council and Chief Treadway, as a concerned law-abiding citizen of this great mountain town of Flagstaff, I would like to express my concerns over the possibility of defunding or yet possibly abolishing our police force. This would be a huge mistake. As you've seen in some videos taken by city leaders during protests, our law enforcement is in dire need of actual increase in wages and also increases in funds for more officers, weapons, cars, etc. Our schools, businesses, and elderly will be easily targets for criminal activity if our officers do not have the means. Whatever the agenda outside influences are trying to propose, please take my email into consideration that it's a bad idea. I ask as a law-abiding citizen who carries his firearm to vote on increasing instead of decreasing. Thank you, Jimmy Kleinhans.
Born and raised in Flagstaff, I have had nothing but love and support for all of our police. Defunding the police is literally the most idiotic thing I have ever heard. Even the consideration of the thought blows my mind. Chaos will be everywhere. I want to thank our boys in blue for the continued great job they do. Always a police supporter, Rebecca Cullum. I am a local family-owned business, and I have had many opportunities to call upon our police department, and I have never been disappointed in the outturn of whatever matter had to be taken care of. A big shout out to all our local police officers and dispatchers and administrators. You are all amazing. Thank you for all you do. Sincerely, Lainey DeVore. Mayor and council members, we need to have a conversation about policing in this town. Topics should include tactics, bias, the budget, defunding and redistribution of resources, and even abolishing. Please put a discussion about Flagstaff policing on an immediate future agenda. Thank you, Don Dyer.
Hello, council members, city council members. First, I would like to thank you for your time. As a result of what is occurring in our nation, it is imperative that we take the time to reflect on our own practices here in Flagstaff. That is why I ask you to streamline a resolution to restructure the current police system. This includes the redistribution of funding to either new systems or existing systems that will serve to enhance support in our community. Upon my research into the 2019 city budget, I found that our local police were allocated $22.7 million, or almost 17% of the entire city budget. This trend continues in the 2020 budget, where Flagstaff Police Department are allocated $24.7 million and an expected $24.4 million in 2021. Evidence has shown that funding police does not reduce crime, and people are becoming acutely aware of this. Crime is reduced when we have access to proper education, daycare, housing, and community-funded after-school programs. That is why I ask that you consider reallocating 50% of the FPD funds for programs that have shown to be beneficial in the short and long term. The Flagstaff Housing Authority is looking at a $5.5 million budget cut. This is simply irresponsible and unjust when you take into consideration that the cost of housing in Flagstaff is 27.59% higher than the national average. According to the current budget, quote, at the December retreat, Council was asked to identify budget priorities for fiscal year 19. Council concluded that the priorities for the fiscal year 19 budget include economic development, affordable housing, social justice, transportation, and so forth, end quote. You can better support our own priorities by reallocating funds from FPD to programs that are specific to prevention of crime. We can no longer stand on ceremony. Real change needs to happen, and that time is now. You have the opportunity to better the situation for the people you serve. Please consider how funds are allocated so that every member of this community can have the resources and opportunity to thrive. Kindly, Angamar Rodriguez. Greetings, Mayor Evans and council members, city council members. In 2019, Flagstaff PD was allocated $22.7 million, which increased in the current 2020 budget to $22.7 million. This amounts to around 7.3% of the total budget of $338 million. Simultaneously, the community development budget has been slashed from $14.6 million to just $5.5 million and only comprises 4% of the total budget. Community development should quote, meet the current needs of the community and plans for the future, end quote. References page 13, annual budget and financial plan. The current needs of the community are many, but the cost of living in Flagstaff is extremely high. According to the Greater Flagstaff Chamber of Commerce, the composite cost of living is 15% higher than the national average. We need affordable housing in Flagstaff, and this can be achieved through expanding low-income housing options. Cutting community development is cutting affordable housing. I'm asking that you consider reallocating around 25% of the increased police funds to other funds in Flagstaff, specifically community development. This would benefit many people, especially as the amounts of arrests against Native American people are disproportionately high. At 7.67% of the local Flagstaff population is Native American, but represent 87% of the public consumption arrests and 56% of disorderly conduct arrests. Many of these arrests are simply because the individual is homeless. By giving more funding to housing programs and less to police, arrests of this nature will not be made as frequently. We have a responsibility to support our community, and you have a responsibility to listen to the people. Thank you for your time. Dear City of Flagstaff Mayor and Council members, my name is Melanie Hildebrandt, and I am a Flagstaff resident. I'm writing in deep concern to ask that you defund, meaning reduce the budget for the Flagstaff Police Department, and reroute those funds into meaningful methods of community care. Flagstaff needs to closely examine the harms done by police and the failing of police departments to provide care for our community. It is imperative that Flagstaff governance creates a city budget that enables a thriving of all members of our community. Defunding the police is necessary for a more equitable community. Recent data shows that 45% of arrests by Flagstaff police are of Native Americans, while recent census estimates place the Native American population at under 9%. Similarly, while Black Americans make up only 2% of Flagstaff's population, over 4% of arrests are of Black people. The disproportionate rate of arrests is in marginalized communities as a result of ignorant and racist policing policy. It is clear that Native Americans and other marginalized groups are disproportionately policed. Flagstaff police also have a history of brutality and violence. In recent years, several people have died at the hands of the Flagstaff police, some while begging for mercy. These people include Kyle Mortensen and Frankie Madrid. Matthew Deering was shot by police last year and struggled to recover. These stories are in addition to a well-known history of police brutality in our state and city. In our small community, even one death at the hands of police is too many. How can an organization protect us if it is acceptable for them to kill us? How can they keep us safe if they face no consequences for their violence? The police cannot provide social services to our community. They cannot create a safe and functioning community that makes space for all to thrive. Innumerable studies indicate that social services and community care, ensuring a living wage, access to holistic health services and treatment, educational opportunity, and stable housing drastically reduce crime. Police cannot be stand-ins for mental health professionals, social workers, teachers, or after-school counselors. They can only use the tools of brutality made available to them. They cannot ensure peace and prosperity. They can only ensure violence. We, the people of Flagstaff, demand that the police budget be redistributed to programs that actually enable our community to thrive. We want to see funding for mental health services, substance management facilities, and addiction services, hospital budgets, high-quality public education, access to healthy outdoor habits, after-school programs, and wide accessibility of the arts and sciences. That concludes my 3 minutes.
To the City of Flagstaff City Council, I'm writing to you today to urge you to thoughtfully and diligently examine the city budget in regards to our current police force. Specifically, I'm requesting that you explore abolishing the current structure of policing that our city has come to know and reinvest the funds to increase funding for vital public services such as mental health crisis workers, emergency medical technicians, social workers, and related programs. Abolishing the police may sound like a scary statement. What about public security? Who will protect the citizens from those who wish them harm? Reviewing literature that has studied this concept reveals time and time again that the vast majority of public emergencies can be better dealt with via social services and trained unarmed professionals rather than armed officers. This is a radical idea, yes. However, there are contemporary examples of this action happening today. Flagstaff has an opportunity to be responsive, dynamic, and creative in meeting the public need for safety with alternative ways. Our community deserves compassionate care from appropriately trained public workers. Rethink your conception of police and the purpose they serve. Help instill a sense of safety for all community members, particularly those who are typically marginalized by society due to race, housing status, substance use issues, and otherwise. I urge the council to closely consider this option when they review the annual budget in the upcoming weeks. Thank you for your consideration. Garrison Garcia. Hello, Mayor Evans and City Council members. We need a full reform of the way policing is done here in Flagstaff, Coconino County, the state of Arizona, and America. I ask that you create a binding resolution to restructure our police force and redistribute the funding from police to a new and existing systems that should be handling the bulk of what is currently expected of the Flagstaff Police Department. This binding resolution should not be able to be changed by future councils and should hold their feet to the fire to accomplish the tasks for which you lay the foundation. Looking at 2019, the Flagstaff Police Department were allocated $22.7 million, which was about 16.8% of the total budget. My understanding of the 2020 budget is that about 7.3% of the total budget, or $24.7 million of the total $338 million. From what I have seen from the proposed 2021 budget, the FPD is about 10.5% of the total proposed budget, or $24.4 million of the total $233 million. This is unacceptable and is much larger percentage-wise than it needs to be, so I'm asking you to consider reallocating 25% of those funds to other new and existing systems in Flagstaff, specifically the community development area, which represents housing, capital, and community improvements, and the Flagstaff Housing Authority, instead of cutting that budget by $5.5 million. This would reduce the funding going toward FPD to about 7.9% of the total proposed budget, reducing funding by $6.1 million. To reallocate those funds back towards the community development needs. This is a necessary investment of time, energy, and discussion, since Native Americans and Indigenous people in particular are highly overrepresented in the number of arrests according to the most recent FPD reporting data. Native Americans only make up 7.67% of the local Flagstaff population, but represent 87% of public consumption arrests and 56% of disorderly conduct arrests. We have a commitment to support our community, and this is one area where I believe you have a fiscal and leadership responsibility to do so. Best, Nick Rathbone. First, it is prudent to acknowledge recent communication to the City Council. Fervently believe and respect that each council member has a level of care, safety, and service concerns for all of Flagstaff citizens. Thus, the earlier hastened outreach during a time Flagstaff citizens are affected by a national pandemic as well as enduring traumatic social and legislative altering events. Unashamedly expect the leaders of a city which stands at the forefront of this human experiment in politics and freedom to respond not just to the compromised feelings of its citizens, yet to the very real urgent reactions and continued questions and concerns of its citizens. Therefore, in addition to the City of Flagstaff's commitment to civil rights and encourage safety, to actively foster transparency and establish community accountability and police oversight, it is presented to the City of Flagstaff to immediately include reviews, reports of internal discipline, civil review boards, and in accordance to Article 5, Section 5 of the City Charter, mandate inclusion of civil oversight for FPD review and complaints, as well as facilitate knowledge and environment, both promoting citizen complaint and recognition of FPD, DPS, Sheriff's Department, Arizona State Troopers. Pursuant to Freedom of Information Act, Flagstaff City Charter, Article 1, Section 3, Article 8, Section 1 address the following. Per FPD Annual Report 2019, a single sergeant is responsible for the Office of Professional Standards. There were 56 total citizen complaints submitted to the ops. 64% of those complaints were deemed unfounded. What was the true nature of the complaints? What officer tracking actions or disciplinary actions were taken? What recourse was offered to the 16% sustained complaints? Why is there no citizen oversight regarding resolution of civilian complaints? 14 internal complaints were filed against FPD. 80% or 11 of those complaints were deemed sustained by internal affairs investigation. What was the nature of the complaints? Are tracking actions and/or disciplinary actions taken? What recourse communicated, offered to the complaints? Number or percentage of reported officers? 114 sworn officers. 93% white, 7% other, including 14 Hispanic, Latino, 3 Native American, 2 Asian, 1 Middle Eastern, and 0 Black. 48 civilian, 71% white, 29% other, which includes 6% Hispanic, 4 Native, 1 other. Sworn officers, 95% males, civilian personnel, 81% female. 50% of FPD have been hired in the last 0 to 4 years. That is the end of my time.
Dear elected officials, I urge all members of the City of Flagstaff's City Council to support a declaration for a climate emergency and for HR 763. Each is critical for creating a better future for all Arizonans. Thank you. Darren Bingham, concerned. Hello. I am requesting that in a future meeting, there needs to include an agenda item that discusses our police department here in Flagstaff. I request that it includes a discussion about how our police force can be defunded and the resulting funds used to expand community services for people of color. It is time that this is at the very least discussed during a city council meeting. Thank you, Zoe Klein. Good evening. These are my comments for the work meeting at 6 p.m. this evening. As polarization continues to deregulate our system, I request a focus on constructive, solution-oriented discussion. As issues of our society continue to polarize and confirmation bias is clearly rampant on all sides of issues, I inquire and direct the council to focus on education. Specifically, it seems the duty of this governing body to direct and support the development of youth and the future of humanity. A clear and obvious area for improvement is social skills for coming generations. Given the continuous need for resolving difficult issues, it is necessary that we include education programs like that of www.playworks.org that are specifically focused on conflict resolution, social skill building, and assertive communication. Make no mistake. The issues we as a community face require resilient and caring hearts of our populace. It is paramount that the coming generations are prepared for this, not the political or ideological skewing of our views, but the ability to engage and encourage insight in the youth. We cannot forget the need for this focus in these times. Indeed, now more than ever, there is a need to season and prepare youth to face the conflicting society into which they will stand. Secondly, I am sure the topic of defunding or abolishing the police will arise, given the development events in Minneapolis and the choices of their city council. This I state, abolishing the police is not an immediately viable option. The police serve an important function of facing obvious crime dynamics in our town that need regulation: theft, arson, assault, trafficking of dangerous substances such as methamphetamine or heroin, just to start. That being said, there are important elements of the defund the police movement that deserve acknowledgement. I list the specifics of which I choose to speak to below. Police officers are often dispatched to deal with issues that are actually grounded in mental health: substance abuse, domestic violence, orderly misconduct, theft, assault, violence, extortion, the list goes on. The degree of care for crisis intervention and mental health is specific and high. Let the focus of the constructive dialogue be on how to allocate resources to build structures of our community that address and reach out to these needs with this understanding. The bar for mental health treatment is very low in our society, specifically if we look at common averages of success rates. The council cannot consider options that provide low quality mental health to the community, as it will be a continuation of the current issues. Let there be a continued and rigorous discussion on the specifics of how the city can become a leading national example of what it means to rehabilitate rather than incarcerate our population. I am aware that there are many unique situations that will require specific adjustment to this occurring. I state that we need to implement a system which accomplishes this. I am grateful to be a part of this society where I have seen great injustices to liberty dissolve in my lifetime. The movement of gay rights being an obvious, powerful example. May we continue to strive for discernment, openness, compassion, humility, strength, and grace. All the best. Joshua Tokoika.
This comment is from Levi Thomas Stallings. As the peaceful demonstrations by Black Lives Matter protesters throughout the last week have returned many thoughts of concerned citizens to the ongoing issue of systemic racism, I think it's important to consider realistic ways to reallocate the police budget. FPD's annual budget is more than allocated for firefighting and school districts combined. Only two of many public services, I believe, locals value more than the overabundance of cops. Too many police on hand leads to the kind of harassment that causes murder. The murder of George Floyd in Minneapolis, as well as many others. In Flagstaff, racial injustice is apparent in the arrest rates between Native Americans and Caucasians for public consumption, as well as in prosecution for other crimes. Defunding the police now will limit the use of racial profiling and excessive force in our town, as well as create opportunities in more necessary sectors of the public good. I recognize the majority of the police budget goes to payroll and believe reassigning officers is essential to successfully changing the system. The state hasn't hesitated to cut funding for education, healthcare, or other social services. Why not defund the one institution the people are calling for? Flagstaff could set an example for the rest of the state and country by working to institute truly progressive measures. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I wanted to provide you with a follow-up to my recent letter. A group of African American community members, including representation from the following groups listed below, met on Wednesday to discuss our issues and concerns regarding recent events around Black Lives Matter. We are drafting a letter to you stating our concerns and steps to address these concerns. The letter should be finished and to you by the close of business on Friday, June 12th. We wanted to provide you an update as we have become aware that you have received comments from others wanting to speak on behalf of the Black community. While we cannot, nor would we ever try to interfere with anyone's rights to express their personal opinions or concerns, we want to make sure that the Black community's collective voice is heard. Representatives from the following groups will be working with their individual groups to keep them informed of our work. Currently, the Southside Community Association is providing administrative support to the group. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to contact the group through Deborah Harris, Executive Director, at 928-600-2858, or at this email, southsideflagstaff@gmail.com. Groups involved in Wednesday's discussions are the NAACP, Coconino County African American Advisory Group, Southside Community Association, Kappa Sigma Flagstaff Alumni Chapter of Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority, Inc. Regards, Deborah Harris, NAU Associate Dean of Students, retired 2017, and President of the Southside Community Association. Dear Council Member, my name is Zachary Levizzo, and I would like to share with you a few statistics that I feel are evidence of systemic discrimination, unconscious bias, and white supremacy in Flagstaff Police Department. We all know that Flagstaff is a drinking town, and while every night many citizens wander the streets drunk and yelling, the population is 78% Caucasian and 8.6% Native American. Yet according to the 2019 annual police report, 87% of the public consumption arrests were Native American and 11% were Caucasian. These statistics clearly highlight how Native Americans are targeted and arrested in drastically disproportionate numbers compared to their frequently intoxicated white counterparts. In addition, I would like to request that every member of the Flagstaff City Council take a tour of the local jail. The following information I have gathered from my own investigation of the county jail. Inmates are only let outside 1 hour per day, 5 days a week. When they are let outside, there is no view of anything green or living. The tall brick walls block the view of all surrounding life. The walls are roofed by a chain link fence. Native Americans are very spiritually connected to nature, and I would like to suggest that depriving them of nature and viewing life for the crime of drinking alcohol is a highly cruel and unjust punishment. Thank you for reading this out loud.
Lori Glaspie. The City of Flagstaff has an obligation to serve its diversity of citizens and support the development of a cooperative and equitable society. I hereby propose to reallocate funding from law enforcement to be invested in community programs such as Flagstaff Shelter Services, Flagstaff Family Food Center, and Behavioral Health Services to focus on meeting the needs of Northern Arizona's citizens. Mental health crises should be handled by trained professionals, not police officers, and these individuals are the ones in which we should invest. Poverty is the parent of crime. Those who live below the poverty line have more than double the rate of victimization. These individuals are not evil or immoral. They are doing what they can in a society that each one of you have benefited from, but that will do everything to prevent their needs from being met. These individuals are the ones in which we should invest. And if we can invest in these individuals and services to support its community, Flagstaff will be a better place for it. Hello, Mayor and Council. Please read the following public comment into the meeting. The time to act is now. We need a full reform of the way policing is done here in Flagstaff, Coconino County, the state of Arizona, and America. I ask that you create a binding resolution to restructure our police force and redistribute the funding from police to the new and existing systems that should be handling the bulk of what is currently expected of the Flagstaff Police Department. This binding resolution should not be able to be changed by future councils and should hold their feet to the fire to accomplish the tasks you lay the groundwork for. My expectations are as follow. 1, create a framework possibly similar to how the Indigenous Circle listening sessions were created that provides ample opportunity for the public to lead this process as facilitated by necessary staff, including the FPD and city manager. 2, this process should include an audit of all the roles that the police are expected to perform. 3, this process should include an audit of unnecessary laws and codes that provide unnecessary interactions between the police and the public that are ripe for abuse to do nothing more than harass and intimidate. Jaywalking comes to mind. Number 4, a hard look at how we go from policing to support and prevention of things like mental health, homelessness, and domestic violence. None of this should ever get to a point where a person with a gun is interacting with any of the community who faces these circumstances. 5, essentially, we will want a whole different way of community support that does not require interacting with an armed agent of the state that focuses on early, compassionate intervention and long-term support. 6, demilitarize what is left of the police force. No more accepting grants from the federal government that solely is used to purchase military surplus and high-tech surveillance. Thank you, Rudy Preston, Flagstaff resident. To whom it may concern, I strongly support defunding Flagstaff PD and reinvesting the funds in mental health services, homeless shelters, and affordable housing in Flagstaff. I also call on City Council to publicly call for an investigation into the murder of Dion Johnson by the Arizona DPS. Thank you, Christian Ty Udovic.
My name is Will Peters, and I have been a Flagstaff resident since 1980. Please read aloud. Many cities around the country are cutting funding to their local police departments and/or looking to abolish them. Our police have become very militarized in the last decade. Regarding the police, they are not social workers, they are not crisis mental health professionals, they are not therapists, they are not experts in homelessness, they are not addiction specialists, and they shouldn't be. So why does our system expect that of them? We throw every social problem we have at a group of people who are not trained to handle most of them, and we're surprised that it doesn't work. We need to take serious steps, reduce the role of policing in addressing our social problems. We need to demilitarize the police. We need to increase access to alternatives to the police. We need to divert mental health emergencies to mental health professionals. We need to stop treating drug abuse like a crime and start treating it like the disease that it is. We need to structure our system so that our social safety net catches people instead of disappearing them. And we need to talk about it, and we need to advocate it, and we need to legislate it. What are you as elected officials prepared to do? Good afternoon, Mayor Evans and Council. As you know, we are in unprecedented times. We are being challenged to open our eyes, minds, and hearts. This has not been easy. I must both listen and act. I must both use my privilege and my humility. I must hear the pain, frustration, and rage and not put a wall up to it. I come to you today to tell you that this movement for racial justice is not over yet. We need you to listen. We need you to open yourself to new ideas. We need you to hear the suffering that has been inflicted right here in Flagstaff, and then we need you to act. This movement will not be over until change happens right here in Flagstaff. Real and lasting change. Structural change to the way our police department functions. Financial change to the way we support and uplift our vulnerable populations. Do not fear change. Fear what kind of society will exist if we do not. So when you hear redistribute police funding or defund the police, please don't put up a wall and shut down. We have to talk about funding for other social programs all the time. It cannot be so taboo to talk about police budgets. Please use humility and be open to change. Thank you. Kathleen Preston. Hello. I have seen the proposed Flagstaff City budget, and I have some concerns I hope will be addressed. I have been working in social services for the last couple of years, first in the shelter system and then in the behavioral health system. I have seen firsthand what people of color, most especially the Dene populations, are subjected to. They represent only 7.67% of the population. I am certain the City Council is aware that Dene folks are not more prone to crime than white people, yet they account for 56% of disorderly conduct arrests and 87% of public consumption arrests, compared to 35% for white people. This is not a coincidence. So what must be addressed by this council then, and Flagstaff as a whole, is why our community members who are most vulnerable are more likely to be arrested when they do not commit more crime than any other group. The answer is clear. Despite efforts of this council to promote diversity, equal opportunity, and to address the inordinate homelessness in Flagstaff, systemic inequity prevails. People of color are arrested, left without housing, and forced out of communities more often than their more privileged counterparts. How do we address this? I believe the first place to address this is in the upcoming proposed budget. The proposed budget of the Flagstaff Police Department is $22.3 million, yet the budget for Flagstaff Housing Authority is only $12.2 million. The amount of funds allocated to programs such as sustainability, housing, and small businesses are stifled in comparison to the to the PD budget. What I would like to know is, does the council believe that funding the police department will help homelessness? Does funding the police department make Flagstaff more sustainable? Does it somehow treat people for substance abuse issues? I believe the answer is no. Arresting persons of color, mentally ill folks, and/or homeless people does not make them less homeless, less vulnerable, or more mentally stable. If anything, it exposes them to situations that could lead them to more harm or trauma. The mission of the Flagstaff PD is to move toward the establishment of a partnership of shared responsibility, support, and trust with law-abiding members of the community. I do not believe that can be established in the current climate today. I do not see how overfunding the police force while underfunding the homeless promotes trust within the community. If the council and PD believe in this mission statement, they will look for measures that would allot some of this police budget to be more directly applied to community members and support. Money should be reallocated to programs and organizations that do more for the community's health and trust. Finally, I would like to know what measures this council and the Flagstaff PD will take towards reducing the total amount or the amount of fatal, aggressive, or traumatizing interactions that people of color and the homeless have with the police. 2, I would like to know if the police will be made aware of, the public will be made aware of officers that abuse the power vested in them to protect and serve. 3, I would like to know if this council plans to address qualified immunity for police, considering the current call for justice throughout the Black Lives Matter movement. Thank you for your consideration of these matters. Juliet Tempest.
To whom it may concern, in light of recent events, I believe it is prudent that our city reevaluate the monetary contributions being made to the local police department. It is my observation as a private citizen that our police are often dealing with situations that have no training or specialization in, particularly around homelessness, drug abuse and addiction, and mental health issues. What can be done to address these voids in our system and alleviate pressure and trauma from our officers? I believe there is much room for improvement and would like a discussion started on civilian participation in the oversight of the police force in Flagstaff. Sincerely, and a deeply concerned citizen, Katharina Christman. Dear City Council members, I'm writing to express the benefits of allocating a portion of police funds to community programs and what good this could bring our beautiful city. We know that crime is a symptom of many community-based issues, and its presence is the one of the most basic forms of communication that there are needs in our community not being met. We have people who struggle with addiction, poverty, hunger, homelessness, and broken homes that desperately need help. When we allocate funds to begin to address these issues, we address the cause behind the crime instead of only focusing on the repercussions that the symptoms bring. We start to offer hope for people to come out of their issues with a sense of purpose, accountability, and most importantly, responsibility to their community. As people feel more connected to their communities, we know that this leads to less crime and higher motivation to do what is right and just based on their innate sense of humanity and connection to one another. It is imperative that we start to see our community not simply at a macro level that needs policing, but on a macro level that needs policing, but on a micro level that we are all individuals and need guidance and support. With outreach programs in place, there can be vast strides made for those that need the assistance to become more productive members of our society and lessen the likelihood of potential troubled events that lead to police contact to begin with. With social workers, mental health clinicians, and domestic violence trained individuals being engaged in non-emergency situations, we can offer solutions in the long term for those in need of support instead of a simple police interaction that may not provide any much needed follow-up to truly address the underlying issue. By creating this connection to our community, we can begin to provide the healing that is needed to move forward together. We need to make solutions as much of an option as possible and as easily accessible as asking your neighbor for a cup of sugar. There is so much greatness to be had in Flagstaff, and as a progressive city, now more than ever, we have the option to be a symbol of hope for others to see that change is not only possible, but necessary. We must be open to change and improvement, not only for our current community, but for generations to come. And now that this is truly a place where no child or person gets left behind. Thank you for your time, Mandy Gebler. Dear Flagstaff City Council, our association was surprised when you, our City Council, voted and approved a significant FY fiscal year budget increase during these times. Look at the NAU ASU studies, both showing our economy will not be returning to anything near normalcy for even the next year. Last week, Tuesday, our county supervisors also met to vote on their fiscal year budget. The county staff presented to the county supervisors a budget reduction in response to the pandemic. They did have one increase for property taxes. They projected a reduction in revenue for the next year and aligned their budget accordingly. With NAU, ASU, and the county staff all predicting a reduction of revenue for the foreseeable future, how is it that Flagstaff officials are forecasting an increase? We ask that versus being reactive to reduced revenue to instead be proactive. The City Council has been made aware of the impact of the pandemic by the sales tax collection drop this year. Reacting to this collection drop, short-term cost-cutting measures have been taken. This short-term cost-cutting measure is not enough, as the drop in city revenue will be long-term. This is a long-term reduction in tax collection, and with this, how do you expect to increase spending? With all the indicators, the City Council needs to change from being an overly optimistic in spending to a realistic or precautionary budget. Show the citizens of Flagstaff that you are in tune with their needs by developing a realistic and sustainable budget for the city and residents. Even with the easing of social separation, we are nowhere near back to the freedom and socializing we once had. Even if we had the restrictions lifted this month, which does not seem realistic, our economics will not return during the next fiscal year. We are in a time of year where our businesses would be at their peak revenue. The summer's revenue is what carries them through the much leaner months. Our city, has missed this time for peak revenue, yet we will have to figure out how to survive the approaching lean months or see even more businesses close without your help. We're asking our city authorities to not spend funds that the locals can't afford. We are asking our city authorities to understand and feel the pressure the locals are under by reducing our next year's fiscal budget. We are asking our city authorities to show their understanding by taking action, reducing the city's budget for next fiscal year. As we stated earlier, everyone else is predicting a slow recovery, and our city officials must proactively respond to this revenue reduction. Show your support of our city residents and businesses by recalling and reducing the fiscal budget to level lower than our current ending fiscal year. And I'm out of time, but that was a comment made by Steve Finch, Flagstaff Lodging, Restaurant, and Tourism Association.
Dear Mayor Evans, Vice Mayor Shimoni, and fellow City Council members, the killings of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, and so many other Black, Indigenous, and people of color at the hands of police have resulted in national outrage, including in the streets of Flagstaff. Black people, Indigenous people, and people of color are far more likely to suffer violent interactions with police than white people. The city of Flagstaff has had many days of mostly peaceful protests in response to the systemic racism institutionalized in this country's government and public services. But we are not immune from these same systematic pressures that disproportionately affect our most vulnerable citizens. Now is the time to look deeply inward at our own systems and policies over which we have direct control and be the change we want to see. I ask you today to commit to reviewing and reforming our police department's policies. Specifically, we would like you to focus on these 3 areas: de-escalation emphasis over use of force emphasis in policing policies, reallocation of funds from the police department to community support services, and 3, community engagement becomes a measurable and incentivized part of policing policies. I believe that the City of Flagstaff can take a proactive, transparent, and reformative approach to budgeting, policing, and policymaking. We are a courageous community, and it is time to do the work of dismantling systematic racial injustice. Let's commit together to a new era of public safety and community policing that serves everyone in our city equitably and inclusively. I am in the process of collecting signatures for a citizen's petition on this same topic. I will be submitting that as soon as there are the needed 25 signatures. I am eagerly awaiting your leadership on this issue. Sincerely, Audrey Cruz. Good morning, Flagstaff City Council and Chief Treadway. My name is Rich Beecroft, and I want to take a moment to please hopefully shed some light on my thoughts about the defund police movement that is being pressed by Antifa and others. I am an upstanding member in this community who has assisted, volunteered, donated, supported, and contributed to many programs such as the Boys and Girls Club, every local school's athletic program, chorus and music programs, Shop with a Cop, Salvation Army, Vigilant Bloods drives, Coats for Kids, Shadows Foundation, car shows, 4th of July events, Memorial Day events, Veterans Stand-Down events, Boy Scouts of America, Girl Scouts of America, local food drives, school lunch programs, and so on. I have also personally assisted with the local police departments, including the Flagstaff Police Department, Coconino County Sheriff's Department, and DPS with traffic duties and special events as needed, including security at local events such as Art in the Park, Celtic Fest, Salvation Army drives, Shop with a Cop, and Blues and Brews and barbecues, etc. So I have been highly involved in community support, assistance, belief, faith, and love for this city. I feel I have earned the right for my voice to be heard. I am not a young, simple-minded adult who is choosing to join a movement and wave a flag or sign and scream obscenities and derogatory remarks or false beliefs based on media beliefs or pressure. I have been deep-rooted, invested, and supportive, as well as donated countless hours and money to assist with the betterment of this community. Having said that, our police need our support and backing now more than ever. They took an oath to protect the city, state, and country against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and to serve all. They have taken on a lifestyle that daily comes with grim outcomes, as a majority of the time they are being called into less than favorable and unsafe situations. I know for a fact that defunding our police department will do a huge dishonor to our community and local community members. It will cause irreversible effects on our local departments and community. We will lose great officers, and I believe we will see a rise in not only crime rates, but safety will become a thing of the past. As a community and as members of the City Council, the majority members of this community who have businesses, homes, and pay large sums of taxes personally and within our business, I can assure you the thoughts will be the same as mine. Support our police and stand up against the country's protesters, Antifa, and any other organizations who wish to destroy and control our way of life in beautiful, peaceful, and blessed northern Arizona. I would please ask you all to stand as one and be the change and lead us all within your callings, to stand behind our community and police and find ways to grow our departments and assist with community programs and involvement to assist in making it a continued safe place. That's the end of my time. This is from Rich Beecroft, local citizen and involved community member. Hello, Mayor Evans and City Council members. I'm very much confused. We are in the height of a pandemic, one that particularly targets those who are forced into unsanitary conditions. Yet you are currently working to cut public housing. And at the same time, you are increasing funding elsewhere, most severely in the city's police funding. How is it humane to allow people to die on the streets, be it disease, lack of substance, or violence, and yet to increase the funds of those who are already well off? How can you sleep at night knowing you are taking away resources from those that need it most and giving them to those who will incarcerate the most vulnerable members of our city? Perhaps the police would not need so much funding if people were taken care of first and foremost. I hope that you would be willing to consider allocating some of the funds that would go to the police back to the community development. Ask yourself if you are doing what is right or what is easy. Wesley Coweek.
Just a quick comment to the City Council. First, I want to thank the City Council for serving our city. Second, I want to express my support for the Flagstaff PD. The Flagstaff PD is an integral part of our city, and each member of the Flagstaff PD deserves our utmost respect. We should honor them for their unwavering support of our city. They deserve it. Respectfully, Tim Galloway. We support our police. They keep us safe. Do not defund them. They work so hard and hardly get paid like most public service people, firemen and teachers included. They deserve a raise. Thank you, Missy Cornett. Thank you for the opportunity for input. It would be wise for the city to display strength and not cower to the leftist radicals. If the city cowers, we will pay holy hell, could end up like Seattle. Let them know you hear what they say and support peaceful demonstrations. Martin Luther King was an advocate of nonviolent protests. We need leadership that helps give these people perspective. They are making a generalization over the G. Floyd incident. Reiterate the wonderful things police do and that our officers are already trained. There are organizations in the peaceful protests that want them to continue trouble in the city. Be strong. Thank you, Cindy Harris.
Defund the police, and then what? Beyond the idiotic war cry of the progressive left, I hear nothing past the defunding idea. So if the police are actually done away with, is the belief that the far left that we will all then live in harmony thereafter because they have a plan. If they have a plan, it's apparently secret. Seems to me this is nothing but a fairy tale thinking of far left activist mobs. So I fully support the police. The black flag with the blue stripe flies alternately with the stars and stripes at my house. And know that I have done civilian ride-alongs with all three agencies, Flag PD, Coconino Sheriff, and DPS. And I've done it for 8 or 9 times in the past years. I would suggest that other citizens consider doing so, as it's just about as close as you can get to walking in an officer's shoes. There are good people among the police. I suspect the vast majority of them to be so, but go find out for yourselves. However, I would suggest following. Police unions, police unions through collective bargaining contracts can often make it very difficult to get rid of problem officers, and that needs to be addressed. I suspect the same issue may well apply to teachers' unions and subpar teachers that need to be addressed as well. That's from Jerry Smiley. Dear Mayor Evans and council members, it has come to our attention that there are a few people, some of who actually may live in Flagstaff, who are voicing their opinion on defunding the police here in Flagstaff. I live here, conduct business here, and own a home here. The police have quite a thankless job, as they are generally called upon to come to situations that either are or may be what was caused by unlawful or unruly actions by someone. Many times, these are emotionally charged situations. The officers then have to try to sort out reality and restore peace between disagreeing parties in these situations. Sometimes they are responding to an accident, and there are injured or dead individuals. Sometimes it's a domestic or some other medical situation, but rarely are these situations not such that order needs to be restored. Sometimes these situations are such as what Flagstaff police officer Tyler Stewart encountered, where he was called on to investigate a domestic violence call in December 27, 2014. On that response, this officer was met by a suspect that, without warning, shot him in the face and killed him. The acting mayor at that time stated that the shooting punctuates the dangerous job that police officers face each day, particularly in cases involving domestic violence. It's a dangerous job from day one. I certainly respect the police and their authority. I also don't want to do their job. You couldn't pay me enough. We need our police, period. If added training is needed, so be it. But without police, we have anarchy and chaos. The ramifications of no police are real. They include businesses leaving Flagstaff, mine probably, people leaving due to job loss and feeling unsafe, people taking the law into their own hands, people feeling unsafe that do stay, loss of tax revenue due to businesses leaving and people leaving, a demand for refunds of taxes paid for police protection, a very unsafe situation that is a throwback to the Wild West, where shootings happen due to disagreements and the law is not under control, added cost to protect what citizens are left. Who will respond to problems? Should we call a protester or Ghostbusters? Do not be swayed by untired and emotional waves being made by a few. When you represent an entire community, those of us who pay taxes are counting on you to make good decisions, not foolhardy ones. I can be reached further for any comment at glenn@canyoncreative.net or 888-520-0024, respectfully, Glenn Tamlingson. To whom it may concern, I'm writing to voice my concern. The police department receives $24 million in funding, while other services in Flagstaff suffer. I would like to see public and affordable housing funded and the police department defunded. As a community, we need to be focusing on crime prevention, and one of the first steps is funding stable and affordable housing for all. Thank you for your time, Natalie Ann Lampros.
To whom it may concern, please continue to fund the Flagstaff Police Department. If anything at all, please increase the FPD annual budget to keep the community safe. Sincerely, Joshua Ware. Thank you for hearing our thoughts about defunding the police department in Flagstaff. We are a small business owner. We have owned and operated J&H RV Park for 38 years. We have on occasion called for police help with a customer or situation. We have been extremely glad to have the police answer our calls promptly. We have also had to have police help with accidents on North Highway 89 in front of our RV park. It's our wish that there will not be any defunding of the police department, as they are sorely needed to keep law and order. To have less protection, in our opinion, will trigger more residents to take up arms to protect themselves and their properties. This could end up being tragic. We feel that this idea is the idea of a few, while most of us want the police presence. They deserve funding and more for the job that they do. Thank you for your time, Joanne and Harvey Mickelson. To whom it may concern, I would like to express my opinion that I would not agree with a reactive defunding of the police budget in response to the recent events in our country. Our police provide our vital community service. There is no doubt that the work could be done to improve the police connection with all of our community. I do not agree that reductions in our police budget would provide any value to the safety of our community and its relationship with the people of Flagstaff. I am for discussions that aim to improve the relationships of the police to our community members. I do not see how defunding would help to bridge gaps that exist. Let's keep our current funding and have our police and community members make common sense solutions to improve all relations and community safety. Thank you, Todd Crone.
To whom it may concern, I do not agree in defunding our Flagstaff Police Department. Jeff Contreras. Are we really at this point of ultimate stupidity? Defunding the police is absolutely ridiculous. As a citizen with two brother-in-laws who were officers back in my hometown, I know full well how much these brave women and men do for our community. Helping those who are victims of crime, keeping kids safe from drugs, keeping the downtown safe, responding to health emergencies and traffic accidents, to just name a few things these police officers do to maintain the peace, safety, and justice in our community. Anarchy cannot reign in a peaceful society, and that's just what some of these defund the police want. From a 20-plus year Flagstaff resident, I love this town. Please do not destroy it. Jonathan Armos. I do not believe systemic racism exists. Therefore, I do not believe our police exercise such. In fact, I believe our community is safer due to our law enforcement. If we feel there are bad apples in our local law enforcement agencies, we should give more funding to them so they can invest in training to weed out those unfit for the positions. My humble opinion is that defunding the police is a bad idea. Respectfully, Reggie Plett.
Dear City of Flagstaff Mayor and Council members, my name is Jonathan Heitzinger. I have been a resident of Flagstaff for more than 20 years. I'm writing regarding the 2020-2021 budget proposal and the efforts to defund the police I came across in the link below. There seems to be different levels of funding reductions being suggested for the police department, with some going as far as demanding complete defunding. The systematic changes to our society are needed, and some of the programs that the funding would be redirected to would be beneficial. However, many of the demands seem to be a knee-jerk reaction based on irrational and wishful thinking. The ideas seem to be similar to not having a fire department because we do not plan to have a fire, or not holding insurance on a car because someone thinks they are a safe driver. The one country that reportedly disbanded their police force reestablished one 3 years later. We need our police, and to say otherwise is naive. What is also needed is to stop allowing police to be above the law. What I ask is that you make adjustments to the way policing is performed to protect the more vulnerable population, but do it in a manner that does not put the entire population at risk. I believe you should hire a consultant or multiple that can take on an impartial look on how the police department operates, the funding level, and comment on positive and negative aspects of the items in the demands. Then hold discussions and potentially adjust budgets based on that. The other items in the demands may need discussion, but should not be discussed or acted upon until more of the community can be heard. A link is provided, and we can share that the council wishes. This is from sincerely, Jonathan Heitzinger. I do not support defunding the police. We need our public protection. In the event of another well-organized looting riot worldwide, we need our police officers to keep the public safe. Unfortunately, the internet will allow for these types of events to come together for terrorism acts, and we cannot afford to be defunded in any way, shape, or form. It would leave the U.S. open for a terror of events. If anything, I believe they should have an increase in funds and staffing and some of the funds should be spent to better select, monitor, and train officers of the law. Thank you, Laura Spear. I do not in any way support defunding the police. This is a ridiculous request from a nonsensical group of radicals who have not thought out the beginning from the end. Our city, state, and federal law enforcement officials serve us well in our community. Julie Smith.
While I agree that police reform and possibly defunding needs to take place nationwide as well as in our town, I believe that we cannot take the necessary steps to defund until we have an alternative plan in place. Therefore, I urge the council to consider putting together a committee to address the issue of policing in Flagstaff. There are some effective models that combine police with social workers, crisis team members, community liaisons, etc., to create a force for good that can address the many issues the police are asked to handle. By including trained professionals from other fields as part of a law enforcement team, I believe that we can more effectively address situations such as mental health issues, domestic violence calls, welfare checks, etc. Let's create a force for positive change that will help police more successfully fulfill their duty to serve the citizens of Flagstaff. Bethany Bones. Hello, I am not in favor of defunding the Flagstaff Police Department. Sincerely, Bernadette Jokel. I am dumbfounded that anyone could even consider defunding the police. Who will come to our aid when we need it? I cannot even fathom our lives without police ensuring our safety. Instead of defunding, we should boost funding so that we can afford more protection to the police themselves, including more frequent psychological exams if necessary. Just because there are a few bad apples doesn't mean we toss the entire bushel. We just look more carefully at the crop. Thank you, Marilyn Cantaloupe.
Dear public servants, thank you for leading our city in difficult times. We appreciate your efforts. Solving issues of police brutality in one city by defunding our police force is like undergoing chemotherapy treatment because a cousin in Florida has cancer. We must act in accordance with what is happening in Flagstaff, Arizona. Our officers are serving our community well and should be recognized for their efforts. We stand against any effort to defund the Flagstaff Police Department. David Coyne. I do not support this. The actions of one damaged police department do not speak for all of the police departments around. Defunding the FPD is the most ridiculous idea that I have ever heard. We absolutely need every police officer that we have and every bit of support that we have. Deborah Cobb Blair. To all city council members and the mayor, please do not defund the police. It is true that the police serve a lot of roles in our community, including ensuring the safety of the unfortunate Native American people who are often intoxicated. For the 52 years that we have lived in Flagstaff, our Native American people have had numerous social service agencies, as well as tribes, trying to deal with this health issue. Unfortunately, there has been little success in this area, thus the only people who can deal with it is the police force. Unfortunately, we have lost several members of our law enforcement community over the years as they were trying to protect and ensure the safety of our whole community. Every day, they put their lives at risk because they truly believe in serving for the better good of us all. Our police force has a wonderful record of being kind and considerate. Yes, they do stop people for speeding, which is a justifiable in my mind. I have witnessed many cars going 50 miles an hour north on San Francisco and wish that we had a policeman who could stop them for this awful offense. They have been very prompt, and I have had to call them in response to a break-in at the Nordstrom office building. They have also been very prompt and respectful when our car was hit when a person ran a stop sign at the corner of LaRue and Aspen. They were very respectful when the offending driver as well. Every year, the Exchange Club honors our first responders, and the testimony of what individuals have done to make our community a safer place is truly amazing. The problems we are dealing with nationwide today certainly do deserve deep conversations in our community. However, a knee-jerk reaction to defund the police is not the first step nor the solution. Thank you for the attention that you are giving to this matter. Marge and Sam McClanahan.
Dear council members, in this heated moment of racial and economic tensions within the country's community, including Flagstaff, I implore the council to take a moment of what is called a quiet period. That is to let time pass before making any hasty decisions that we may regret later due to making them in haste and under duress of emotion. Defunding police seems like a good idea, but the implications of not having a police is far worse. Agreed that reform needs to be made on police culture and behavior. That itself is a completely different issue and from defunding. Let us focus on the culture, behavior, and training of our police force. One thing I can tell you is that having a well-trained and good police force is essential in a community and country. Flagstaff does have a majority good police force. Proper training, protocols, and culture will make them even better. I come from Zambia, a third world country, and I am a person of color. I've experienced a lack of having an adequate trained and equipped police force. It was horrible, not only for me, but the whole Zambian population. I too have, after coming to the U.S., faced racism throughout my life and sometimes by the police. Regardless of what I have faced, I still do not want to see our city defund the police. Please do not defund the police. We should find better solutions for changing the policing as we have it currently. Thank you, Ash Patel. My name is Claudia Sangster. I have owned a home in Flagstaff for 3+ years. I am distressed that this council would even entertain a motion to defund the local police. This is utter madness, made at a time when hysteria is being used to make incredibly unsound decisions. We moved here because we love the area and feel safe, knowing that the men and women in law enforcement were professionals who keep us safe and serve the community. Black Lives Matter and reforms are warranted, but other lives matter as well, and defunding the police is a reckless decision and one that could only lead to more lives being lost. You do not swat a fly with a cannon. Please do not succumb to this madness. Do not become political pawns to hysteria and political correctness. Stand up for our entire community and vote no on any petition to defund our wonderful police officers. I urge the council to consider reducing the funding our police force receives and to fully research how other cities have completely changed the way they police their communities. It's pretty shocking that our police force receives nearly a third of the entire appropriations of the general fund. A quick look at their arrest records in the annual report shows that 38.61% of arrests were Native American individuals, although Native Americans make up only 8.6% of our city's population. That fact alone should prompt a thorough investigation into the police methods, as well as what other program services might be better able to address safety and property concerns in our community. I could not easily find any data in our police department's use of force. At a minimum, that should be completely transparent and easy to find information. I have an inkling that we would find that force is disproportionately used against people of color compared to white people. I would also like for the militarized equipment that our police force owns to be public knowledge, and for no more military-grade equipment to be available to them. This includes any facial recognition technologies that they may have access to. Every police force and city in this country needs to do a serious evaluation of their policies and practices, and to really hear the voices of the people of color in their communities who are saying that they are not being treated equally or with basic human dignity. The city government statement that the city government statement that they have, quote, not had a conversation specifically focused on the police department's budget or adjusting it, nor are they currently considering any measures related to this topic, end quote, was tone deaf in the current moment. The city council needs to be having those conversations and considering these measures immediately. Thank you, Katie Stitzer.
To the mayor and council of Flagstaff, the profession of law enforcement is not enviable. I personally would not put my life and my family's financial future at risk to be compensated the way our police are. I commend the Flagstaff Police Department for the job they do and the transparency they have exhibited. A city or nationwide defunding of law enforcement will only lead to an increase in violations of the very laws that they keep our communities safe and prosperous. Please do not succumb to the political pressures of a loud and threatening minority. Sincerely, Mark Tidwell. Please do not consider any defunding of the Flagstaff Police. We are so grateful for their service and dedication to keeping our city safe. From our family and all of those we know, this is not a good idea. Prosecute police who cross the line, but do not jeopardize the thousands of good policemen in our nation. We have a great nation thanks to them. Kay Anderson, mother of 4 and small business owner. Hello, I would like to comment that reducing the funding for Flagstaff Police Force is not a good idea, and I am against defunding our police. Thank you, Haley Harris.
Hello. I do not agree with defunding of our police department. This will mean less services provided and possibly longer wait times for emergencies. I agree with allocating money to other social service, but there has to be another place this money can come from to support those activities that will hopefully prevent crime to begin with. There is no guarantee that by allocating money to those programs that they will prevent and or deter crime. It is obvious, though, that defunding the police will adversely affect the effectiveness of the police to do their jobs. Thank you, Michelle Eisenberg. I am writing to vehemently oppose any consideration of defunding the police force. Such an idea is incredibly ludicrous. The very groups who proposed this idea are the same that caused millions in damages due to violent riots. Clearly, if there is truly a national need for police reform, it would be better to protect property from violent riots, which would require more police funding. While I am deeply saddened and upset over the actions of one officer recently, it doesn't reflect a systematic issue, especially not in our community. While better training and stricter discipline may be a consideration at any time to keep our force properly trained and acting in all diligence, defunding is not something to ever be considered. In fact, if anything, we should add funds and pay more to individual officers to be able to hire even higher quality individuals. Please oppose any defunding of our police force. Thank you, Dan Hakes. To our mayor and city council, I hope this is just a rumor that you are not seriously talking about defunding our police department. Was that photo op just to make the mayor look good, or do you actually care about our police officers and the people in this community? Do you watch the news? How can having less police officers be good during this time? And let us suppose you do that. Are we all going to get a refund on our property taxes so we can use the money to defend ourselves? And also, shouldn't we get a refund for teaching our kids this spring? You need to really think how your personal agenda is going to affect the people of this community that you swore to serve. I am so sick of all of our leaders not looking at the data from this COVID-19 to the riots and who they are really hurting. Remember, all of you can be voted out of office if you continue on these crazy agendas. I hope that is exactly what happens. From a concerned and upset citizen in Flagstaff, I'm assuming your hometown too, Nancy Ross.
To whom it may concern. As a resident of Flagstaff for over 20 years and part owner in a previous business in this community, I'm concerned about the refund the police movement. This would be devastating to our community. My concerns are for all our residents, people who travel here, and all those who take part in our beautiful town. I realize the police are not perfect and that changes need to be made, but this is not a solution, but a movement that will cause more violence, not less. Thank you for listening, and I hope we can all realize that yes, there are injustices, but we all can play a role in changing those with our positive actions in our community. We can be more compassionate, more accepting, donating our time to community outreach programs, take time to recognize what others need and work together to fix it. Our police play an important role in our community. They do things the rest of us are not willing to do to keep us safe and feel safe. Thank you for letting me voice my opinion. Concerned resident of Flagstaff, Angel Ditburner. As local residents and business owners who have children who are Black, we are absolutely not in favor in any way of defunding the police in our community. We feel this would be absolutely detrimental. Instead, we are in favor of increasing the police force with accountability. Please let us know if you would like to discuss in more detail our thoughts. Scott and Marge McPeak. Dear Mayor Evans and City Council, I know there's a movement across the U.S. to defund the police, but I ask that you please continue your full support and funding of our local police. They have a vital role in public safety, and if anything, probably need additional funding to do their difficult jobs properly. There is always room for improvement, and there may be a need for additional training in our department, but I am sure that the vast majority of our police force are very fine public servants who care deeply about our community. Thank you for all that you do. Sincerely, Larry Lang, Flagstaff citizen. As an officer's wife, I strongly disagree on defunding police. I know firsthand the importance of having officers out in the field, and because of their service, many lives are saved. Defunding police will only increase crime, increase wait time on emergency calls, bring down morale, and much, much more. On the contrary, I feel our law enforcement departments need more funding and resources available to them. Please, please do not defund our police departments. Our community will not be safe. It will go this direction. I am grateful for everyone that walks the thin blue line and will support our officers 100%. Bernice Short.
I cannot believe I even have to write such a letter. Since childhood, I've always looked up to the men and women of the police force. As an adult, 2 of my 3 children hope to be in law enforcement. They protect us, keep our streets safe, ensure our schools are safe, support our community by educating others about crime prevention, drugs, self-defense. They protect the victims, the children, till they find them safe harbor. They perform more duties than I can list and do much more than I even know. Defunding the police would only lead to utter chaos, and the idea is simply ludicrous. Thank you for your time, Nikki Sharp. Mayor Evans and City Council members, please do not defund the Flagstaff Police Department. Our police officers work diligently all day, all night to keep the Flagstaff residents and visitors safe. These men and women wear uniforms and equipment that may intimidate those who see them. But under their uniforms are caring human beings who risk their lives every day to serve our community. Please do not insult them by defunding the Flagstaff Police Department. Dr. Alice Christie, founder and executive director of Tinkertopia. This is insane. When you have a few bad apples, you do not throw out the whole bushel. People who are promoting this want to destroy law and order for their own gains. Disgusting and dangerous. Cheryl Dawson.
Understand the protesting going on against police brutality. There are a few bad police officers that should be removed from their jobs. However, there are many good officers that serve and protect our communities, and defunding the police is not the answer. The media today is only reporting on the bad things that happen, and you never hear about all the good things that most of our police do for us and our communities. I am personally against this and do not support this movement. Jamie Mowbray. Thank you for proactively seeking the opinion of our community and residents. Defund police movement. I support our law enforcement. Defunding already underfunded police departments removes community safety nets and protections of the public. Further funding and allocation should be provided to help our officers with mental health, conflict management, and empowering internal ethical behavior. These men and women put their lives in front of others daily. Paycheck Protection Program Flexibility Act. Thank you, President Trump. Northern Arizona Healthcare COVID update. Updates are appreciated. However, these continue to reflect poor snapshots of time with an accumulation of data rather than trimmed and actual data. Continued focus on a single illness/virus, which is not proven deadlier than 0.01% in Arizona, carries mental health related fear and panic with increased hostility within the community, social media, and suicide rates across the counties of Arizona. Bed availability is not reflective of a direct relationship to the COVID update and is demonstrated as low to average use. The confusion reflected among medical professionals demonstrated low percentages of the population, contradictory WHO statements, and conflicting facts support the position of providing guidance to resume normal life activities. 4th of July parade. This cancellation is deeply disappointing and troubling. This appears to be a political decision by the mayor and council with the exception of one standing vote in favor of the parade. In a time when the needs of For community, a reminder of freedom, liberty, equality, and justice for all is desperately needed. The unifying events celebrating our nation, American sacrifices, and the common welfare are denied by a handful of people who clearly do not appear to represent the people of the community. The people of our community should march for freedom and equality together through the streets of Flagstaff. I am happy to share my thoughts and support. Sincerely, PJ Way. Public comment regarding defunding police departments in consideration for city council meeting. I do not support the movement of the police. I believe this is an unthought out and reactionary movement. I do believe in providing additional training for confrontation and de-escalation tactics, psychological check-ins, and additional therapy for those in the police force, but this would require more funding, not less. Thank you for considering my opinion. Cody Halfmoon.
As the COVID crisis first came to Flagstaff, I was incredibly grateful for my local government's willingness to fight for public safety. I had never before been so proud of a mayor anywhere I've lived, and spoke to many of my friends about the incredible work Mayor Coral did for us. However, my respect is being lost due to the city's inaction and unwillingness to listen to its people when we have brought you another public health crisis, the failure of police services to provide what our community needs. In a town with less than 10% Native Americans, 45% of the arrests are of our Native community. This is egregious. What is imprisonment doing for people, for our community? Is being arrested and confined to a jail cell with no access to the sun and sky helping build healthy communities? How many of these arrests are, at their heart, due to people lacking shelter, addiction support, and opportunity? As we as a community would be so much stronger if, instead of targeting those suffering the most, we focus our budget on community services that will lift everyone up. Mental health support, addiction support, education, affordable housing, access to health care. The violence of the police in this town may be less obvious than in other places, though there are plenty of accounts of direct and upsetting behavior from our police force if you ask and listen. But our justice system, nationally and locally, is built to target and oppress the BIPOC. I have never been made to feel unsafe by a Native person in this town, but I have crossed the street to avoid groups of belligerent, drunk, young white men who can act with impunity. Who is our police protecting? Who are they serving? If you step outside of City Hall, you will hear your citizens asking for the defunding of the police department. I ask you to listen to what they have to say and take it seriously. I myself am new to the area of police defunding and abolition because I am privileged enough to be safe from the police. And I understand that the first time you hear this request, it may sound impossible or impractical, but I implore you to take the time to learn about the rest of the request. Defunding the police is the first step to funding the social services and support, which will actually help our town. You now have a chance to be on the right side of history. You have an opportunity to create a city of compassion and respect. Please open your hearts, ears, and minds to what we are asking you. Defund the police and invest in equity instead. Linde Bailey. Dear City Council, the police have some 347 million public interventions a year, and the majority of them are positive. Do not throw out the baby with the bathwater. We have an excellent police force in Flagstaff, and they need to be properly funded. Most officers make very little in annual salary. Our fine officers risk their lives to protect us. This defunding movement makes no sense at all. It's an overreaction. A primary business of government is to protect its citizens. We need our police force to do that. Without them, we have anarchy, as we have seen in Seattle and in several other areas. I would hate to see anarchy develop in our state. As a longtime public member of the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council for Coconino County, I know that our law enforcement personnel in Flagstaff are extraordinary people who care about us all. We need to respect and care about them too. Sincerely, Joy Iris Staveley. The Flagstaff proposed 2021 city budget guts affordable housing initiatives while maintaining over $24 million for police. Housing is a basic human need. Cops are not. I want to see police defunded and affordable housing supported. With regards to agenda item 10, I want to also comment support for developing the old Public Works parcel into affordable housing. Also, agenda item 9, to remove the Agassiz name around town. The Louis Agassiz was an avid, well-documented racist. His name should be taken down. The more the better. The city serves us. Catherine Highland.
As a longtime local business owner and resident, I do not support defunding our local police department. They serve an integral role in the peace and security of our community. The vast majority of the police force does its best all the time, and for the very few mistakes that are made, appropriate action is taken. Would a reevaluation of training and supervision be appropriate? I'll assume that review is already likely in the works internally to determine if adjustments may needed. Defunding sounds like a smaller, less trained force on our local streets, which would likely ultimately lead to fewer companies willing to conduct business and decrease in tourism. Please stand up and continue to protect our community. Thank you, Jason Dittburner. I was reached out to by the Chamber via email stating, Flagstaff Chamber of Commerce believes reducing funding for our city's police force is not a good idea. If you agree, we ask you to submit a comment to publiccomment@flagstaffaz.gov. Well, I don't agree with the Chamber. I would like to see more city funds go to programs to help low-income and minority populations in Flagstaff as a means for public stability and safety. If the city can find funds to do this by other means, I'm all for it. But I think funding social programs is more powerful than funding for police. If you can't find the money in the budget otherwise, I would like to see funding diverted from the police for social programs. Thank you, Jason Henry. Hello. The very notion that the police should receive less funding is frankly absurd. We are at the intersection of I-10 and I-40, making out Little Town a major thoroughfare for drug and human trafficking. Adding to the mix, out-of-state college kids on their own for the first time, and our growing population of transients, our police have their hands full. If anything seems reasonable at this time, it would be increase funding for our police, increase the funds for body cameras and personal protective equipment, increase funding for public education and school resource officers, make their jobs easier so they can interact more with our citizens rather than the majority of their day enforcing of laws. Please don't even entertain the idea of reducing the funds for such an essential service in this community. Sincerely, Amy E. Fleshman, PhD.
I would like to offer my opinion. While certainly change is needed in how society and our officials handle race bias, any consideration to defund the police is wrong-minded and short-sighted. Jean Simon. Defunding the police department is too ignorant an idea to even discuss. Please, people, grow up. Dan Basmagian. Middle of the night, you hear noise. Your children are sleeping down the hall. Someone is definitely in your house. Someone uninvited. Do you want to be the only one looking out for the safety of your family? Do you want to be placed in the position of pulling the trigger because you know there is no backup coming? Do you want blood on your carpet? Have the police made mistakes? Absolutely. But why don't you wear a camera throughout your workday? Why don't we look at every second of company time you may have wasted talking at the water cooler, checking Facebook, being rude to a coworker? How would you feel if every step you took during your workday was recorded? And when we viewed that footage, we didn't show you staying late to help out on a project. We only show the times you misbehaved because that gets ratings. Then we allow the whole country to judge you and everyone in their profession because of a few people's terrible judgment, their frustrations. Defunding the police will not solve any issues. The fact is that we need social services to offset the calls police officers receive for mental health. Officers get put into situations daily that are not policing situations. Fund resources for that, yes, but follow through with research that shows these services crime/calls to the PD. Until it is proven that these funds will reduce crime, then no thanks. So many people cry, defund the police, but ask them, what are you doing in the community to reduce crime? Ask them if they are really comfortable being on the front lines. The answers aren't in defunding the police, but activating citizens to be more involved. In a world of social media, snowflakes, and poor me, everyone wants to be a victim. Maybe we should stop blaming others and be the change we want to see in the world. Molly Greenwald.
We fully support the Flagstaff local police and agree that any training to help officers should be done immediately. It is a hard job and oftentimes thankless. We find what happened to George Floyd was appalling and shouldn't happen again, ever. Sincerely, Charles Kinkelo. Sorry about that. Hello. Defunding the police would be a terrible idea for our community. I do not agree with this movement. Thank you, Sarah Schaefer. To whom it may concern, as a community, we need a fully functioning and adequately funded police force. Please make certain that our community maintains this invaluable resource at no less than current levels. I greatly appreciate the work that these men and women do to keep our community safe. Thank you, Kevin Stevens.
Good afternoon. I am confused with our country's state of mind. As a tax-paying citizen and mother, I personally feel cutting the budget on any police department would be a tragedy. We need officers of the law protecting our communities. I do agree we need to monitor our peace officers a bit closer. At times they do act as though they are above the law. However, that is not a norm. As with any group of people, you cannot hold a group responsible because of a few members' bad choices. Our country is full of hotheads speaking from fear. At times when people as a whole get a movement rolling, it becomes a beast until we start individualizing our thoughts. Please do not let this beast put our communities and country in danger by agreeing to budget cuts in the police department. If anything, a new budget should be added or increased for additional training and monitoring for those few hotheads. Thank you for your time, Julie Hansen. Do not defund the police department. Regardless of the current situation, all cities need a police sheriff department to provide safety to all people in the city of Flagstaff. Christine Baca. Elected City Council. I have been a resident of Flagstaff, Arizona for 42 years. I know the world is in chaos, and now is the most important time to support our local police department, and defunding would be an unjust service to this community. It's like everything in life, there's good and bad, from cops to doctors. There is more good in the world than bad. Going through that process isn't easy, but always prevails. Many thanks, Daniel Raper.
Hello, Mayor Evans, City Council members, and others. Would you be so kind as to increase police funding for our police officers? As our police officers continue to leave Flagstaff for higher pay elsewhere, I do not support defunding the police in my community, Stacy Wittig. I just wanted to get my opinion on the matter out there. I strongly feel we should not take away any funding for the Flagstaff Police Department. I appreciate all they do to keep our community safe. Thanks, Holly. And I'm sorry we're missing the last name on that one. Dear City Council, the police have some 347 million public interventions a year, and the majority of them are positive. Do not throw out the baby with the bathwater. We have an excellent police force in Flagstaff, and they need to be properly funded. Most officers make very little on annual salary. Our fine officers risk their lives to protect us. This defunding movement makes no sense at all. It's an overreaction. A primary business of government is to protect its citizens. We need our police force to do that. Without them, we have anarchy, as we have seen in Seattle and several other areas. I would hate to see anarchy develop in our state. As a longtime public member of the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council for Coconino County, I know our law enforcement personnel in Flagstaff are extraordinary people who care about us all. We need to respect and care about them too. Sincerely, Joy Iris Stalley.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, reform may be in order, but defunding or reducing the budget or personnel of our police force is not. Thank you for reaching out. Paul W. Turner. Good afternoon. It is my opinion that reducing the funding of Flagstaff City Police Force is not advisable. This would put our people, our businesses, and our children in danger. Increasing monetary funds for education of the police department would be of better use. Thank you for listening to my concerns. Deborah Cole. Good afternoon, Flagstaff City Council. I understand that there may be a discussion about defunding the police at tonight's council meeting. I believe the idea of defunding the police deserves careful consideration. I'm in support of examining this possibility more closely and really understanding what activists are proposing. Although I do not think there is a reason to dismantle or completely cut the City of Flagstaff Police Department, I do think it's worth looking at budget priorities and seeing if there are other areas like housing, health, and social work which could use our public funds to make our community safer. For many years, more resources were put into police departments, and the police department became responsible for so many things beyond reducing violent crime. I have great respect for our police department and have been impressed with how they handle these responsibilities. My support for considering a re-examination of budget priorities and re-examining our approach to public safety is not a rebuke of our local police department. It is a request that we continue to challenge ourselves as a community to think critically, openly, and to look for creative solutions to the challenges we face. Thank you for your service and for your consideration. Sharon Tewksbury Bloom.
Dear Flagstaff City Council, in reference to item 10, I support developing the old public works yard parcel into affordable housing. I do not support cutting this from the 2021 city budget, especially while $24 million is being allocated to the police force. That money could be better spent on projects like affordable housing initiatives. Thank you for listening to your constituents. My best, Ryan Drendell. Hello, City Council. As many Flagstaff residents, I have been observing the proposed police budget that will be finalized soon. I have heard that you are not considering any changes to be made at this time. I would like to request that you hear the people of the city and what we want and need, and allow us to have a voice in how our community is funded and ultimately built. Thank you, Rebecca Prinzik. City Council members, please continue to support our police department here in Flagstaff. They work so very hard to serve our community for a minimum amount of money, much like firemen and teachers. Please do not defund them. They keep us safe. We can all go to sleep at night knowing that our police department is watching over us. Thank you, Joe Cornett.
I understand that some people and organizations are demanding that the Flagstaff Police Department be abolished or defunded. This is very wrong and misguided. This is a very wrong and misguided demand. If acceded to, Flagstaff would quickly become completely lawless, chaotic, and destructive, filled with no one but criminals after the law-abiding citizens had left town. We have a good police department that deserves the support of the City Council. Please do not be intimidated into making a very bad decision. Wallace and Sharon Duncan. What these local protesters do not realize is the paid ones that were bussed in do not live in our community. They do not care if our town falls apart and goes into a state of lawlessness without the proper authorities here to protect and serve our town. They leave and go back to their own cities. Also, keep in mind some of them are criminals with arrest records mingling with honest protesters, showing their support for their cause. After this is all over, they will be looking for people's homes to break into and loot and steal. You think they are your friends while marching with you, but just remember when you defund the police, who will come looking for you and who will you call? Shalina Sharon. To the Flagstaff City Council, I have been a resident of Flagstaff for 5 years and intend to make it my home. I would like to comment on the 2021 Flagstaff budget. I hope to see the funding from the Flagstaff Police Department reallocated to proactive programs that would diminish the need for the police department. Particularly, I'm concerned that the current budget does not adequately fund affordable housing initiatives. Structural racism is prevalent in our community as the budget underserves programs that bolster the equity by BIPOC communities within Flagstaff. Education, affordable housing, nutrition programs, culturally appropriate art and cultural programs, and infrastructure that is accessible by all socioeconomic classes should be prioritized in our community over police, which addresses the shortcomings of the above mentioned retroactively. Sincerely, Carla Roybal.
I am a community member and believe we need our police to receive proper funding. I recently experienced an emergency that warranted assistance. I placed a call to the Flagstaff Police Department. An officer arrived in just a few minutes. Going forward, I want to be able to call for help should I require it in the future. Sarah Whitney. I'm totally opposed to any defunding of our police force. Dan Edel. The police department is generally underfunded to begin with. The first responders, police, are a very needed entity. David Anderson.
Dear City Council, I want to share that my family has lived in Flagstaff for 33 years. We love our local police officers and support them 100%. Over the years, I personally have interacted with law enforcement on a number of occasions, as well as observed their commitment to serve our community very well. Of all the many family and friends that I have in Flagstaff, I would guarantee that they would all echo this unwavering support for our law enforcement community. Only God is perfect, but I am confident that our police officers are well-trained, competent, compassionate, passionate to do a great job for us, servants putting their lives on the line for us here in Flagstaff, and lovers of the law and our city. We absolutely need them. They are a comfort when I see them because they protect us as well as deter crime, illegal activities, and violence. They are essential to our peaceful lives and the freedoms that we enjoy in Flagstaff. If they were ever defunded here, I believe many of our Flagstaff residents and businesses would leave and move to a more reasonable city. Our tourism would suffer greatly as well as without police. I've traveled to several countries around the world and can testify that in contrast, the good work of our police officers here creates a much safer, peaceful, successful, and free environment to live and thrive in that much of the rest of the world experiences. We absolutely need to continue funding our essential law enforcement and police officers. We will always support you supporting them. Thank you for your time and consideration, Rachel Muse. I strongly oppose any defunding of our police force, Melissa Adele. To whom it may concern at the City of Flagstaff. Hearing about the request to potentially defund the police department in Flagstaff, or anywhere else for that matter, is completely upsetting and utterly deplorable. We should be ashamed. The brave men and women of the police service literally risk their lives every single day to help keep us safe, our community safe, and rescue us in our greatest times of our most urgent need and despair. As a member of our community, I have depended on our local police officers in terrifying times of unexpected need. Nobody ever wants or plans for an emergency, but when it happens to you, who else is going to police and protect and help us in a crisis? If anything, we should be providing more support and training to our local police departments and thanking them for doing a very tough job that most of us would not be able to do. I applaud every decent officer out there and thank them wholeheartedly for their service. I am against defunding our police department in any capacity. Thank you, Melinda Lieber.
We rely on the police to keep peace in our community and to enforce the laws. The money that is in your government comes largely from our tax dollars. We pay these taxes in good faith to cover costs of the police department to keep us safe. If the money is taken away from the police department, it is basically stealing from the citizens who paid it for protection. To take away any part of the funding for these operations is ridiculous. Thank you, Wendy Kuhn. I strongly disagree with defunding the police department. If we truly want men and women who want to serve and protect us, we should be giving them more money, not less. If you cut their pay, the good and the brave will go to another profession while the unemployable will stay in the force. We get what we pay for. I, for one, will gladly pay my fair share to have a police force of loyal, righteous, kind, and knowledgeable men and women who are capable of protecting my family and community. Sharon Gielli. I ask that you do not consider defunding our police. That will only lead to total chaos. Protect our law enforcement. Changes can and should be made if another officer notices any abrasiveness in a fellow officer. If a trainee sees abuse from a training officer, they should be able to voice their opinion with retaliation. Jackie Kiesling.
To whom it may concern, I want to express my concern regarding the Flagstaff proposed 2021 budget. I have learned that the proposed budget makes significant reductions in funding for affordable housing initiatives while maintaining over $24 million for law enforcement. Housing is a basic human need that directly improves community health and safety. And Unfortunately, as a nation, we are being confronted with the reality that police departments are not actually qualified to address health and safety of our vulnerable populations, including Black and Brown community members. I would like to see the city revisit and revise the proposed budget to increase funding for affordable housing by diverting funds otherwise earmarked for law enforcement. I would also like to reference the agenda item 10 and voice my support for developing the old public works parcel into affordable housing. I know from experience that funding affordable housing in this community is really difficult, and this is a step in the right direction to support individuals and households that are struggling. Finally, I would like to reference agenda item 9 to remove the Agassi name from around town. I've only recently learned about Luis Agassi, that he was an avid, well-documented racist. Giving this shocking information, I believe his name should be taken down. Thank you for your consideration, Desiree Perez. Please do not take away any part of funding for the police department. We rely on the police to keep peace in our community, enforce laws, and protect our businesses. Our tax dollars pay for the service that provide police protection. Why penalize citizens of Flagstaff because one police officer far away did something stupid? Flagstaff Police Department is one of the finest in the state. They are fair and not prejudiced. The City Council should have the common sense and courage to stand up for our community and what the majority of its citizens want. Thank you, Wendy Kuhn, President.
To whom it may concern, please do not consider reducing funding for our Flagstaff Police Department. We need them now more than ever. They are the first responders to anything that impacts our lives negatively. They are who we call in case of robbery, burglary, injury, you name it. They are there for us when we need them, all the while sacrificing their safety to protect our community. As a small business owner, I ask that you do not defund the police who deserve our respect, honor, and thanks for all they do for us. Respectfully, Misty Warner Anderson. The Flagstaff Police Department is a vital part of the community that provides an extremely safe place to live and raise a family. The notion of defunding this organization is ludicrous in my opinion. In fact, my feeling is that this organization's funding should be bolstered. We all can agree that change is in order, but that change should be enhanced training, oversight, and community involvement. To blindly suggest that the police department should be defunded or abolished leaves a large hole in our community that no one appears to have a substantial alternative to. Some may point to communities that have disbanded their police departments, but from my research, these communities have one or two issues with the existing police departments. A, the inability to afford them, or B, the corruption was so ingrained that it was beyond repair. Neither of these things apply in Flagstaff. Matt Frederick. For those in favor of defunding the police department here in Flagstaff, please notify FPD to put you on the do not call list or call block in case of emergency, so they can have the resources needed to respond to those in the community that are not in favor of defunding. Paul Richardson.
To whom it may concern, when we live in a society that everyone is polite and considerate of each other in traffic, and no one ever loses their cool and blows their horn at lost or misplaced tourists visiting our beautiful town, when all domestic relationships are harmonious and peaceful, and no one is ever needed to help send both parties to neutral corners to just cool down, when neighbors never have a dispute, when there are no drug issues or people who drink too much and wander off into public, either walking or driving, when there are no absent-minded folks that are more into texting, phoning, or just seem interested in something other than driving while operating a motor vehicle, when no one feels that what belongs to someone else should be theirs without the benefit of payment, trade, barter, etc., when our youth no longer need to rebel or just be silly or step over the line of the law, when all of these things fall into place, along with many others I'm sure I have not listed here, then I would support defunding the police department. But in our current situation that we find ourselves in, when we need to know that friendly professional people that only want to keep us safe from all of the above and more are just a phone call away to help us make the right choice or gently correct us when we make the wrong one. Yes, sometimes there are financial repercussions too, but these are in place because our legislative bodies have put them there to protect us. based on our behavior as a society, not the police person on the street that is just trying to do their job. If a police officer oversteps their limitations, of which there are many, then they need to be dealt with on an individual basis. And our local law enforcement agencies have indicated that they can and will do that at the time it is required. But to overreact to a crisis that is currently sweeping the nation and broadly removing funding from folks who time and time again have illustrated they are only doing their job we asked them to do would be a horrible mistake. Defund the police? No way. These folks are our neighbors, friends, protectors, counselors, and guardians. Sincerely, Steve Hansen. I will start by saying yes, Black Lives Matter. As in Luke 15, Jesus spoke of 100 sheep. One goes missing, and he goes after that one, leaving the 99. Of course, the 99 are still important. However, they aren't the ones in danger. With that in mind, targeting the police is making them also the one in danger. Being an officer of the law is still a difficult and important job. There are people who abuse the power given to them. However, there are more who still deserve to be treated with the utmost respect. If this was an easy job, anybody could do it. But putting them down, it is the same thing that is happening to the Black community, but opposite. It is our right as Americans to protest the harm in our community, and we should exercise that right. Rioting, destroying, and making a new target will not help anyone, especially those the protests are trying to protect. The members of the Black community and the Flagstaff PD are both people who need and deserve our love and adoration as citizens of this wonderful city. With all that said, please do not make the police a new target of abuse. Do not defund our Flagstaff PD. Written from the heart, Justin Paul Virgil de Dios. Colette Kessler. On page 129 of your budget under Community Housing Services, the delta between estimated expenditures $1,037,803 and the proposed budget of $78,004 is a negative $888,346. This is not made up for in the community housing grants on page 130, which has decreased by $180,000, or in the community development block grants on page 131, which have decreased by $136,768. Can you explain this dramatic drop in investment? Housing is clearly an acute need for this community, especially our vulnerable populations. No other cuts in the budget seem to be this drastic. Please speak to your decision. Thank you.
Having lived here for 30 years, we've seen the great contribution the Flagstaff Police Department has made to the quality of life for those who reside here. We are in wholehearted support of providing the much needed funding to our police department so that they can continue to keep our community safe. Their presence helps keep crime down. We appreciate these public servants who serve our community so well. Sincerely yours, Janelle Maycumber, 26-year Flagstaff resident. I think defunding the Flagstaff Police Department would be a huge mistake. There are a lot of dedicated and professional people that serve the public. We must be careful to preserve what is good in the profession while rooting out all that's bad. Jill Seville. It is inconceivable that one would even have to consider responding to such nonsense. Please try to maintain your common sense and stop wasting time on anything so absurd. Marilyn Van Wagner.
Howdy. I'm a resident and voter here in Flagstaff. I saw that y'all are having a city council meeting today regarding budgets and whatnot. I'm emailing you fine local leaders to implore you to cease additional funding and, if possible, reduce funding to the local police department. Having lived here for 8 years, I have not once noticed any positive influence from the already large police presence in our town. It seems like the local police do little but serve traffic tickets for trivial offenses and harass the homeless, all while consuming an astonishing amount of taxpayer money. Once there were some car break-ins in my neighborhood. A few cars had some personal belongings taken by the thieves. In response, the police did nothing but document the situation, making no attempt to track or recover any stolen items. I was disappointed in the response and wondered why anyone bothered calling them. I know that we all rely on the local police for public safety, but I feel that our community would be equally safe without as many officers. Flagstaff has a strong and safe community, thanks to relationships between neighbors, not with the police. Diverting money from the police to local businesses in an attempt to help them recover from the government shutdown seems like a much more reasonable and mutually beneficial use of taxpayer funds. If you have read this far into my email, I commend you. I hope my comments do not go unnoticed. Sincerely, Michael Sloan. To whom it may concern, I, my husband, and family have had a positive interaction with the Flagstaff Police Department. We believe they are an example of a department that engages with the community and respects all citizens. We do not agree with a movement to defund our exemplary Flagstaff Police Department. Thank you for your consideration, Janet Mars. Not the smartest way to make improvements, Barbara Young.
To the City Council, I would hope that the City of Flagstaff provide the police department the ability to implement controls to properly supervise, review incidents, discipline, and most importantly, train properly. Assuming there is a problem here in Flagstaff, not currently aware of one, data should be shared with the community which reflects the severity of the issues and the type. At that point, a real conversation can be had over the best way to resolve, correct, discipline, and/or deter. Without analyzing the data and simply reacting to an emotional issue, the underlying issues won't truly be resolved. It appears to me that the movement is about treating all people equally and fairly. One bad apple doesn't represent an entire group, class, or race. How does labeling the police as if they are on one person represent what that movement is supposed to be about? Dan Anderson. Dear Flagstaff City Council and to my fellow Flagstaff citizens, I grew up here, left, got married, and made my husband move back here to have kids. There was nowhere else in the world I wanted to raise my children. I love this town and the people here. I know there are ways we as a people can get better, and I completely agree we need to take the momentum that has been created to leap forward and change. I am all for putting studied plans into place now so we can start those changes right away. There are proven programs like Cahoots in Oregon, or in Eugene, Oregon, and Samuel Sinyangwe that have facts, studies, data, and real usable solutions in place for us to use as example for how to do better. I know our police work very hard to do what is right because most of them love our town and people too. I believe Black Lives Matter in every way, but the organization Black Lives Matter I cannot support because they are asking us to trade one hate for another hate. Right from their website, it states that they, quote-unquote, demand a divestment from the police and investment in black communities, demand local schools, colleges, and universities and all public institutions cut ties with the police. We cannot turn on other members, police or otherwise, of our community in hate to change. Please don't start one war to stop another. Please don't give in to defunding the police. I am more than willing to look at options to reduce violence even more, to help our communities with bad apples, to help our police handle the many homeless, drug, and mental health calls, and last but not least, support my neighbors of any race to feel welcome to my beautiful mountain. Please don't turn our mountain town into a city of hatred or make the job of the police officers any more dangerous. Thank you for your service to our community. Monit Vergel de Dios. To all who are concerned, essential. In an era where companies and workers are being labeled as essential or not, it is imperative for all to recognize that the police department is an essential service to our society. Never should such a necessary entity, such as those who seek to rescue the injured, assist the victimized, and establish order, be underfunded nor devalued. It is senseless to think that the removal of those who serve to protect and enforce boundaries in our society would bring equality or justice to anyone. Exchanging one type of hate for another will lead to nothing but chaos and division. Please support our local and nationwide law enforcement. These are men and women of every race who have chosen a life occupation that should be heralded as sacrificial and heroic, and at the very least, essential. Sincerely, Mrs. A. Finney.
Excuse me. It is 6:45. I'm going to suggest that we take a 10-minute break and come back about 5 minutes to 7. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Ms. Drum?
I believe I'm up next, Mayor, so I'm happy to take the next few comments.
Okay.
This one's from Mark Gallagher. This is a knee-jerk reaction to a fringe element. If you defund the flag police, then under ARS Title 11, the sheriff takes over as he is the lead chief law enforcement officer by statute and will deputize all current police officers. Then the state will review revoking your city charter. So please open this can of worms and see the end result. Example, misfeasance of office charges brought by the Attorney General's office. Then we become like Sun City, Arizona, and have tons of taxes and still have all the services. Next comment. I'm not in favor of defunding the police. Our officers do a great job and put their own lives on the line every day. Debbie Cutlet. It's just plain crazy to consider such a thing. What would we do in any stressful time when we couldn't turn to the police for assistance? Yes, perhaps it needs to be reformed a bit, but we all need the police. Claudia Schroeder.
Dear Mayor, Council, and Flagstaff community, defund the police has been a popular movement presented in hashtags and protest signs recently. While I have familiarized myself on the movement, the phrase defund the police, while paired with other phrases like F the police and good cops don't exist, is extremely concerning. It is challenging these days to fact-check all of the information that is presented to us or know people's motives. With that being said, I felt the need to speak to the things I value and would like to see in our community. From my point of view, we have one of the best police departments in the country. They have been transparent with our community on many happenings in town and have shared body camera videos when necessary. They have addressed our community on the 8 Can't Wait movement, 8 use of force policies to reduce police violence, and how our police department already follows these policies. They have stood by, spoke with, and provided water to and arranged medical help for protesters in the past weeks, no matter what phrases are on their signs. They have addressed the wrongful death of George Floyd and police brutality. They serve us, their community, day and night because they are us. Men, women, people of color, white, LGBTQ, Christian, Jewish, parents, siblings, children, and the list goes on. I want to quote one of the most famous lines from the Declaration of Independence, as it serves a good reminder for all of us as we move forward in conversations as a community. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I firmly believe that we are all created equal and have no room for racism or hate in our town, state, and country. I support our Flagstaff Police Department and strongly feel that they play an instrumental role in our beautiful community. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are only possible thanks to those who would lay their life down protecting it, aka our military externally and our law enforcement agencies internally. I do think there is a great value in having a conversation as a community about how our police department serves all of us. I encourage the council to facilitate this conversation in a way that involves all of our community, including our police department and their families. Many times your leadership is best by making decisions for your community. In this scenario, your leadership would be best focused on allowing the community to come up with solutions together while keeping the conversation productive and stepping towards good change. We have a lot to learn about each other, the challenges we face as individuals or groups, our roles and responsibilities in the community, and how to respect each other for our uniqueness. At the end of the day, that's the end of my time, and this was from Melissa Telboom. To whom it may concern, I absolutely disagree with the suggestion of defunding the police. There is no possible way the community can stay safe with taking away funding for our local law enforcement personnel. They put their lives at risk every day they're out on the streets. Just because one bad apple caused this turn of events in our country, this does not mean we should take funding away from those that keep us safe on a daily basis. I would be extremely upset with our Flagstaff community if this ever became a reality. Thank you for your time, Amanda DeRosa. Defund police? Absolutely not. If anything, please increase funding and increase salary for officers. Tim McCullough.
I am strongly opposed to removing funding from the police. The police department is meeting the needs of the Flagstaff community. Phil Maycumber. Yes, something does need to be done. However, defunding the police force is not the solution. We are in enough trouble in this country without taking law and order away. These men and women on the police force are under incredible stress doing a job, but not many want to do. If you cut their pay or take away the tools they need for doing their job, how will we be able to keep crime to a minimum? We have a good system in place. Let's find a way to fine-tune it. Amy Casali. I greatly and passionately disagree with defunding any police departments. It saddens me to think that people believe that this is the answer. I know I'm only one person, but I hope my voice and opinion counts for something. Thank you, Misty Reidenauer.
Dear Council, it has come to my attention that you will be considering reducing the budget of the Flagstaff Police Department. I do not understand how you think that by reducing the budget, you somehow fix the philosophic divide happening within our country concerning law enforcement and the death of George Floyd. It doesn't make sense. We are attacking the very people entrusted with public safety, so who do you suppose to entrust it to? Police models in totalitarian governments are not ones I wish to model. More importantly, if we completely destroy the morale within law enforcement, you will see hundreds leave this profession. Again, what do you plan to replace it with? Millions of daily interactions with the public are held by law enforcement across our nation. Only a small percentage are mishandled and in need of officers being brought upon criminal charges. I support departments disciplining and bringing these individuals to justice. If anything, budgets need to be increased for ongoing training for de-escalation of arrest situations. Training is where we should be having the discussion, not defunding. I realize that this is a difficult time for all and appreciate your service to our community. Sincerely, Senator Sylvia Allen. Good afternoon, Council. I've heard rumors that you are considering defunding our police department. I strongly disagree with this, as they are a critical piece in our community, and they assist the mall daily with transient population. They need the proper tools to do their very difficult job. I feel if we are overreacting as a nation and as a community. Floyd was murdered by bad cops, but not all police are bad and abusing their power, and they shouldn't be treated as if they are. We have amazing police force, and I personally deal with them on a regular basis. They protect our community, and I support and appreciate everything they do. Please don't react quickly. Bonnie Bosset. Dear Council, I would like you to consider a proposal to defund the Flag PD. Please keep in mind that when I say defund, I'm referring not to a disbandment of the police, the Flag PD, but a movement of funds to social service agencies that may be better able to deal with addiction, homeless, and substance abuse. I would also like to see Council and Flag PD embrace the 8 can't wait principles. Best, Dr. Lori Polani Stradinger.
Flagstaff City Council. FPD has a well-documented history of violence and racism in this community, and from my personal experience over the last 12 years in Flagstaff, not a good reputation overall with the people in our community, and especially people of color. While there are plenty of shining examples of FPD supporting this community and serving us well, there are too many glaring examples of abuse of power, profiling, and racism to ignore. It is time to address this. It can't wait any longer. I believe it is absolutely the responsible and necessary decision of the Flagstaff City Council to consider redistributing funds from the FPD to other community programs. Listen and understand the cries of your community, as well as the cries that are literally echoing around the globe for reform, and strive to do better here at home for the citizens you represent and the people you can directly affect the change for. This is why you were elected. Listen to the people, take action, do your job. Here are some examples of places funding would be much better directed than the militarization of our community and police force. Homelessness, mental health workers, social workers, education, extracurricular activities, career workforce development, industry job creation in our community, and other community programs. Police should not be asked or required to respond to every emergency in our community, and the community would be much better served to have better, specifically trained professionals responding to specific emergencies in our community, rather than the catch-all of asking police to do everything. The fact that barbers in the state of Arizona are required to complete almost double the amount of education and training to start their profession than police officers are unacceptable. We need to do better. Teachers are required to complete annual in-service training and recertification with 180 hours of professional development every 6 years. Why are the police not held to the same standard at the minimum? We need to do better. The argument should be pretty clear. Police officers should require more training and higher standards than teachers and barbers, right? We need to do better. I ask you to please consider looking in depth at the FPD budget and find ways to reduce funding or better allocate money to serve our community in other ways. We have a very peaceful community and do not need police patrolling the streets looking for crime and creating issues and violence that are unwarranted. Camden, New Jersey is a great example of how reducing the cost of the average police officer by upwards of $80,000 per employee by removing the police union from the middle and making officer county employees actually made room for extra officers, more training, and a less violent and better served community. Defunding the police doesn't have to mean abolishing the police at all. It does mean acknowledging that there is a problem and reevaluating the entire budget. I'm out of time. This was from Austin Leggett. We absolutely, I guess it's 100 million% need to want out police forces to be fully funded and more now than ever. Please have any police officer that needs a ride-along person to call me anytime. Justin Youngman. To whom it may concern, any motion by the Flagstaff City Council to defund the city police force has to be fully substantiated and placed before the voting community. Unilateral actions as a knee-jerk to current issues surrounding policing problems in other parts of the country will be vigorously opposed. Alan Purchase, Flagstaff, Arizona.
I don't believe any changes should be made to defunding the police. Flagstaff is a very safe place and needs everything to stay the same. Greg Trost. Given the energy and concern being expressed locally through daily demonstrations, marches, and the high volume of messages you're receiving from constituents, it seems puzzling that the city would release a statement that you're not considering conversations centered on the Flagstaff Police Department. The city statement claims that these messages are coming from residents with many points of view, so it seems that some sort of community conversation is warranted. I suggest you host an online town hall to address these concerns. Possible topics and speakers. Overview of current FPD budget, City Manager. Measures FPD has taken to be more community responsive, Chief of Police. Process for resident complaints about FPD, Chief of Police. What does the call to defund the police mean? Dr. Luis Fernandez, Chair of Criminology and Criminal Justice, NAU. What could the City of Flagstaff consider doing to address constituent concerns? Leaders from Black Lives Matter, Flagstaff Solidarity Action Group, Indigenous Action, City Manager, City Council, and FPD. From here, you could facilitate additional online meetings to develop recommendations for placement on an upcoming City Council agenda. The residents of Flagstaff are looking to you for leadership, and a good start would be helping us to talk to each other. Sincerely, Becky Daggett. It is unfortunate that the horrific action of one police officer is being used to define every police officer nationwide. Defund the police has become a popular rallying cry of the protest groups, yet no one talks about what will happen in the aftermath. If you consider siding with this request, then think about who will protect the property and rights of Flagstaff citizens. The Flagstaff Police Department is not the Minneapolis Police Department, so don't cast them in the same light and treat them as if they were. As a homeowner in Flagstaff, I am not in favor of defunding our police department. Cindy Smith.
Defunding the police is a slogan that can raise hackles, so let's talk about evaluating services provided by the police instead. For example, it would be wise to do a thorough study of police calls and determine if a fully armed officer is necessary, much less 2 or 3, for all the calls where such a response is now happening. If a call for an intoxicated person, perhaps a social worker and an ambulance should respond, perhaps with 1 instead of 3 police officers, and the police officer should sit in his car and let the others handle it. Then, instead of transporting the person under arrest to a jail, transport to that detox facility that I've heard people talk about building for the last 25 years, run by the proper kind of professionals instead of law enforcement. Let's make sure we check references on new hires so we're not hiring bad apples from other jurisdictions. And if the police union resists tossing existing bad apples, refuse to negotiate a new contract until they do. I don't know what we have. I don't know that we have these problems in Flagstaff, but making a pledge to not have them by establishing systems to prevent them is a good faith effort that is needed at this time. I'm sure there is much more, just don't hire the wrong consultant to study the problem. Ann Heitland. A quick Google search brought up the following statistics. With a crime rate of 42 per 1,000 residents, Flagstaff has one of the highest crime rates in America compared to all communities of all sizes, from the smallest towns to the largest cities. One's chance of becoming a victim of either violent or property crime here is 1 in 24. According to location, Flagstaff's crime index is 7, where 100 is safest, based on the 2018 data. This means Flagstaff is safer than only 7% of U.S. cities included in the study. John Halley. Do not support defunding police. Lyle Schwartz, Flagstaff.
Dear Flagstaff City Council, regarding any petition to defund the police department, especially during these particularly stressful times, we should not be considering defunding police safety officers. It is understandable that some changes need to be made to improve the training for officers where specific egregious acts have been identified, but this by no means implies that all police departments are systematically racist. We rely upon and expect the best of our public servants, thus we should support them in order for them to act accordingly. Thank you for serving the City of Flagstaff. Respectfully, Lena Crumwheat. Defunding the police is irresponsible. Instead, reform tactics, provide better training, and better hiring. The police are already not paid enough, and it will require more money for better training, not less. When I call for help as a resident of the city, I don't want a social worker showing up. You cannot make a decision like this when tensions and emotions are high. Thank you, Ann Montgomery. I believe it is in the best interest of Flagstaff that the police are supported and funded in order for them to fulfill their mission. John Rohrer.
Defunding law enforcement is without logic or common sense. Perpetrators, the deep state, of this nonsense care nothing about the people. The real objective is to destroy our duly elected president, our constitution, and our country, focusing all efforts on a socialist one world order, whereby the following bullet points of communism outlined by Saul Alinsky. Law enforcement needs more money, not less. Merle F. Henderson. I support all law enforcement in the city of Flagstaff, Coconino County, and the state of Arizona. Our officers put their lives in jeopardy to protect us. To defund any law enforcement entity puts my family, friends, and me at risk to the criminal element in society in vigilante-style law enforcement. Thanks. Barb Waddell. From Jermaine Barkley. Hello, Mayor and City Council members. Reviewing the proposed budget, it came to my attention that the Council is proposing an increase in spending on policing in our communities from $22.7 million to $24.4, while also supporting a cut in community development from $14.6 million to just $5.5. Putting aside for a moment the national calls for a redistribution of resources from policing to community investment initiative, that drastic cut in community development is not something I feel as a citizen we can abide by. The Flagstaff Housing Authority, to my understanding, falls under community development. As you know, they administer public housing in our communities, as well as assist in overseeing and operating Section 8 vouchers. They are the means by which we support affordable and low-income housing options in our community. A nearly $10 million cut to this initiative is unacceptable. As you and our citizens are all too aware, the cost of living in Flagstaff is staggering. According to the Greater Flagstaff Chamber of Commerce, the overall cost of living in Flagstaff was 15% higher than the national average in 2017, and housing came in at an abysmal 142% in the Housing Cost Index. Cut funding to the programs that seek to address affordable housing in our communities feels counter to a mission of addressing these numbers, especially in times as economically fraught as now. We need affordable housing in Flagstaff. It is time to address the wait list and the stiff competition to get into apartments we as citizens then cannot afford. I'm calling for an expansion of our Flagstaff Housing Authority to better handle the volume of Section 8 vouchers and to expand affordable housing options like Clark Homes, and I am requesting that be made a priority not just in theory, but in funding through a more balanced budget. While the increase to policing is minor in comparison to the cuts, I am asking that you hear the national calls to redistribute funding to the programs we as citizens feel more adequately address the systemic faults that contribute to crime and victimization, such as a lack of adequate, affordable housing, and move to reallocate no less than 25% of the funding planned for the policing to community development. Thank you sincerely for your time.
As a homeowner and business owner in town, I would strongly recommend that the City Council increase the funding to the police department rather than defund the department. Over the years, our home and office have been broken into multiple times. Our company vehicles, which earn the income to keep our company going and pay our employees, have been stolen. As recently as Easter Sunday, our dump truck was stolen and driven through our gates. The response to these break-ins and stolen vehicles is to call the police. For several of these occurrences, the police helped return our equipment and put the offenders in jail. Who would we call if there were no police? I saw a posting on social media regarding defunding. The caller states, quote unquote, "My house is being broken into. Help." The 911 operator says, quote unquote, "We are sending you our thoughts and prayers." While this seems humorous, it's not. Defunding the police is a knee-jerk reaction to an unacceptable event that has been exploited by our media. The media is not properly reporting the deaths of black and white officers that are a direct result of the riots and protests. Even our own local media left out the threats and cruel remarks that our local police received on 4th Street last week when reporting about the protests here. And yet, the current police officers across our nation get up each day, put on their uniforms, and risk their lives to be ridiculed and threatened and disrespected for the sake of protecting us. My family has friends and family that are police officers. We thank them every day and speak on their behalf every day. We appreciate everything they do for us. I also saw a post in support of the autonomous zone in Seattle. The very next post by the same individual was regarding an evacuation message from the sheriff department in Pima County for a fire that is threatening homes. No one that speaks for defunding thinks about the repercussions of that defunding. And the second message regarding the evacuation possibility would not be around if our law enforcement is defunded. Funding doesn't just cover the officers driving around. There is much more to a law enforcement job than patrol. It would never occur to us to disgrace their job by asking anyone to defund them. Rather, we should be walking and protesting on their behalf and saying, "Thank you for being there for us day in and day out." Gillian and Clint Bleeker. I'm strongly opposed to defunding the police. I feel better train them to eliminate the abuse, but the police are an important part of our community. Warm regards, Laura Kavanaugh. Dear Mayor Evans and Flagstaff City Council, my name is Meredith Brown, and I have had a great pleasure of living in Flagstaff for 3 years. I moved here to obtain my master's degree in criminology and criminal justice from Northern Arizona University and graduated in 2019. I hope that you can hear what I have to say in this email, not only as a concerned citizen, but also one who has devoted a great deal of time and energy to intensively study our criminal system, our criminal justice system, and the systemic sources of crime. I'm writing to urge you to consider the city's priorities when it comes to the 2020-2021 fiscal year budget. I recently learned that $24.3 million of the total budget is allocated to the Flagstaff Police Department. I ask that you instead redirect 50% of these funds to programs that address the causes of systemic crime: lack of guaranteed food, lack of stable housing, mental health needs, substance use, domestic abuse, and physical health needs. The police are being overfunded, and these community-centered funds are vastly underfunded. The money ought to be used in a manner that limits the risks of Black and Indigenous community members. Demilitarizing and decentering the role of police in society until they are ultimately obsolete is the only way forward. Flagstaff City Council should prioritize the community's universal needs, such as adequate and affordable housing, education, after-school care, mental health and trauma services, and accessible health care. People are marching in the streets because they know that these actions will result in a healthier, more just society. As representatives of the very members of our community that are marching for justice, it is the duty of the Flagstaff City Council to acknowledge the violence that the Flagstaff Police Department has inflicted on Black and Indigenous communities and make tangible change to the city's budget. As a Flagstaff resident, I ask you to vote against the tentative 2020-2021 budget. I ask to see significant shifts in the budget priorities of this city. Sincerely, Meredith Brown.
Defunding the police department is an absurd proposal. Redefining the police mission makes sense. However, as the law enforcement job has drifted in many directions. Perhaps getting help in areas like parking control, homeless person management, and neighborhood quality of life might narrow police involvement to areas best left to sworn personnel. The challenge is when it is after working hours and in stressful situations, who is always available. The police department always answers the calls for service. Perhaps a good look at community services and neighborhood support would be timely. Tom Bogner. I doubt there will be too many in Flagstaff who want to defund the police. Our community is pretty level-headed. I am sure it will be a small minority of who comes to your meeting tonight. It's outrageous that we as a nation are even considering this in our communities. We are more divided than ever. I agree that there are bad apples and they need to be held accountable, and the leaders in each community must make that happen. Stop being weak. It's a contradiction. If we consider defunding the police, we are no better than the citizens or the bad police who lump a group of people into a criminal category or make assumptions based off of their appearance. It's a total contradiction. Now we are discussing reprimanding an entire police force for the action of the bad cops. Our police department has no control over what happened in Minneapolis. Are we for real? Figure out a way to make sure police that receive complaints are actually investigated and held responsible. Police are not above the law, and neither are citizens. Communities should look back at the police who got away with murder, and DAs should prosecute. To defund the police is the most asinine solution. I don't know about you, but in the last several months with COVID and the riots, I see how animalistic humans really are. I'm not ready to remove my safety net. People have already gotten away with too much. People have to have consequences, and our country is spoiled. Citizens who break the law must be arrested, and police that break the law must also be arrested and prosecuted. Don't let these dissenters win. We need authority. Our officials need to step up and do what's logical and right. I am a human worried about our future. Godspeed, Stephanie Griffiths. Seriously, defund the police? I don't think so. Ray Pohl.
To whom it may concern, the funding of police is a very important matter and should be taken seriously. This matter should not be ignored by those who have the power to make change and show the country how our city feels about the safety of its citizens. To save all of us time, defund the police in Flagstaff and reinvest in our community. Do what is right for the people, not what is convenient. Based on information, the department is highly overfunded and what for. Communities in need have not benefited by the power and funding provided to the police at all, and I don't need to mention that these communities are made in majority of BIPOC in our city, the backbone of Flagstaff. Please reflect now on what power is held and ask yourself what you will tell others in the future on the actions you took. Will you tell them you supported your community? Will you tell them you supported BIPOC? Will you be lying when you say these things? Regards, Alexis Garcia. City Council. Our police department has been doing a great job of public service. Please do not fall into the mob rule idea that is currently going on in this nation to defund the police department. If there are some specific instances of areas needing improvement, let's work on those. Not just do exactly what the mob is accusing the country of doing, not listening. Thank you, Frank Patton Jr. Dear Flagstaff City Council members, it's hard to find words to adequately express my gratitude for the Flagstaff Police Department. They have gone above and beyond for me and countless others in our community to protect, defend, and serve us. They also make so many positive contributions to community events. They all work so hard to keep our city and the local area safe, willing to go into dangerous situations without hesitation, as do our Sheriff's Department officers, DPS, Rangers, firemen and women, and all of our amazing first responders. It is so great knowing we can depend on all of them, and I hope nothing would take away any of the funds they need to protect and serve us. Thank you so much, City Council members, for all you do to care about and serve our community as well. We are so very grateful for each one of you and your diligent efforts and commitment to our wonderful town. Sincerely, Ann Ingram, 26-year Flagstaff resident.
The defunding of our city police department is dangerous and short-sighted. We need to support the Flagstaff Police Department both financially and emotionally. Yes, get rid of the bad cops. Yes, there is a process for that. Daniel Howe. Who in their right mind would even consider such an absurd recommendation? Someone please grow a spine and let's not waste our time even listening to this trash. We need the police. Dr. Anthony Rosales. The push to defund police is an emotional reaction not founded in logic. The vast majority of police officers are well-intentioned professionals. Frankly, the fact that this is even up for discussion is absurd. Please do not entertain this ridiculous notion. Thank you, Dustin Windle.
I'm a minority, and I find it ridiculous to defund our police department. Yes, in my life, I've been profiled. Yes, in my life, I've been discriminated. Yes, maybe we can change things to make our police department better. I do appreciate the police, putting their lives on the line for us, protecting our community and businesses. When I have needed it, the police chief or liaison have been available to talk to me. Overall, we have good people in the police department, and some of them went to school with my son. I do not think we should punish the whole department because one or two bad officers. Our Northern Arizona Police Department has a challenging job and done very well over the years. I thank them. I also like to speak on behalf of all Asian hotel owners, and we do not want to defund our police department. Drew Robin Prima. Defunding the police is an emotional reaction, not an intelligent one. Jim Kuhn. I agree, defunding the police is not a safe decision. Brooks Gabrielle Earhart.
We do not want to move to defund our police. Our police help our community, and we need to show our support for them. Craig and Jennifer Berchel. I am definitely against defunding our police department. We need the protection and dedication of these officers that put their life on the line daily for each of us. Karen Birdhoff. Please do not defend our police. We need them. They are the ones who help when there is an accident, when someone breaks into your house, when there is domestic violence, when people are stealing and breaking the law. Without them, there will be utter chaos. If anything, their budget should be increased. They put their lives at risk every day to keep us safe. I can't even imagine people wanting to defund the police. One bad cop does not mean that every policeman is bad. They are just using this as an excuse to riot and plunder and steal. Yes. Peaceful protest is constitutional, but rioting, burning, and hurting innocents is not. Thank you to all of our policemen, Bob and Polly Philpott.
To whom it may concern, I'm writing as a concerned citizen of Flagstaff. I would like to voice my opinion that the Flagstaff PD should not lose any funding. We value the care and diligence they bring to keep our community safe. Defunding the police will not bring about any measures of improvement, but rather an increase in loss of life, both in the physical and in the quality. I can understand and deeply empathize with those rallying against police brutality, and I know our amazing town is taking steps to be sure we do not see unnecessary force continue. Please consider the deep and irreversible repercussions of a city without the police. I want to voice that this is extremely dangerous territory. I support the need for accountability in the police department, but defunding is not the answer and never will be. We support our men and women in blue that uphold the honor of the badge, representing truth, courage, among other qualities that are greater than the individual themselves. Again, I'm voicing the need to maintain the funding to Flagstaff PD, increase the training for unnecessary force, and the need to say something if a fellow officer is not operating from a place of sanctity for life or respect. Defunding does not answer any of those issues. It will only create new and increasingly complicated issues. Thank you for your time, Emily Merrill. Our local Republicans officials, and especially those in Washington, must stand up and fight the radicals who are demanding the defunding and abolishing of the police, which would end all law and order in our country. It's eerily similar to the push to abolish ICE, which would allow the unlawful entry of immigrants, allowing drugs and criminals across our border. Defunding the police is the latest attempt to overthrow our duly elected president and American liberty. They've spent years undermining our families, our faith in God, our rights to bear arms, to protect ourselves from tyranny, and the concept of free enterprise and entrepreneurship, or capitalism, which has stimulated competition, innovation, and the best economy in the world. Black Lives Matter, Antifa, the media, academia, corrupt politicians, and even the church are the tools they use and are using to carry out their Marxist agenda. They fooled countless Americans into believing their causes are just and moral. Christine Shorts. I have no real words to express how anyone would even think of defunding the police. We have to have law and order. It is the most outrageous, insane idea anyone could think of. I am thankful when I have had to call the police and to get the intruder out of my yard. So if there was no police, I would take matters into my own hands to protect myself. I can't even believe this is a topic of discussion. John and Pamela Grantham. And I believe that concludes our comments on this agenda item.
Okay, is that the case, Ms. Stroh? No more cards?
That is the end of the comment cards for agenda item number 4.
Okay. Thank you very much to Ms. Drum, Ms. Anderson, and Mr. Dilley for reading those public comment cards to us. It was greatly appreciated. We are now down to item number 5. Item number 5 is a review of the draft agenda for the June 16, 2020 City Council meeting. Council? This would be when you have any comments, any questions about the agenda that's coming up next week. Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. The only question I kind of had, and I didn't see it addressed, was concerning the final vote for the budget. Is there's a property tax question as part of that budget, and it raises, I think, usually about $120,000 or $130,000 a year if there is that little bit of an increase. And I was wondering what that dollar amount will actually be, and also what would that fund? What those dollars are being directed to. When we have those decisions in the last 3 years, we have identified certain things that those dollars were used for. Like for the first 2 years, we used those dollars for increase of police and fire. So that's my question concerning the finalization of the budget of that dollars. So thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Apologize for the hold. I just wanted to say a couple things on this agenda item and just say in regards to the budget next week on the agenda, I want the public to know I am willing to review the police budget and look forward to an in-depth conversation regarding how we protect and serve our public. The Black Lives Matter movement provides us with an opportunity to reinvent ourselves. After hearing the comments tonight and reading council emails this week, I've learned that many in the public want us to have those discussions, and I welcome that. That being said, I believe this public conversation needs to occur in partnership and through the leadership of our local community partners. We haven't heard from our local Black community, members of our Southside community, or others in our community. I believe these individuals and community groups need to be at the front of all our actions that we take. I understand we are reviewing and adopting our fiscal year 2021 budget in next week's council meeting, and time is of the essence if any changes were to be made. The conversation we need to have, has not yet occurred, and a larger guiding plan hasn't been created to give the community the guidance that we're heading in the right direction. I think it would be worthwhile and of value to have FPD answer some of the questions that are being brought forward to our attention during the budget conversation. And I'd also like to have our housing department discuss more in detail what's happening with their budget and the cuts that have been discussed as well. Today's reality provides us with an opportunity to impact lasting change, and I have faith in our community groups to help lead the way. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Solomon.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I appreciate it. I just wanted to share briefly that item, I believe it's 9K on the agenda for next week. There are going to be some updates to that staff summary as well as the ordinance that is attached that will go out with the final agenda. This ordinance is not a reopening of any e-bike issues. Council already decided this matter. Rather, this ordinance is simply to ensure accurate language that was already acted upon by the council is properly codified in city code, because the codification process requires an actual ordinance for that to happen. And that ordinance from last year already went to code publishing. We have to put another ordinance on here, but it is not to reopen the item. I want that to be very clear for the council, staff, and the public.
Okay, council, any more conversation? Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to the next item. Excuse me, we do have one. Ms. Whelan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think you put everything out clearly, and I want you to know that I support what you have asked for and support that conversation to take place with our community leaders in the forefront. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. And this has given us an opportunity to really take some time and reflect. I would like to say that one of the ideas of going to priority budgeting was because our budget always didn't look and didn't coincide with our council goals. So I understand when the public brings that up and says that, and I look forward to that conversation. As far as the budget coming up, I would like to hear about the user tax that council implemented, I believe, a year ago or 2 years ago. And what is happening to those monies in the upcoming budget? Thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and move down. City Manager, did you understand? I'm not sure if we have council majority on what you need for this particular item next week.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not sure that I have heard that. Certainly a couple of the items are easy for us to address, such as the reference to the use tax by Councilmember Whelan. Thank you. I think that's a quick answer. Some of these other comments are a little bit more to items that might be out there on the horizon, meeting with community partners to talk about these things. Certainly we could orchestrate that, but that is something that I think would probably warrant a little more council discussion. I did not hear consensus to have PD and housing sections come in to speak to their respective budgets, but we would be prepared to answer any questions about any of the budgets during that presentation.
Mm-hmm. I guess I would. Ms. Whelan?
Yes, Mayor. I would support that in happening along with Vice Mayor.
Are there any other members of council that would like to hear presentations by our police and our housing department during our budget discussion next week? I do not see that indicated. So perhaps there is a way for the city manager.
Mayor?
Mr. McCarthy?
Yes, this is Chair McCarthy. I put a C in. I guess you didn't see it or it didn't go through or something.
There's not a C. Go ahead and speak.
I don't anticipate any need to change the police budget, but at some point, I think it would be good that we maybe get a presentation on the procedures that the police department uses when there are problem policemen. And I know there have been, and in every case I know about, it was handled completely properly. But I think it might be good to bring that to council so that the council members and the public can hear that. And then on the second item, a lot of the letters we heard tonight were saying that we've defunding housing, and I didn't know that was true. And I understand there's certain projects that are in flux and haven't been completed, and maybe they'll be in the next year's budget. But it might be worthwhile to have a discussion about this idea that we're reducing the funding for housing in the city, which may or may not be true. So I'd like to learn more about that, which is consistent with the vice mayor and the former vice mayor. Thank you. Thank you.
So is there a fourth person that is interested in having a discussion broken out? I guess it would be about housing. The police conversation, Mr. McCarthy, you seem to indicate there needs to be a conversation about use of force. We are going to be talking about fair items and moving forward with those. So I think that you might want to speak to that then. I see the city manager. Then I'm going to go back to Ms. Whelan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. A lot of comments were made tonight publicly about housing budget and police budget. I don't want to get into details, but I think a quick comment on that is not all of the budget numbers referenced were from the final budget. A lot of that was probably from previous iterations of the budget that remain in draft, not including things like carryover monies and projects that are spanning into the next fiscal year, and not taking into account of grant dollars that have been expended. On paper, that looks like a reduction in expenditure, and in actuality, it is not. Especially in the housing arena, we do a lot with grant funds. They come and then they're expended and then they're gone. From a quick look, it might look like a reduction, but in actuality, it is not. We endeavor to explain those things to council next week. I don't think we will take it to a very high level of detail, but we'll take it as far as we need to give council a level of confidence in the numbers that are before you and their accuracy. Thank you.
Ms. Whelan, followed by the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, City Manager. I really appreciate that clarification. Mayor, I would like to clear up, and perhaps I need to wait to the fair item. I do not have a need to go over the police department's budget. Those pieces of clarification that Mr. Clifton just mentioned will be satisfactory. I do believe that a community group that will be formulated will take all of that into consideration. So I don't want this to be a council thing. This needs to be a community thing that comes to council and makes recommendations. So I'll wait for a fair item on that piece. I hope I'm clear.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Whelan. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. This will be quick. I just wanted to add a follow-up comment. It was brought to my attention that the budget prior to the current most recent version was online and was removed as of recent. And I just think for the public, it'd be worthwhile just to keep that budget live on our website, even below the current one, just so it's there as a resource to show how our budget progresses through its forms and gets to this point. So if staff can, if we can do that, I think that'd be of value. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. So I see Mr. Aslan.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So you're asking for direction, and I'm right now. I do think the more appropriate place to be discussing these two budgetary considerations are with a fair, and I have a plan to do that later on this evening. I just we're talking about next week's agenda review. I don't think we can pull any of that off with 1 week's notice. I don't think that's fair to staff, and I don't think it's fair to the issues at hand to expedite something at that level. So a broader, more thought out process that takes place over a little longer period, I think, is the most appropriate way to move forward. And I'll have more to say about that later.
Thank you. So, City Manager, there's not direction for a separate presentation for housing or for our police department at this particular time. There was a request by the Vice Mayor to put back online a draft budget. I think it's very important that if we do that, it's very clear that is a draft budget and not a finalized budget. Because it's my understanding that someone provided a group the draft budget and not the actual draft final budget, and that might be what is causing some of the confusion.
It is indeed, Madam Mayor, and thank you so much. I'm sorry if I'm interrupting somebody else. Our budget process spans several months. Council is fully aware of that, and along the way, especially as we get closer to this time of year, there's a lot of spreadsheets and a lot of numbers, and it's a bit of an evolving document. We apologize that it has been less than clear where the documents that have been accessible, that they were in draft form and either incomplete in terms of the numbers or not fully vetted. We will do a better job. We've already had this discussion about making it clear that those earlier iterations are in fact draft and should not be relied upon in terms of final numbers. We really don't get to the final numbers until we're at this time of year. So we will do a better job to make that clear. We want the budget process to be very, very transparent. But of course, it goes without saying there's a little bit of a risk to that when you're looking at many, many spreadsheets of numbers. But there is a way to figure that out to make it more clear to the public, and that's exactly what we will do.
I think also council needs to really pay attention and be clear as well, because the information that we provide the public, if we provide incorrect information, that leads to incorrect statements. For my example, when I am asked for information such as that, I refer them to the city clerk, because the city clerk is usually the person that has the most up-to-date information that's correct. And so, Mr. McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. I think we have direction for the city manager, but I just wanted to clarify that I was not asking to revisit the police budget. And as far as the question about are we putting less into housing than we did before? I would like that, but I think that could be handled in 4 or 5 minutes at the most. I'm definitely not asking for a big presentation. I'm just asking for a few sentences to clarify. And I think that got done partially tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to go ahead and move on to the next item. The next item is item number 6. This is our Rethink Waste update. Do we have any public comment cards for this, Ms. Drum?
Sorry, Mayor, I was talking to myself there. No, we do not have any public comment cards on this item.
Okay, so council will hear this update and then we will turn the conversation inward. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Dylan Lenzen, Sustainability Specialist. I'm joined tonight for this presentation by Todd Hansen, the city's Solid Waste Director, as well as Matt Muchna from NAU's Office of Sustainability. With this presentation, we'll provide an update on the city's progress in the implementation of the Rethink Waste Plan. Here you'll find an outline of our presentation tonight. I'll kick it off with a quick background on the Rethink Waste Plan itself. Then we'll give insight into the status of the Solid Waste Fund, especially in light of the recent budget impacts from COVID-19. Building off that, we'll talk about how the city's entrance into recession planning has impacted our programming and what our near-term recycling outreach will look like. Staff have also been working on a study to explore the city's options following the expiration of the materials recovery facility contract. And we'll provide you an update on where that work stands. And then lastly, we'll wrap it up by talking about our partnership with NAU and some upcoming next steps related to that. And for some context, we wanted to start with a history of the Rethink Waste Plan that was adopted by Council back in 2017. The purpose of this plan was to institutionalize a materials management framework for decision-making that emphasizes the importance of waste prevention along with our waste diversion efforts. And the plan also outlines some foundational programs and policies utilized by many really successful programs across the country that we could implement here in the near term. The plan also contains some long-term goals to guide council and staff decision-making, including a goal to achieve zero waste by 2050, which would mean diverting 90% of Flagstaff's waste. In order to achieve these goals outlined in the plan, the Rethink Waste Plan uses a phased approach to implementation, and we're currently in phase 1, which extends from 2017 until later this year in 2020. This phase is focused on the implementation of those foundational programs and policies outlined in the plan. And then as we move into phase 2 of the plan, we'll revisit some of those long-term goals that we established in the initial plan, and as well as develop a long-term strategic plan that outlines exactly how we would get to those long-term goals. And then the final phase would just simply be the implementation of all of those strategies identified in that strategic plan. And now I'm going to pass it over to Todd, who can update you on the status of the Solid Waste Fund.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. Todd Hansen, Solid Waste Director. So this is an update on the Solid Waste Fund. Overall, the fund is healthy. Constant monitoring and adjustments will be necessary. The COVID revenue impacts since February. So the solid waste collection revenue is down $22,000 to pre-COVID times. It's a little less now because it's starting to come back up. That's based on billables, though, not receivables, so this could change. But looking at the aging report, I think it's a good-looking number. The commercial volume is coming back, though. We're seeing it daily that businesses are calling back for an increase in service, so it won't be long right now before the commercial is back to pre-COVID numbers. However, the landfill revenue is up significantly more, mostly due to remodeling that projects that they've been doing since they've been staying at home, and some other construction stuff. Expenses. So the operating expenses are trending below budget for the fiscal year. Always, the solid waste department operates as a business, so expenses will always track with revenue. We've diverted over $1 million in budgeted capital, was deferred into next fiscal year. Some of that was because we were unsure of the revenue outlook, and some of it was just because of the timing of the projects. So COVID-related volume impacts. It's been quite a bit. So we've had the highest recorded bulky trash volume since 2006. That's when we've been starting to track the numbers. So for example, last month we did 700 tons in May. The prior year we did 487 tons. So quite a huge increase. Commercial trash volume decreased 19% since the March proclamation. And really, like I previously stated, it's really starting to come back fast though. Residential volume increased 48%, staying steady at that. And those numbers, what I've been explaining as far as the landfill revenue, commercial trash, residential volume, is not any different than the rest of the country is seeing in the solid waste industry. It's very, very similar. Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
Apologies, I think my
froze up.
May be frozen.
Well, we can move on to the recession plan impacts to programming. Oh, can you bring it up again?
Let me try one more time.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay, there we go. So recession plan impacts to the programming. So volumetric pricing, referred to as pay-as-you-throw, which we spoke to council about before. So that creates a smaller trash cart size options for a lower price. And what it does is it incentivizes residents to recycle more and produce less trash so they can pay a lower garbage bill. The implementation of a pilot program or experiment to measure the viability of the program was planned for this summer. However, looking at the uncertainty of the revenue coming in, staff recommended that we delay that because really what it's going to be is a $70,000 experiment to see if this would be viable. And in this time, we didn't think it would be viable to do that. It just wouldn't be prudent. But as soon as the budget situation is clear and funding is available, staff's going to proceed as planned because we are excited about trying to do that to see if it is viable for this town. And staff's going to continue the planned outreach and efforts to continue on with trying to reduce the contamination levels.
All right, thanks, Todd. And now I just wanted to transition to talking about some of those recycling outreach related initiatives that Todd mentioned that we've had planned for quite a while now. And starting soon, staff will be restarting recycling inspection efforts. These build on a successful pilot last summer. If you can recall, these efforts involve the use of OOPS and looking good tags, which are shown on the screen here. If residents are recycling improperly, staff will leave an OOPS tag notifying residents exactly what they've done wrong. We'll also leave a looking good tag if residents are recycling perfectly to encourage them to keep up that behavior. And last summer, when we piloted this, staff conducted over 1,200 inspections over a 6-week period. And over that time, the proportion of OOPS tags to looking good tags decreased from 1.8 to 0.8, so by over half. And we also only received a total of 4 phone calls from residents from the pilot area inquiring about their tags. And out of all those 1,200 inspections, only 3 expressed concerns over the tags, and most of those were a result of confusion over what can and can't be recycled. And then we also received 1 phone call even just expressing thanks for the educational opportunity that these tags provide. And ultimately, the goal of these efforts is to reduce the amount of contamination in residents' recycling bins, which has a significant effect on the cost of recycling for Flagstaff and the viability of our recycling infrastructure. And it will be instrumental ultimately when we implement that volumetric pricing pilot. And I'll pass it back to Todd again.
All right, so one of the things that we were tasked with earlier, middle of last year, was since the Norton contract expires for the MRF in 2023. Wanted to explore the options that we might have at that point. So we completed an analysis in May of the options with the help of a consulting firm. And so this is what we looked at: is the city operates the MRF facility. We looked at the option of procuring a new private MRF operator. We looked at developing a regional hub and spoke model of processing. And what a hub and spoke model is bringing in volume from our surrounding communities and partners to increase the volume going through that MRF to make it more viable. The other option we looked about is turning it into a transfer station, send the recycles to a MRF in another community, probably down in the valley. And the other option we had to look at was the suspension of collection of recyclables. Now, clearly, nobody really wants to do that, but if that wasn't part of the study, I'm fairly certain somebody would have asked the question, why didn't you look at suspending the program? So a longer discussion is needed on this whole topic, and staff's going to return this fall for a more in-depth discussion on where the results pointed, what direction the results pointed us in.
All right, and we also wanted to update you on the status of our composting partnership with NAU. If you can recall, Council approved a one-year intergovernmental agreement this past September with NAU for the composting of organic material that's produced in Flagstaff and is sent to NAU's composting facility for processing. And this pilot partnership allows the city to explore the collection of various streams of organic waste through NAU's existing composting operation, and it officially began in October of 2019. And there's an option to renew this agreement for an additional one-year term, which we'll talk about in a minute. And at this point, I'm going to hand this presentation over to Matt Muchna, who is the sustainability manager at NAU and has been a really key partner in helping us move this composting program forward.
Thank you, Dylan, and good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, City staff, and for the community members listening in. I just wanted to say thanks for the opportunity to share the NAU City of Flagstaff Compost collaboration with you tonight, and thanks, Dylan, for the introduction. Again, I'm Matt Muchna. I'm the Sustainability Manager at NAU. So to start off, I'd just like to share a little background with you on the NAU compost operations. NAU has the largest compost facility in northern Arizona. It is located on our south campus behind the NAU Transportation and Facility Service Building next to South Lone Tree Road and I-40. Started in 2012 and is led and has been led by NAU heavy machinery operator Howard Codwell. Howard really dug in and found a way to reuse what was otherwise deemed as a waste stream into a valuable resource for us. Food waste is indeed a major source of waste in the U.S. The FDA estimates that the U.S. discards 40 million tons of food every year. That's 80 billion pounds of food waste, or 30% of the U.S. food supply. At NAU, we compost approximately 300,000 pounds of food waste material from our two main dining locations on campus, which helps prevent 250 metric tons of carbon dioxide from entering the atmosphere. We also use our compost program to reuse green waste from our landscaping operations to mix with the food waste from the dining halls. NAU Dining has been a large partner in this compost operation as we continue to grow this program. And just as Dylan mentioned, we did sign a pilot IGA this past October for 1 year, mainly focused on capturing city parks and rec grass clippings and pine needles from the two cemeteries that are located on the NAU Mountain campus. And we've also been exploring other waste streams such as city pre-consumer food waste. And I just wanted to say thank you, Council, for supporting that effort this past October. To date, we've diverted almost 700 yards or 2,000 pounds of material from the landfill. There's cost and savings to both partners, and I think that's what makes it such a great collaboration. NAU provides the space and the machinery and the operator to help turn and run the compost. But NAU also started selling compost recently, once it's turned and baked for about 12 months and tested in a soil lab for harmful microbes. It's sold at a discounted rate through our NAU property surplus department. For the city of Flagstaff, there's a reduction in transportation costs and emissions through dropping off the green waste at NAU compost rather than driving it out to the landfill. And there's also potential for reducing additional waste streams from the city, which aligns with the city's climate action and adaptation plan goals. And it's been a highly beneficial collaboration and one that we look to continue in the future. And as Dylan mentioned, we would like to extend this IGA agreement another year to keep experimenting with waste streams. We'd like to move to pre- and post-consumer food waste from grocery stores and restaurants, as well as look into repurposing dog food that may be missing an ingredient or two from the Purina factory and repurposing that into soil as well. So we plan to keep our NAU students engaged in the process through soil sampling and testing through this program and continue to work to reduce and repurpose waste and turn that into a valuable resource for our community, one that could help grow gardens and even grow food. So we'd like to recommend extending this program, and I'd like to thank the city council and city staff for the collaboration and help on this project. And thank you for having me.
Thanks, Matt. And to wrap up the presentation, I just wanted to mention that staff will be back in September to consider the renewal of this composting partnership for an additional year. Again, as Matt mentioned, this additional year will give us more time to test the collection of new waste streams, as well as allow our park staff to pilot the use of the finished compost from NAU as a replacement for synthetic fertilizer. Staff are also actively pursuing grant funding to pilot the collection of those new organic waste streams, and examples of that work could include food scraps from commercial businesses and other kitchens, as well as the yard waste that our individual residents produce. And then before wrapping up here, I also wanted to mention that we'll be back again in the future to discuss in detail the options for handling the expiring materials recovery facility contract. And as part of that, we'll make sure to give you a thorough look at all the options and look for your direction on how to move forward with that. And with that, I'll leave it open for any questions or feedback you have on our work.
Okay, I do see that we have a question and a comment. First up is Mr. McCarthy, followed by Mr. Odegaard.
Thank you, Mayor. I noticed with the monthly curbside trash pickup that there's really two kinds of waste. There's pine needles and pine cones and branches and leaves and organic material. But then there's also furniture, rugs, hardware, hardcore trash. I wonder if it would be practical to ask people to separate the two so that the pine needles and stuff could go to, composting, and the hardcore trash could go to the dump, is where I presume it goes, the sanitary landfill. And maybe that's way off in the future, I don't know. So any comments? Thank you.
Mr. McCarthy, Council, Mayor Todd Hansen. Yeah, we do recommend that for the residents, and we do it when we can. So we recommend that if they do have just purely organic material, that they separate that from any furniture, like you said, or any other trash that actually absolutely needs to go to one part of the landfill. And currently the other stuff that we take, we actually bring to the organic section of the landfill. And we try to shred that and use it as cover. The pine needles that are in our application don't work well for that, but the other large branches and things like that, we are able to reuse that at the landfill. So that is a recommendation that we put out to the public to separate those. And we do it when we can. High volume times like we have right now, the efficiencies probably are not there to do that. It's more efficient just to go down the street one time to do that.
All right, thank you for your comment.
Mr. Odegaard?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. This is a question for Dylan. I know the council's since 2016 has made it a fairly high priority to increase our recycling rate as a city. And the question I have for Dylan is, what is that recycling rate for the city of Flagstaff? I know at one time, this was probably a couple years ago, it was pretty low. And if I remember right, it was probably under 20%. And I was wondering, with our efforts we've done since then, what is that rate now, or how do you measure that rate?
Councilmember Odegaard, that's a good question, and I don't have the number in front of me, but I know we are still essentially just maintaining the status quo with that recycling rate, and it's difficult to tease out exactly why. But this year, looking at the numbers, and I apologize, I don't have any in front of me right now. Just looking at my presentation. But we saw actually a significant decrease in all types of waste, so including recycling this last year, which is not necessarily a bad thing. That means as a whole, we're producing less waste and there's less impact just generally. But the recycling rate is staying about the same. And if I recall right, I think it may have dropped a percentage point or two. But it is around, I want to say 13%. Todd, correct me if I'm wrong too. But we're thinking a huge factor that is the fact that recycling markets nationally are still struggling. And we see high levels of contamination simply because a lot of the material that residents are putting in their recycling bin right now don't have great outlets or markets right now.
Yeah, that number you mentioned is correct, Dylan. And part of it is shifted a little bit too in our calculation. If you recall, we changed the calculation on how we figured that out, so it's more accurate now. And it also includes the change when we eliminated 337 plastics too.
That's a good point.
All right. Thank you, Dylan, and thank you for the comment. And then as far as looking for direction, I'm in agreement of wanting to extend the IGA with NEU for another year. So thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to express gratitude for our partners in all the efforts that have been outlined, and especially a shout out to Matt with your involvement through NAU's capacity. I think that's a really good partner in these efforts. And Todd and Dylan, I think y'all are doing great work, and I appreciate the update. I love the efforts around composting and volumetric pricing, and in regards to the MRF, that's interesting. I did have a question, Dylan, in regards to the staff piloted recycling cart inspection that occurred. It sounds like 1,200 inspections occurred and over 6 weeks, and a good amount of tags were dispersed. Do you have any thought as to how much that might have costed in terms of its value financially?
Are you referring to the potential cost savings from reduced contamination?
No, just the cost of the entire effort.
Oh, gotcha. That's a real. Again, I apologize. I don't have that number right in front of me, but I can certainly look that up for you and get back to you on that. But we do know. We have seen a lot of research done just outside of our own city that those kind of direct feedbacks that residents get on their recycling bin and then also in person are kind of the most effective forms of outreach for reducing that contamination.
Okay. And I guess the reason I bring that up too is I just want to make sure we're being effective. So I'm glad to hear that update about what you just mentioned. And I did look at the sustainability page's Facebook videos, and I saw that one video from a year ago on recycling and what's recyclable that was done through comedy had nearly 10,000 views. So I just wonder if we can create more higher quality videos. And I know that the budget is tough, but I just wonder if it might even be more effective at times. So I just wanted to plant that seed. And I know that you all have done a number of lower cost videos on recycling, and I appreciate those. And then I just wanted to ask, is there any efforts with the FUSD and other schools in regards to messaging and empowering youth to get on track earlier than later in life?
We have a really great partnership with Willow Bend Environmental Education Center. and they provide education. They used to provide outreach to every like first and fourth grade classrooms in Flagstaff, and we switched to a new model where we essentially do kind of like an immersion of an entire school, where they get each classroom gets a recycling lesson along with a whole bunch of other like waste prevention messaging, and then Willow Bend, along with us and the Azalita project, works with the school to actually update their recycling infrastructure. You've seen it's actually really hard to go into a classroom and tell them to recycle and recycle properly when their classrooms are missing recycling bins. And so we've done a lot of work, especially this last year, in funding some recycling infrastructure at schools too.
That's great. I appreciate that update, and maybe that can be incorporated in future updates. Just the whole youth component. I'm really intrigued about that. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Whalen.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. And I too support going another year. But in the long term, Dylan, are we looking to compost at our facility, our own facility, or are we always going to look at this partnership?
Yeah, Councilmember Whelan, I can take a stab at that, and Todd, feel free to jump in too. What our thought is that this composting agreement with NAU allows us to kind of get our ducks in a row as a city on the collection side of things and experiment on how that exactly works. And then there may be a time when obviously our collection capacity exceeds what NAU is willing to compost and process. And I think that's a good point for us to kind of step in and evaluate where the city might help out there. But even having the NAU work out their own composting facility and try and figure out how to compost a larger volume in our region gives us costs and an example and a model to build off of if that's a route that we'd like to consider as well.
Yeah, that's correct. You know, if we get to the point where they can't handle, the NAU can't handle the volume that we potentially produce, then we would look at our own system at the landfill. However, the landfill property itself is much more heavily regulated than the NAU property. We have federal and state and local air quality and a lot of other regulations that we have to abide by. So we wouldn't be able to do it the same method that NAU is doing it right now. It would be much more sophisticated.
Well, that's unfortunate that we would need to take it to that level. I sure do appreciate, though, you going in the direction of food waste and putting that to use. And I hope someday that we will be talking about even some of our solid waste from Wildcat if we go through a drying process. So a lot on the table here. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Hagan.
Good evening, Councilmember Whelan. Just to provide additional comment to already what Dylan and Todd provided, park staff are taking a look at how we can create some of our own compost material to use in our park grounds over at our Kinlani storage yard.
Excellent. I passed by that and I was wondering if that's what you all were up to over there by the dorms. Good work.
Okay, Council, is there any more comments on this? Well, thank you so much. We appreciate the presentation. We are now down to item number 7. Item number 7 has to do with downtown street closures. Ms. Strom, are there any public comments cards for this section?
No, there are not.
Okay, so once we have this discussion, we will, once we have a presentation, we'll go ahead and turn this inward. And who was going to start?
We good? Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. This is Greg Clifton. May I inconvenience you and ask that with respect to the last item, number 6, the presentation we just had, I heard pretty clearly from 2 council people that a desire to move forward with the IGA with NAU. I would just like to confirm that we have a consensus from a majority of council to do that. If I could burden you to give me that direction before we go on to item 7.
Absolutely.
Council, I see Ms. McCarthy would like to move forward. Ms. Salas has, let's go to the Vice Mayor first because he has a comment, and then let's go to Ms. Salas.
Yes, Mayor. I was just going to say I am in favor of us moving forward. Absolutely.
It looks like the Vice Mayor, Mr. McCarthy, Ms. Salas, Mr. Aslan, Ms. Whelan indicate support, and myself. So I think we have everyone. Mr. Odegaard? I think he's a yes. Is he eating?
Yeah, I said that in my comments, so thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council, for allowing that clarification. We are very glad to see that IGA continue as well. It's a great program, so thank you so much. With respect to item 7, the downtown street closures, I am glad to kick this off, but we view this as a very collaborative discussion. And you have in your packet just a 1-page agenda item on this, a summary, if you will, without a lot of details, and that's for good reason. We don't have a lot of details at this time. We think we have framed some good talking points for you, and they are spelled out on that 1-page staff memo that's in your packet. We are also accompanied tonight by, I believe, members of the Downtown Business Alliance, and then we have our own Economic Vitality division that has had very active ongoing discussions on this. Everything thus far, Council, has been very exploratory on this topic, and we are talking about the possibility of street closures downtown and perhaps in other areas of the community. But there are companion issues or talking points as well as we think about things like special events, our liquor licensing, and certainly our park flag and our paid parking. So there's a lot to this, but I think the conversation before you largely tonight centers upon this notion of perhaps seeing some partial closures of streets in our downtown core, and again, maybe in other parts of the city, but we'll focus on the downtown just as a starting point. Why would we do this? I think COVID-19 has given us pause to rethink a lot of things. As we think about our downtown environment, and the need to have adherence to social distancing and the CDC guidelines. Obviously, in a pedestrian intensive community that has a lot of businesses that are visited in close proximity. The idea has surfaced, and it's not unique to Flagstaff. This is something that has been explored and implemented in many other communities around the nation, and some more recently in response to COVID-19. But even prior to that, this is not a novel approach. It's something that has been tried and experimented with a degree of success in other communities. Before I turn it over, I will also note that we with the direction of Terry Medeska and others, we have started, they have started, the DVA, the process of the downtown visioning or the downtown master plan, and with the consultants, Puma out of Colorado. I've attended a couple of the meetings to date with Puma. I'm very impressed with them. They are going to provide some interesting ideas in terms of this vision for the downtown. It's my comment. The reason I mentioned it to you is the timing has been actually very fortuitous with COVID and the closure of businesses and then the reopening of businesses. The consultants have come on, and now we have an opportunity to explore new ideas with the consultants, and probably a few ideas that might not have been on the table before. This could very well be one of them, the idea of partial street closures. At this point, I might pause and see if Terry Medeska is with us and ready to contribute to the conversation.
Ms. Medeska?
Can you hear me?
We can.
Wonderful. Well, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Terry Medeska, and I am the Executive Director for the Flagstaff Downtown Business Alliance. And as you know, and as you've heard, that the business community, really the entire Flagstaff community, we are experiencing unprecedented challenges. But I also think that challenges such as these can actually lead to opportunity for bold and innovative thinking. Like the city manager mentioned, there are 30 or 40 cities across the country and many in Arizona that are already creatively using public spaces to support businesses while at the same time increasing opportunities for physical distancing. And I would just add, the city manager mentioned street closures. I would ask that in terms of this conversation that we look at sort of the use of all public spaces. It could be sidewalks where it's wide enough. It could be private parking lots where it makes sense. So I think this is a real opportunity for us to look at public space differently than we have. And so, I look forward to the conversation about supporting safe alternatives that allow our businesses to expand their capacity while at the same time keeping in mind the importance of physical distancing. So what we would like to do is work with city staff and our businesses to develop a plan that has the support of all of the adjacent business owners. Like city manager mentioned, we don't know what that looks like yet. I think it's important that there be a conversation about policy and whether or not this is even a concept that we can pursue. But my hope is that we do need, I think right now is the time to be thinking creatively, innovatively, seeking health-based options, while at the same time that we work to support our small businesses. So I do appreciate your consideration and I look forward to the conversation.
Council. I see that Mr. Aslan. City manager, was there anything further?
Madam Mayor and Council, I think this is just a very early on check-in with Council to make sure we're heading in a direction that Council is supportive of. And we do not, as Terry noted, have specifics yet for you. Those have yet to be formed, although there has been some good ideas shared already. And again, I think we might utilize the good services of the consultant to help further those ideas. But we thought it was a very prudent move to get this in front of Council informally, as it is, just to see if we're heading in the right direction and to make sure it's something that Council would have interest in.
Mr. Aslan first, then Ms. McCarthy, if you could verbalize what you said, then we'll go to Ms. Sellis and then Ms. Whelan. Mr. Aslan?
Yeah, thank you. Well, Greg, I think this is a very good idea and I'm highly supportive of it. And thank you, Terry Medeska, for bringing this forward and for showing some leadership here and for getting the ball rolling with a thoughtful proposal. It provides us something that we can work with instead of trying to think about this in a vacuum and get all worried about the bureaucratic hangups. We're with this pandemic underway and so much different kinds of upheaval happening around us right now. It just seems like a time where we have permission to think outside the box. And I know a lot of folks who would love to get out and eat at a restaurant and are still staying home because Arizona is not doing a very good job of tamping down this pandemic here within our state boundaries. I do think this is completely in line with our larger council objectives that we've expressed as a majority to create better social distancing to do what we can as a council with on city property to make sure that we're being as responsible as we can and following CDC guidelines. But still, people want to get back to their lives, and our restaurants want to get back to work. And I think this is a perfect opportunity for us to explore some outside the box thinking. Right before this pandemic stuff happened, I did have the privilege and the opportunity of going to Rome with my family over Christmas, and it seems like every little alleyway and side street is they know how to do outdoor seating in a city like that. I think Flagstaff is a perfect city to take advantage of an opportunity like this, especially in the summer months, and I think we should go forward with it and seize the moment. The only other thing I'd add is I would as Terry sort of mentioned, let's think more broadly about this. I hate to sort of point people out directly, but a couple of my favorite restaurants in town, La Fonda's, wouldn't it be neat if we could help them resource around an idea of, closing their private parking lot to cars, but setting up a lot of their tables out there so that they could have in-person dining. And the same way, Oregano's in town. I'm very surprised to see that Oregano's has a pretty interesting, a very nice outdoor patio space, but they're not utilizing that patio space for seating for guests right now, or at least they weren't when I stopped by there and was eager to try to eat there and decided against it last week. So maybe there's a way to get the other organizations involved and other restaurants, and for the town to sort of supply a good ideas list, so that we're not just thinking about this in the downtown area, but we're resourcing all of the restaurants throughout the city.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy.
I'm absolutely supportive of this. I think it has some potential to help the restaurants and to help the people that live here. Good idea. As far as a field trip to Rome to check out what they're doing, I don't think that's in the budget.
Okay, let's go to Ms. Salas.
I don't get a laugh out of that.
I was laughing. I was on mute.
Okay.
I'm laughing, Mr. McCarthy.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you, Terry and City Manager Clifton, for sharing this presentation. Before COVID, I've had opportunity to visit El Paso, and I was just amazed with the way their downtown was redeveloped and had al fresco dining and outdoor entertainment on public spaces. The same thing with Denver. When I visited Denver, like over winter 2 years ago, they have certain portions of downtown Denver where the street is closed and it's for entertainment and dining. So you're right, Ms. Terry Medexa. This challenging times actually puts forth some opportunities. This may be new thinking for us, but other places are already doing it. So I'm in full support of a program that allows for expanded use of public spaces such as streets, on-street parking, private parking lots, sidewalks, and alleyways during peak times. And this program should also offer an expedited process and a temporary waiver of fees. Thank you.
Ms. Whelan.
Thank you for this idea. Several years ago, I went to a conference with our then city manager, Barbara Goodrich, and this was part of the presentation and how to make your downtown usable and more friendly. And so I agree with this. I'm glad that we're also taking the advice from Puma and that they're involved, and that you have taken the time to talk to your businesses around there. I've always felt that Heritage Square has so much to offer, but yet we haven't done too much for that. And so closing of streets, maybe someday we'll make San Francisco a walkable street. You never know, but thinking outside the box and getting us to use our downtown and spread out. My question is about South Side. And is there any planning with them as to use these spaces or use roads and alleys?
May I answer?
Yes.
Oh, this is Terry Medexa. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Councilmember Whalen. Yes, we are working closely with the South Side, and actually some of the requests, particularly to use private parking lots for expanded outdoor dining, is coming from the South Side. So we are definitely reaching out to all of those South Side businesses to participate in this conversation.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Odegaard.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm also in support of looking into this to see what we can do to help our downtown businesses to get back to being a robust community in the downtown area. I'm just a little sensitive with consistency on the city's part concerning permits and phasing with our reopening plan. So I just want to be a little sensitive to that, and of course make sure we dot our I's and cross our T's on that end. But definitely interested and looking forward to a robust downtown. So thank you.
Did we have the Vice Mayor up next? Who was next?
I'm not sure, but I'm happy to go.
Yeah, you were next.
Okay. So I fully support the closing of our streets to make them more accessible to pedestrian traffic, 100%. I love pedestrian-only streets and have had conversations with Terry and others about doing so prior to COVID. So I believe in doing this. I'm fairly certain we're going to see an increase in traffic to our downtown area because there's just much. It's a very enjoyable experience, and I think it will be safer to a degree, or give a sense of safety to the public because of the expansion and not being indoors. I do have concerns about the public coming out to the downtown area to enjoy our beautiful evenings, and for the socializing value that it brings. We know that the public is out and about in our downtown area and is often not wearing masks. And we also know that when alcohol is introduced, social distancing and mask wearing becomes a greater challenge. So I support the idea of opening up our streets to allow for better social distancing, but I would also highly recommend we increase our measures of enforcement. And when I say enforcement, I'm not saying necessarily by PD, but by our business owners, and maybe even through efforts by the DBA. So I understand we don't have the ability to tell businesses how to operate or what they can or can't require of their customers. That's up to them. But in opening things up, I do have concerns about this becoming a public safety concern. So I do have a couple questions for Terry. One is, will there be adjustments made to business capacity, occupancy capacity, if we did open things up, or does that capacity remain the same? And secondly, how will we regulate and enforce social distancing, especially when alcohol is mixed in?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, I appreciate the questions, and I I think to answer your second question first, if I may, I would really rely on the consultants to help us look at what are these other 30 or 40 cities doing to ensure that physical distancing is considered important even on public spaces that have an expanded use. So whether it's an alleyway or a street or a parking lot. So that's something I would rely on the consultants to guide us. What's working elsewhere? How are they putting those standards in place? And then your first question about capacity, I'm not sure that I understand it entirely, but what I have heard from businesses is that in order for them to put in place correct physical distancing in their restaurants, for example, they are operating at a 50% or in some cases a 25% capacity. And so if they were able to expand, whether it's on a sidewalk or an alley or a street, that would enable them to seat more tables, serve more guests, sell more product. And then, at the end of the day, it would be more supportive for them to meet their bottom line revenues.
Okay, that helps. And is the DBA by chance considering the idea of helping provide masks to businesses or encouraging businesses to pass out masks to patrons who aren't wearing one?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members, thank you for the question. We have been working with each of our businesses, encouraging them to post proudly the Discover Flagstaff poster, which is Stay, Play, and Mask Responsibly. We have shared with our businesses the industry best practice standards and the CDC recommendations. We are absolutely trying to counsel all of our businesses to make sure that they have masks, sanitizer. Some of our businesses even have hand washing stations. So we are trying to counsel each of our businesses. And for the most part, I would say about 90% have definitely employed public health protocols to a very high degree. I think there is a small handful that could require some additional counseling. But for the most part, 95% of our businesses have put in place very I think very mindful public health protocols, which is very good to see. And maybe there's a way that we can identify those businesses. Maybe there is some kind of sticker or window cling that says, we're practicing enhanced public health practices. We could maybe talk about that, but for the most part, we're dealing with very few that are not taking those enhanced measures.
So I like all that and everything you shared just now. And my only closing comment for council and for everybody is, maybe there be a guideline of which, when we cross a certain line, then we kind of shut it down, or some kind of point of where it gets to a point that's not safe, where public safety is at risk. We have that as an identifying measure to allow us to, dial things back when necessary. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Clifton, followed by Ms. Hanson.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is in part in response to the comment by Councilmember Odegaard, but I think it just kind of goes with the flow of the discussion as well. I think it obviously will take some time to see these plans evolve to a point where we can go into implementation on this, and very likely we will want to check back with council in some fashion. I mentioned that because the council will be taking its recess in July and then coming back in mid-August. One scenario would have us before the council upon your return, and then another scenario might be we perhaps can check in before the recess commences. I mention that because it's very possible here, if things were to go in the right direction, that we might see our reentry plan, the next phase of our reentry plan implemented prior to the time that this program is put into place. And that would all, of course, be predicated upon some improvement in what we're seeing in terms of the COVID numbers. Now, not to get too much off track, but we're not seeing that improvement just yet. Arizona, unfortunately, is experiencing a bit of a surge here in Coconino County, and we're watching the numbers on a daily basis. We're still, we haven't seen that trajectory that council spoke to when you had your audience with Dr. Engenthaler last week. So we're a ways away from that. I think by and large, this discussion this evening concerns things that could come into play as we progress in a more favorable fashion from the COVID numbers that we're seeing right now. In other words, as we start seeing downward trajectories, I think that's very realistic, and I think it's in line with what Councilmember Odegaard was saying in terms of consistency with the events and so forth. So that's just something to bear in mind. And before we leave this discussion, I know we wanted to also have a brief check-in on the park flag. We have some ideas as well. We'd like to vet those with council. And I know that Heidi and Dave McIntyre, Heidi Hansen, might want to speak to that, but I don't want to jump ahead unless we're ready to leave this part of the discussion.
Okay. Ms. Hansen?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council Members, Heidi Hansen, Economic Vitality Director. I just wanted to lend some helpful information to the discussion that Vice Mayor and Ms. Medeska were having. The CVB, the Discover Flagstaff team, who came up with the Stay Play, Distance, and Mask Responsibly badge, have already ordered window clings, and they'll be available hopefully I think after the 19th, to all businesses that want to put those up in their windows. We're also doing outreach to the grocery stores and anywhere where there's the plexiglass, where these clings can go as well, noting that many of the residents were upset to see people not wearing masks and not following the distancing labels on the floors at the grocery stores. And so again, we can't make businesses put anything up, but we can definitely let them know that for free we will be offering these to their businesses. And so once those are available, I will let you know. And then also at any time, a business can go into the visitor center and pick it up there as need be. So I just wanted to let you know that was already in the works. And one of the things that we added to the window cling was just something as simple as the word please. So now you'll see it saying please, stay, play, distance, and mask responsibly. So I just wanted to let you know that's happening. And I do believe that Dave McIntyre, Community Investment Director, is on the line to talk a little bit more about Park Flag.
Okay. Well, if there's no other comments, I do believe we have full council support for moving this forward under those parameters. Do you need anything else, Mr. Clifton?
No, thank you for a very thoughtful discussion, and we can just check in real fast on the park flag discussion if council's ready.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. This is Dave McIntyre, as mentioned, Community Investment Director for the city here, for your Community Investment Director. I wanted to let you know a little bit about the plan that we have to come up with some scenarios. We are currently working with the DVA, the Park Flag staff, and met with Puma, the downtown management consultants that we spoke about earlier yesterday, to talk about different potential scenarios for how Park Flag reimplementation could occur. The general plan at this point is to work with stakeholders to come up with a number of scenarios that would be presented for feedback to the Downtown Business Alliance's board, and then potentially brought back to council just after your break. The hope is, again, to have a number of dates and potentially some sort of a phased approach based on best practices in other communities and the feedback that we're getting from our community about what downtown needs and also about the fiscal realities of the program. So I wanted to take this opportunity to provide that information about the plan, take any feedback you have on whether you have a different approach that you'd prefer, or if you wanted to provide some guidance up front as we start to create these scenarios for consideration.
Okay. Council? Any thoughts, comments? Ms. Whelan?
No, I'm just very pleased and grateful that we're all working together and that we're keeping open minds as we launch into this future of ours. So thank you.
Hey, Mr. Odegaard.
Thank you, Mayor. Any thoughts of mine concerning Park Flag as far as any re-implementation concerning Park Flag? Me, I'd rather be on a slower path than on a faster path. With COVID and with the struggles of businesses, anything we can do is to encourage people to come to our downtown. As we know, the downtown is the heart of Flagstaff. And when we have a strong, robust heart, the community of Flagstaff is going to thrive. And so my favorability is move slower instead of faster on that. So that's my only comment.
Okay. I don't see any additional comments from council. So I think that we are fine to move ahead as is. City Manager, anything else?
No, thank you very much, Madam Mayor and Council. I don't know if Terry had anything else, but we have very good direction, so thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Ms. Medeska?
Mayor, Council, thank you so much for the conversation about Park Flag. I think that Mr. McIntyre described the process perfectly. I feel that we've been very engaged. And I think there will be a lot of benefit by adding input and a study of best practices provided by the consultant team. And so I look forward to coming back to you with recommendations after it's been vetted a little bit further within the community.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move to the next item. I would tell council, like, after the next item, we will take a break. So we're going to go to case number PNZ 19-00124, updates to the zoning code 2019, high occupancy housing land use zoning code amendment. And I see that there's no public comment on this item. So after we receive the presentation and do council comment, we'll return the conversation inward. We will do council comments, and then we'll take a break. Thank you. Staff?
Mayor, members of the council, Dan Simer, the zoning code manager for planning and development services. Mayor, this is also a collaborative conversation, so it may take a little while. So if you so wish to take a break now, it may be beneficial because this is an 8-part kind of presentation.
Well, in understanding that, why don't we go ahead and take a break and come back at 9?
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, members of the council, Dan Simer, Planning and Development Services and the Zoning Code Manager. And the case before you today is a discussion with the council as it pertains to the high occupancy housing plan and zoning code update. This is This is a continuation of our discussion back in October. What we're going to be doing today is going over a brief background for the audience. Going to go over some common terms that are going to be used throughout the discussion, kind of give a high-level overview of the affordable unit exemption, and staff is looking for discussion and direction from council on some specific questions. As you may recall, the high occupancy housing plan was adopted October 2018, March of 2018, and it refined a lot of the plans and goals as it pertains to high occupancy housing, mixed use centers, mixed use developments, the preservation of historic neighborhoods, and addresses the public's concerns about large buildings and the unintended consequences. The purpose is to amend the zoning code to implement the plan. This is the first of a handful of amendments. The implementation strategy is spaced over 5 years, although the bulk of it is in this time frame right now. And most importantly, is the removing of the rooming and boarding provisions. There will be several parts of the code amendment. All the pertinent ones were attached as for reference documents to the report, as you can see on the screen before you. Although today's discussion, we're just going to be focusing on the definitions of high occupancy housing as it pertains to high occupancy housing developments and mixed use high occupancy housing developments, the zones that those are allowed, and the question that has come up pertaining to whether or not we want to regulate a minimum number of dwelling units that are 1 bedroom or studios and a maximum number of 4 bedrooms and greater. So just some common terms that you'll hear me say throughout the presentation. Sanitation facility, this is essentially a bathroom. It's a term that's used in the building code that we've added to the zoning code to maintain consistency between the two codes. The next is the bathroom to sanitation facility ratio. This is the number of bedrooms divided by the number of sanitation facilities. For example, a 5-bedroom unit with 4 bathrooms has a ratio of 1.25. And it should be noted that a half bath or 3/4 bath is considered 1 sanitation facility. And that is to address potential holes that may be exploited in the code so that we capture these developments in the manner that it was presented. Some more common terms. We refer to it simply as HOHD, is a 100% residential high occupancy housing development. And of course, MHOHD is a mixed use high occupancy housing development that may be vertical or horizontal in configuration. So as we start getting into what we're talking about as it pertains to these developments, we are incorporating a affordable housing unit exemption. So as we proceed into questions, we're going to be talking about number of bedrooms. Any development that participates in the affordable housing provision, the specific bedrooms related to an affordable dwelling unit would be exempted from the calculations. And I can give a brief explanation of that when we get more into it. When the high occupancy housing plan was adopted, it had just really specifically addressed large scale, multi-use and high occupancy housing developments, and it only defines the large scale. Based on our previous discussion prior to my arriving at the city and reaffirmed in October, the council directed staff to address the small and medium developments, and those terms are not defined in the high occupancy housing plan that could be easily brought over. So as you may recall, we started exploring some options last time, and since then we have solidified those ideas, and we're going to be presenting those to you today and seeking your input or concurrence and adding any questions. Our main objective is to make this as succinct as possible so that there are no questions as it pertains to what is high occupancy housing and what is not. So for the first type of development that would be considered high occupancy housing is a single family dwelling unit. And these are the result of a handful of homes that are being built around the city, specifically near NAU, that started to show up with 6, 8 bedrooms, all having individual bathrooms and potentially being leased by the room. As you may recall, rooming and boarding is the current term that's used, and it's very difficult to enforce lease arrangements. So what we went out and did, we started investigating and analyzing these types of developments and the normal single-family households and what would be appropriate to trigger a high occupancy housing conditional use permit. So any of the following definitions that come after this, if they trigger one of these definitions, they will be required to obtain a high occupancy housing use permit, and they will be required to comply with the additional parking requirements. So on the screen before you is the definition of what a single-family high occupancy housing development would be, and it's based on a home that's on a 10,000 square foot lot or less, and has a bathroom and sanitation ratio of 1.2. And that 1.2 is 5 bedrooms, 4 baths.
Could we have a comment?
Certainly.
Mr. McCarthy? Mr. McCarthy?
I'm sorry, I thought I unmuted it, but I didn't. All right, Dan, so on this slide, it occurs to me that if the lot size were slightly over 10,000 square feet, that you could have 20 bedrooms and 20 bathrooms, but it still would not be considered a high occupancy housing. So I think that's a little bit of a glitch in the definition of this one. Thoughts? And the other thing I'll say before you answer is I've got a bunch of little questions like this, and it might be better, unless they're really policy related, that I just get together with you later like we've done in other cases, and I could email you a list of questions, and then you can get back to me and answer those, and you will either change them or not change them depending on what makes sense. But if you want to comment on my first question, feel free.
Mayor and members of the council, as it pertains to your first question, you are absolutely right, and that is the question that the Planning Commission asked. So what I will do is answer that question in the Planning Commission's comments. How was the 10,000 square foot derived? The 10,000 square foot limitation was derived based on an analysis of what types of homes and what size of homes typically start presenting an issue with providing adequate parking on a property that are in scale with the adjoining homes on a property and can still meet the development standards. So as a home gets larger, it's going to require a larger lot. This particular one that we settled on was 10,000 square feet, was based on our experience of the current communities that we're doing repaving streets, where we know the lots are not occupied by high occupancy housing, are experiencing problems with providing sufficient on-lot parking, and the bedroom to bathroom ratios are at a lower rate. So as it pertains to, you can be a 10,001 square foot lot and have 20 bedrooms, 20 baths. I think you're just exaggerating the question to explore your point, and I agree with you. We do need to pick a point where that provision does apply and where it does not apply. If we include all lots and all homes, practically all lots over 10,000 square feet would require a conditional use permit for high occupancy housing. And based on our last discussion, that was, the council did not want me to go down that road, and I don't think the community wants me to go down that road.
Just to put this in perspective, I have no gut feel for what 10,000 square feet is.
Okay.
So what I did is I looked up my lot where I live, and according to the county assessor, it's 0.21 acres, which comes out to 9,100 square feet. So my lot, which is just a standard neighborhood, it's nothing, I don't live in some big ritzy area or something. If my lot were just slightly larger, I could put in a lot of bedrooms and still not be considered high occupancy housing. So we may just have to come back to this and sort it out, but I'll just bring it up for now.
I want to say your other questions that you have that are like that, if you could please send staff an email. Staff, when you respond to that, if you can make sure that council gets a copy of the questions and the responses, I think that'll be helpful.
Yeah, I agree, Mayor, and that's why I suggested it. That has worked well in the past. Okay, thank you.
Yes, and I agree. It's this is based on, like I said, this is based on the number that we have derived to come up with, because currently there are no regulations on the minimum or maximum number of bedroom counts for a single-family household. As it pertains to the Planning Commission's questions, we just went over that one, and the additional one was to talk to the council and Planning Commission about whenever these type of high occupancy housing conditional use permits are required, the new high occupancy housing parking requirements would also apply. So if you trip this current requirement, it's a one space per one bedroom ratio, and that ratio adjusts based on the size of the dwelling unit. So it's the questions that we were going to ask the council are on the screen before you. Is the proposed definition clear? Are we addressing the council's and commission's concerns as it pertains to the one-to-one ratio for single family? That's the bedroom to bathroom ratio. And does the commissioner or council have any additional questions or modifications? And I'll turn it over to you, Mayor, for any discussion on this. Stacy, I can't see the chat. Are there any comments?
Dan, just one came in just a moment ago from Vice Mayor.
We have Mr. McCarthy, and then we have the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor.
Well, again, Dan, we can maybe talk about this offline, but in my mind, if you had a house that was 10,001 square feet, the lot, and then even if you had all these extra parking requirements, I just can't imagine having this type of building in my neighborhood with parking required for 10 cars or something like that. Whereas traditionally, basically we have parking for 2 cars, a 2-car garage plus a driveway, so maybe 4 cars. So that's all I'll say for now.
So what would be your direction? Because we're working on the direction here. Are you okay with moving forward with what's on the screen?
No, but I think I need to think it through in more detail, and then Dan and I can talk about it and then bring it back to council.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Mayor and Council, those were my comments as well. Echoing Councilmember McCarthy, I am interested in that 10,001 scenario and am concerned about that. I do like the direction of this specific portion of our conversation, and I think it's clear. But I think that conversation about the exemption of that size needs to occur too. So I'm kind of like a maybe, like I'm in the middle, I guess, until that conversation's had. But yeah, that's just kind of where I'm at right now. Thank you.
Ms. Whelan?
So I just like to get clear on this. We're saying that a half a bath is equal to a entire sanitation facility?
Mayor, members of the council, you are correct. What we're trying to address is the units that will add that will try and circumvent the code, the circumvent the provision. And I'll give you a good example. The facility I lived in when I was in college had 2 toilet rooms and 1 shower.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. So my next question is, this house can be built on a 10,000 square foot lot, have 5 bedrooms and 5 baths, and that would cause a 1-to-1 parking?
Correct. That would require a conditional use permit and require the 1-to-1 ratio for parking. And
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah. And may I add that it's when you start looking at the size, the typical size of a home with that many bedrooms and that many bathrooms, it's going to be very difficult to accommodate parking for 5 cars on a lot of that size.
Right. And so the building would need to be smaller in order to hopefully, right, to accommodate that parking.
You are correct, or a larger lot.
Okay.
Mr. Ogre?
Thank you, Mayor. Yep. Maybe I'm jumping ahead a little bit. My concern is, Glenda, is the land use of this. Will that be defined with this? And then it doesn't make sense that, and also parking ratio cars to bedrooms. Or am I just jumping ahead where you're just looking at this one spot on this slide that we're looking at?
Yeah, we're looking at the definitions of what a high occupancy single family unit would be. So if you're not a single family dwelling unit that complies with this requirement, in other words, has 5 bedrooms, 4 baths, and or on a larger lot, then you're just considered the land use of single family home. If you're 5 bedrooms, 5 baths on a 9,000 square foot lot, you're considered, you're considered high occupancy housing. So that's what we're looking at here.
And what was the P&Z's commission on the subject? What was their direction? Or
the Planning Commission was comfortable with the findings or the definition as presented. The 10,000 square foot lot was their question. They also acknowledged the difficulties of trying to put your finger on a specific lot size and bedroom count. So, which is what Councilman McCarthy is bringing up to, but based on our analysis, we found that typically under 10,000 square feet and this 5 bedrooms and analysis, that's when we start getting into issues. They were comfortable with that.
Okay. I guess with this green, I'm comfortable also at this point, I guess. So, thank you.
Yeah, a good example of a dwelling unit right up the street from City Hall and Plaza Vieja. It is on a 25-foot wide lot, 100 feet in depth, 2,500 square feet. The home is 13 feet wide, 2 stories, has 6 bedrooms, 6 baths, and only provides 2 parking spaces. And that individual has told us that they're going to be renting by the room.
Yeah, and to me that seems very problematic.
Right, and that's how we try. That's how we're trying to set this number at the 10,000 or an appropriate number.
Okay, all right. So thank you. So I'm okay with this screen. So thank you.
Ms. Wheeler?
Mayor, I just wanted to add that I hold the same concerns as Mr. McCarthy and the Vice Mayor about that 10,001. Where do we go from there, kind of thing. So just to hear that, and if you would.
Is there a question there, or, I mean?
No,
okay.
there's not a question there. I like this. I just don't see where that next step would go. So I'll wait until I hear back from the questions that you're going to answer for Councilmember McCarthy.
So I kind of need the rest of the council to weigh in very clearly, because what staff is trying to do is figure out if this definition, as it is on the screen, meets the needs of council so we can move it forward. Mr. McCarthy has questions about 10,000 plus 1 square feet, and it seems like it seems like the Vice Mayor and Ms. Whelan also have questions about that. So what we're trying to figure out is the rest of council interested in moving this slide forward as is, understanding that there will be a memo that will come from staff about the 10,000 square feet plus 1. We're trying to figure out if this right here is something we're interested in. So we're going to go to Mr. Aslan, back to Mr. McCarthy, and then to Ms. Salas.
Well, all of this seems pretty clear and easily defined and easily understood to me, but it's obvious just in points of fact that there remains confusion around this. And that's just within a microcosm of 7 people. So I'm sure that will amplify upward to the general public. And when we're trying to prevent circumvention of the intent of these rules, we are dealing with a type of person or entity that is going to relish the opportunity to find those loopholes, and it seems to me that we're still dealing with that. So I'm a little bit confused what to say here. I'm okay with moving forward as long as we get some clarification in the near future about this. But the larger question still remains: if we have a 10,000 square foot plus 1 lot, the loophole is you can drive a truck through it. So what do we do about that?
Mr. McCarthy?
All right, I was going to hold off until I talk to Dan and write my email, but if you want direction tonight, I think I have to discuss this a little bit more. I think that the definition is very clear. It's just that it's a very bad definition. When I was running for council, I walked in some neighborhoods that probably had 15 to 20,000 square foot houses. Under this definition, they could build a house with 20 bedrooms in it and 20 bathrooms in it, and it would not be considered high occupancy housing. I can assure you that the people in that neighborhood, if they had 20 or maybe 40 cars, because each bedroom might have 2 people living in it, if they had 40 cars trying to park in front of that house, that would not fly well. So I think this definition has some big problems with it.
Okay, so you're a no.
Well, I'm absolutely a no on the current wording.
Okay. So, Ms. Salas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm in support of this particular slide that clearly defines the single family development on a lot or parcel containing 10,000 square feet or less. So I do look forward to the further clarification when it comes to the more than 10,000 square feet lot. Thank you.
So, City Manager, I feel like people are okay when it comes to 10,000 square feet or less, but there is great concern as to what happens when the parcel is bigger than that, and that when this comes back, there needs to have some type of conversation, definition, explanation for that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. That certainly is the takeaway here.
Okay, continue.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, for that input. The next one is regarding 2-unit, or commonly referred to as duplexes developments. There's a difference between 2-unit and duplexes. A duplex is an attached 2-unit development, whereas a 2-unit development can be 2 separate units on a lot. So the intent here is to capture both. When we were talking about this with Planning Commission and staff, the 2-unit development was we wanted to maintain the exclusion for accessory dwelling units, because you can have a single family home and accessory dwelling unit, and technically that's 2 units. So that would be contrary to previous council direction on accessory dwelling units, so we had intentionally excluded them. This provision is for a total of 6 bedrooms or greater, and a bedroom to sanitation facility ratio of 1.3 for any dwelling unit with 4 bedrooms or more, and that 1.3 is 4 bedrooms, 3 baths. The Planning Commission had a handful of questions on this particular provision. Staff had concerns about it as well. And this is where we start getting into the affordable housing exceptions. The affordable housing exception would allow any program or any project that participates in the affordable housing program to exclude their bedroom count from the total, provided that the total doesn't exceed 8. So in other words, what I mean by that is if one of the dwelling units participates in the affordable housing program and has 3 bedrooms, the other dwelling unit can have a total of 5, provided it doesn't exceed a total of 8. Now that isn't on the screen, so I intentionally left that off because it gets very confusing. But the intent really is here is a dwelling unit, or a duplex or 2-unit dwelling unit that has a total of 6 bedrooms and no more than 4 bedrooms, 3 bathroom ratio for any one of those dwelling units. When we were looking into this, we spoke to housing about it because there were concerns about the impact on affordable dwellings in the community, because a duplex or 2-unit development does attract a clientele that may need a cheaper form of living. With the affordable housing exception, we were a little concerned still about our workforce housing, and the housing staff is available right now to answer questions if you have them. We do not believe that this provision will impact the workforce housing, and that any 2-unit or duplex development with 7 or more bedrooms would require a conditional use permit. One of the comments that was made by the Planning Commission was that the primary concern is that the 6-bedroom unit, and staff had the same comment, is primarily located in South Side, but other areas of the city may have a desire to have more bedrooms. Although due to uniformity clause provisions, we have to pick a specific number that's applied uniformly across the city. As it pertains to the lot sizes for the duplex, the commission had questions about that. Any duplex is required to meet the minimum lot size of the zone, so all our R1s is 6,000 square feet. And if you're in one of the multifamily zones, that minimum lot size is 5,000 square feet. They did ask about the clarification on the dwelling units and the total number of bedrooms, and what their question was, and it's a very good point, is how those total 6 bedrooms can be split. As I said here on the example, you can have one dwelling unit with 4 bedrooms, one dwelling unit with 2 bedrooms, provided that the total doesn't exceed 6, or you need a conditional use permit, or it can be 3 and 3 or 5 and 1. There are 2 parts to this question. The first, is it clear? Is the sanitation facility, bedroom sanitation facility ratio correct? And should there be a maximum bedroom limit on any one dwelling unit type without a conditional use permit? So in other words, any one dwelling unit should not exceed 4 bedrooms without a conditional use permit, in addition to what we have on the screen before you. So this is the first part of these questions, and I'll turn it over to you, Mayor, for the discussion.
Council will need to weigh in on this, please. Mr. Odegaard?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Dan, you mentioned like the 6-bedroom units, and this has been a concern on the south side here in Flagstaff. The problem I see, and I know we brought it up before, and I'm not sure if I'm thinking this might be appropriate in this section right here. And I know the mayor's talked about it in the past, is concerning parking with tandem parking, where cars are front to back, to make their parking work for them. To me, that tandem doesn't, in my mind, it doesn't work. And I don't know, maybe let the mayor chime in and what her experience of seeing it, of that concerning tandem parking. Can that be addressed in here? I know we're talking about, the allowance concerning affordability, but since you brought up the 6-bedroom count being an issue somewhat in the south side, so how do you address the parking? Or is that somewhere else?
Mayor, members of the council, Councilman Overgaard, it is addressed somewhere else. In October, the council did provide staff direction to remove the tandem parking provisions from the code, and that will be included as part of the amendment for the entire amendment for high occupancy housing. So,
okay.
Yep.
All right. So thank you very much. And I think in this section, I'm probably okay with understanding the other commission's concerns. So thank you.
Council? If council remains silent, staff is going to have the impression that we are okay with this page. We're okay with the slide as written. Ms. Salas?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, just for the record, I agree with this page that defines the 2-unit duplex development. Yeah. Thank you.
Ms. Whelan?
Dan, is there any way that we can limit it to 3 and 3 rather than this 4 and 3?
Mayor, members of the council, if you so choose to limit the maximum number, and that's kind of one of the questions I have on the next page, second part. If you want to add into the definition that a duplex development with more than 3 bedrooms in any one dwelling unit, it will be considered high occupancy housing. That is your choice. Now, I do want to advise that there is a need for 4 bedrooms, although it's not significant currently.
Right. Well, I would rather see it be brought to a 3-bedroom max than a 4-bedroom. And if we need to go to a 4-bedroom, then that would trigger a conditional use permit, correct?
If the council so desires, yes, that would.
Okay. Those are my thoughts, Dan.
Ms. McCarthy?
Actually, I think this slide makes sense. My question is, on the previous slide, if the lot is 10,000 feet or more, they get a home free pass to have 35 bedrooms if they want to. But in this one, we don't have any, provision that if your lot size is a certain size, then you don't have to worry about being classified as high occupancy. So I would say that this slide and the last slide are absolutely inconsistent. So my question is, why would we have such an inconsistent definition of a one family and a duplex? It just doesn't make any sense at all to me.
Mayor, members of the council, Councilman McCarthy, that was intentional based on our previous discussions about not including all single-family types, single-family dwelling home types that could be considered high occupancy housing. We went out and tried to figure out what is the best ratio, at what point does a single-family home considered a high occupancy housing type, and not putting additional burden of a conditional use permit on a single-family dwelling. And that was also part of the direction that we got previously to look at that, and we've tried to establish what would be the most appropriate based on the ability to meet all the other requirements. So hopefully that answers your question.
It doesn't make any sense to me, but fine, move on.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. And Councilmember McCarthy, go ahead.
Vice Mayor, I apologize. Hold on real quick. I'm going to go ahead and let Mr. Falk weigh in because he might have something to add to the last question, and then we'll go to you.
Please do.
Mr. Falk?
Thank you, Mayor. So yeah, the reason, as Dan tried to explain, the reason we have a lot size component to the definition of single family is that you don't want all single family homes with 5 or more bedrooms to get a conditional use permit. And so we tried to tie it to a lot size. And so, for example, you have large estate homes that may build 5 to 8 bedrooms on half an acre. Do you want them to have to come in and get a conditional use permit? And so we tried to calibrate a lot size that would capture what we're seeing in our historic neighborhoods where the lot sizes are smaller, but not require conditional use permits where the lot sizes are larger, and it, in the form of the home, probably fits in with the larger homes around it. And so I think that's why that definition of single family is different. That's why it has a minimum lot size.
So that actually makes some sense. I agree. But under the definition that we're going with, in an area that had 11,000 square foot lots, theoretically, you could have 100 bedrooms, and it wouldn't be considered a high occupancy housing. That's the other side of the coin.
You can't write codes for every kind of thing that's possible. It's true. There's a lot of things that are possible. I think building a 20-bedroom single-family home is going to be hard it's going to be so massive. That'd be on a half-acre to 1-acre lot. You're not going to get 20 bedrooms on 10,001 square feet.
Somebody could do it. Somebody could do it. And that's the very reason all the neighbors would go irate. I'll shut up.
So I'm going to go to Ms. Antal, then we'll go back to the Vice Mayor. Ms. Antal? Ms. Antal? Okay, we're going to go ahead and go to the Vice Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Dan, for that comments, and Councilmember McCarthy, thank you for your comments as well. I just wonder maybe that 10,000 number just needs to be increased, or there be another level of that language for 10 to 25,000 square feet. Just as a thought, but that can be a conversation had at a later date. I'm okay with this slide, Mayor. I think it's fine. Thank you.
Okay. I just want to, go back and just highlight, I think, something that Dan said that I do think that we need to be mindful of. The codes that we are creating are not just for specific neighborhoods, but for the entire city. And so it might be advantageous, and I look to Ms. Antal, perhaps she can send an email or direct us where we can get this information. When we sat down and we looked at the core of our city, the historic neighborhoods being Southside, Plaza Vieja, and Townside, we actually looked at the various parcels that were available, and definitely, as Mr. McCarthy has pointed out, there are 1 or 2 parcels that are larger than 10,000 square feet in the neighborhoods. The majority of the parcels, however, are less than 10,000 square feet in these smaller historic neighborhoods. And the issues that we were trying to address had to do with people that were cramming little single-family houses that actually had multiple bedrooms and multiple bathrooms, and there was no parking for them. So as we move forward in getting the information back from staff as to how we could look at the 10,000 plus square feet, we need to be mindful that in other areas, and I'm thinking about Amberwood, Lynchwood, places like that, there are people who are building houses that have 6, 7, 8 bedrooms with bathrooms, and that's what they're calling a one-family house there. And if they have to go and get a conditional use permit for that, that might be somewhat problematic. So I think that staff is trying to walk that fine line with how do we make sure that the majority of properties in the smaller urban core of our community do not get inundated with these rent-by-the-room facilities, and still allow people that live in other neighborhoods that want those large houses to be able to build them without having to go through a conditional use permit to live in their house. And so I see that Ms. Antal can respond now, and then I see a comment by Ms. Whelan. Ms. Antal?
Yes, it's also really important to remember that we do have a definition of family, that no more than 8 unrelated people can live together. So we typically, even when we see the large bedroom units, except for maybe the estate homes, we don't typically see units that are really falling in this definition of high occupancy housing exceeding 8 bedrooms and 8 bathrooms. Also, when you start to exceed 10 occupants within a home, it gets classified different under the building code, and it also starts to have to meet a different set of standards under the building code as well. So those are other provisions that are built in place. That's why right now you don't see the free-for-all, because again, we don't have these provisions in place now, but it's why currently we don't see that free-for-all of 20-bedroom, 20-bathroom homes. It doesn't just also fall into the estate homes. There are larger areas on the east side of town as well, where it's very common that most of the homes have 5 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms.
We're going to go to Ms. Whelan.
And Tiffany, perhaps you can help me, but aren't those more suited for short-term rentals? And that's why we see them built like that, for the most part?
I think I could make a case in my adjacent neighborhood that the vast majority of those homes are owner occupied, have been owner occupied since they were originally constructed in the 80s. And they're fairly large houses. However, every single one of them is on a lot over 10,000 square feet.
Okay, thank you.
So, council, not seeing any other comments, we are going to then move forward with the assumption that council is fine with this definition. Thank you.
Mayor, this goes on to that same definition. We've answered most of these questions as it pertains to this particular definition, and the very first question is from is the one that Councilwoman Nealon added, was the possibility of capping the maximum number of bedrooms in any one dwelling unit to 4 without a conditional use. Any more than 4 requires a conditional use permit. I would like to get the council's feedback on that proposal of Mrs. Whelan's.
Council? Mr. Odegaard.
And with mixed or folks weigh in on this topic, I would say no. I would not be interested. Just keep it as is.
Mr. McCarthy? Mr. McCarthy?
I keep forgetting to put my mic back on. I'm sorry. I apologize.
That's okay.
Okay, Tiffany Antal just gave us an argument saying that in a lot of neighborhoods, it really makes sense to have 5 bedrooms and 5 bathrooms. So if it's okay for those people, why isn't it okay for other people? And we're talking a lot size that might only be 100 square feet different between my neighborhood and one of these fancy neighborhoods.
I think what we were trying to do is address the issue that is happening in the smaller, more established neighborhoods where the 5-bedroom houses with the 5 bathrooms are being used for, they're being rented by the room. And because they're being rented by the room in that fashion, because of the way the streets are built, because of the smallness of the neighborhoods, there's not enough parking. And so that brings additional issues. If I understood Mrs. Antal correctly, the neighborhood that she lives in has more room and more space. And those houses are actually on lots that are bigger than 10,000 square feet. So I think that was what she was trying to point out.
So I have an idea. What if we stipulated a ratio between the number of bedrooms and the lot size? And that way we could treat everyone fairly instead of treating one neighborhood completely differently than a different neighborhood. So my suggestion, go ahead.
Honestly, we did do a very similar attempt, and in a previous version, it became extremely complicated to interpret and enforce, which is why we ended up getting back to a very simplified definition, and which addressed the vast majority of the concerns of the public input. Now, that may be possible for the single family units if we're doing it for one of those types, although I would get a little bit more concerned as we get into the duplexes and the triplexes and larger, because that equation has to change every time. So every type of dwelling unit would have to have its own equation to be proportionately relevant to the types of dwelling units that we actually see and the types of dwelling units we're trying to regulate. But I think it is something we did look at. It just becomes very complicated. But I do think it is something we can look at definitely for the single family, because it's not as complicated for single family dwellings as it is when you start getting into the 2, 3, and greater.
Well, I'll note that the only category that you have a lot size limitation on is single family.
That is correct.
So it might be appropriate that that would be the only category that would have a ratio of bedrooms to lot sizes. At least if you did that, you would be treating the fancy neighborhoods equally with the south side neighborhoods, which are smaller lots. Just a thought.
Ms. Whelan?
I would agree with Jim. I think we need to keep this simple, and Dan, to, like you said, ratios to treat each house independently is silly. But it does fit for that single family dwelling, and perhaps we can take a look at it that way. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, Mayor, I guess I'll just, clarify further. I'm okay with the slide again. And I also appreciate Councilmember McCarthy's comments regarding single family being measured by ratio versus lot size.
Mr. Aslan?
I'm okay with the slide.
Ms. Salas?
As I said earlier, Madam Mayor, I'm okay with the slide. Thank you.
I feel like there's council majority that's okay with this slide, understanding that there is concern, and there's the idea of trying to see if there's a way that both all neighborhoods can be treated equally when it comes to the allocation of bedroom size. I think we can move to the next slide.
Thank you, Mayor. And if I may clarify, I believe that was particularly that lot size was for the single family dwellings.
Correct.
All right, thank you. The next type is very similar to the two unit development. It's just a 3-unit triplex developments. Of course, these are larger typically. There's a minimum lot size of 7,500 square feet. Total 9 bedrooms. This again is particularly in response to the south side neighborhoods and other areas that could have 3 dwelling units to a parcel. Any development with 3 dwelling units or more is considered a considered a multifamily development. And the bathroom to sanitation ratio is 1.3, which is 4 bedrooms, 3 bath. So that is the same thing. Again, the Planning Commission was fine with this approach. They did ask again for that clarification on the number of bedrooms in any one dwelling unit. You can technically have one dwelling unit that has 7 bedrooms and 5 bathrooms, and 2 dwelling units with one bedroom each. That was their comments, but they were comfortable with that. They did not. It more goes to is they were looking at the market more dictating. Again, the same type of questions. Is it clear? Is the ratios right? Should there be a maximum bedroom limit? And any other additional council modifications or considerations? Mayor.
Council? So I don't see any comments on this slide, so that means when we move forward, Mr. Odegaard?
Yeah, I'm good with this slide, so thank you.
I don't see any comments on this slide, so we're going to move forward with the assumption that council is fine with this slide.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll move on. Now we're starting getting into the larger the larger types of developments that were addressed in the high occupancy housing plan, which is just the high occupancy housing residential only and the mixed use. This development standard particularly came out of the high occupancy housing plan, but we also looked at the bedroom to bathroom ratio. And we also looked at the possibility of circumventing the large number of bedrooms per dwelling unit. So in this particular one, if any development contains more than 20% of the total dwelling units have 4 bedrooms or more, any one of the dwelling units has a bedroom to bathroom ratio of 1.3 or 4 bedrooms, 3 bath. And transect is a little odd because it doesn't specifically address density, but the transect zones would be regulated as specifically laid out in the high occupancy housing plan, that any density greater than 29 dwelling units per acre or 72.5 bedrooms per acre. So this is a little bit more simplistic. It's easier to use. It captures a lot of the dwelling unit or the developments that have a high number of bedrooms. You may recall the McGrath actually came in at 84% of 4 bedrooms and greater, and then their second proposal, thank you, was came in at 22% 4 bedrooms or greater. So that kind of captures these different types of dwellings and is a little bit more consistent with the traditional standard apartment. So once you trip any one of these provisions, then you would be considered high occupancy housing and require a conditional use permit. In addition, these developments are only allowed in activity centers. The activity centers are any location where there's a circle on the map in the city. A little bit closer is kind of just a closer view because, you know, where the conglomerate of the red circles is in the NAU area and along Butler. So as it pertains to this one, same questions. Is it clear? Maintains a good ratio for bathroom and sanitation facilities. Again, the bedroom count and any additional modifications or considerations.
We have Mr. McCarthy, followed by Mr. Aslan, followed by the Vice Mayor.
Dan, could you go back, I think it's 3 slides, to the proposed definition? I suggest at the end of the line under item I, or 1, that you add the word or, the same way you have it for item 2. I believe that's consistent with what you just said.
It would, yeah, it's just a matter of grammatical. It means both, but you are correct. I could add that for additional clarity.
Yeah, that way there'd be no ambiguity about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Aslan?
Yeah, Dan, hi. How's it going?
Good, thank you.
I saw you the other day, and I really like your beard. I'm curious, what percentage of the total city is included in those circles? If you have a...
I think I'm going to bounce to Sarah on that. I would say probably 10% off the top of my head, but Sarah, do you have that specific kind of close?
Maybe you can go back to the map.
Not very, it's not a lot. And this is directly out of, yeah, that's because the city's not quite, the boundary's not on this map, but the high occupancy housing plan limited these type of developments specifically to the activity centers, which are these circles.
If I may, Dan, sorry, I was having trouble unmuting myself. This is Sarah Dector. Thank you very much for the question, Councilmember Aslan. So I don't know that we have an exact percentage of what's inside or outside of activity centers because the way they are defined with that circle is a quarter mile. If I had to guess, I think 10 to 15% within those circles is probably accurate. But there's policy language in the regional plan that allows us to limit or expand what parcels actually get counted in and out by considering physical barriers. So for instance, if there's a 30-foot elevation change between one area and the next, but it's inside the circle, we really would consider, can you actually walk there? Can it actually be part of the pedestrian shed or not? So there's sort of an informal math that we maintain so that we can be consistent, but it's not, there's no exact number that I could tie to your question. And it was done that way on purpose.
Thank you, Sarah.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we're going to move to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Sarah and Dan, for the clarity on this. So it seems like parts of the South Side neighborhood are exempt from this slide. I'm looking at the blue circles, and I'm just looking at that zoomed in map. And am I correct in that?
Mayor, members of the council, Vice Mayor, you are correct. A good portion of that would be exempt. And that's being currently further defined, as Sarah had indicated earlier to Councilman Haslam's question, those areas as part of the South Side plan. So you're correct.
Okay, so and then areas, it seems like Lone Tree is more or less exempted.
Yes.
Okay, so I would, I'm just wondering, as we open up J.W. Powell and expand Lone Tree and NAU grows, that might be an area that we want to consider. And I know that there's a couple of developments currently along that route that would, I think, benefit the community to fall in this guidance. I'm not too sure what can be done about that, but those are my comments. Other than that, I appreciate the slide and the intention.
Vice Mayor Shimoni, this is Sarah Dector again.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi. The area 3 activity centers that you see along the John Wesley Powell Boulevard, I don't know if Dan could maybe show, sort of circle them with his cursor for me, for those who can't tell what lines and dots mean as well as I can. Thank you, Dan. Those 3 activity centers, in my notes from when the regional plan was developed, are very imprecise in their location. And I think when we get to the land use part of the John Wesley Powell Boulevard and surrounding area plan, and also as part of the next regional plan update, we'll be looking in more detail at really where is there market feasibility to have an activity center, and where will it be supported once we have more details on the transportation system. So even though they're kind of look a little further away, I mean, I think that there's definitely a possibility that they will be re-envisioned a little bit as part of upcoming planning efforts.
Okay, great. And if those updates do occur, will this plan and the slide that we're speaking of then be expanded to the updated activity centers?
Yes, to change the activity centers, we would need to amend the plan or adopt a specific plan that clarifies it.
And the definition as proposed would address any modification to that plan.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense. Okay. I think I'm clear. Thank you.
Okay. Council, is there anything else on this? Or are we fine with this definition in this slide? I don't see other comments, so I think we can move forward.
Thank you, Mayor. The next one is the zones that these uses would be allowed in. We just kind of covered the activity centers as it pertains to the higher density types of developments of 29 dwelling units per acre plus, or 72.5 bedrooms plus, would be limited to the activity centers. Now, the activity centers include most of these zones, but as it pertains to 1, 2, and 3 dwelling unit high occupancy housing, when we expanded, the council gave us the direction to expand into these smaller ones. The uses are allowed in almost all the zones currently. So high occupancy housing essentially would be allowed in most of the zones then. But with the exception of the highest density ones, which we just went over. Those would be in your transect zones and your commercial zones, whereas your single family and your medium densities would be could be anywhere in the city. So the 2, 3s and 1, 2s and 3s would be allowed anywhere, and the grade 4 or greater would be allowed only in the activity centers. So that's what this particular size is just demonstrating. By incorporating those additional smaller ones, we open up the additional zones. So on this, is there any questions or comments? Planning Commission did not have any questions on this slide or comments.
I'm looking to see if there's any comments. I do not. Mr. McCarthy.
Okay, my mic is on. So basically, up to this point, we've just been talking about what does high occupancy housing mean. Now, what this slide talks about is where can we put it. So, like for instance, in single family residential R1, we could have that house that we talked about before that could have 10 bedrooms and 10 bathrooms in a single family neighborhood. To me, that just doesn't seem appropriate. Just to give one example. And I'd just be wondering if other council people would agree with me, or if I'm just being ridiculous again.
Council? Oh, I see. I'm going to go to Mr. Folk, followed by Mr. Odegaard, followed by Ms. Whelan.
Thank you, Mayor. I just, hold on. So to Councilmember McCarthy's example there, I think what's important to remember is, under today's zoning, I guess you could do the 20-bedroom single family. Adopting the HOH plan doesn't really change the current rights of those single family homes, right? And so by adopting this, I don't know if it's going to then, someone's going to get the idea to go do it when they could do it now. I mean, under your example, if you have a lot that's 15,000 square feet, you could do a 20-bedroom single-family home. So I'm just not sure why adopting these definitions and considering this would then force someone to do something that they could probably do today. So that, I know you keep bringing this example up. We're just trying to think it through.
Just let me ask the question another way. So we just spent the last hour trying to define what high occupancy housing is. And if we leave this chart the way it is, then we can build high occupancy housing anywhere, basically. So my question is, what is this all about? So if we're going to allow it anywhere, what's the point of even talking about it? Maybe that's a naive question, but no question is a dumb question if you don't know the answer.
Yeah, and maybe it's just a clarification statement, if I may. When we added at the request, added the single family and the duplexes, we looked at the impacts of those. And as Dan pointed out, you can practically build these now. Now the difference is by getting a conditional use permit, they now have to go through a conditional use permit process and be subject to those standards. But also the parking requirements go up, and therefore mitigating, at least attempting to mitigate the parking impacts of these larger dwelling units. So
you're basically saying anything goes, but there are additional parking requirements if we put high-density housing, high occupancy housing in these various places. Is that kind of what I'm getting?
Somewhat, and it maintains the current availability that they can do it right now, except that they would have to get a conditional use permit to do it.
So after this, they won't need a CUP, is that correct?
They don't need one now. They would need one in the future.
if we pass what we're talking about tonight, that would add the requirement of the CUP.
Correct.
Okay.
And the additional parking.
Okay.
Mr. Falk? I guess that was clarified. I'm going to go ahead and move to Mr. Odegaard.
So I really want to thank Dan for the clarification, because I was wondering, as Mr. McCarthy says, why are we looking at the screen? So I think I'm okay with the screen as is. I don't think there should be any exclusion because, most likely they have certain rights already, and I just don't think we'll see anything happen in the future because we don't see it happen now. But I guess there's always those what if scenarios, and so I think for now I'm okay with the screen. So thank you.
Ms. Whelan?
I just think back to when some of us first took office, and this was one of the first things that people were asking us to protect the historic neighborhoods, to lessen the impacts of these huge dwellings, and this is part of doing that. So I'd like to compliment council. I'd like to thank staff for bringing this forward, and I know we're chipping away at things, and at times I have been impatient with this, but again, when you look at it, you see how much is involved. So I support this. I'm glad we're looking at increasing the CUP process for these types of buildings, and also adding more parking for each building, because all of those things we were asked to take care of. Also placing them in activity centers rather than all over the city was something else we were asked to do. So they may be baby steps, but we're going in the right direction. So I'd like to thank everyone.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. And Councilmember Whalen, I really appreciate your comments there. I too would like to express gratitude to staff and to leadership and to the City Council for getting us to this point. I really think we're hitting some meaty subjects in this agenda item, and I'm very glad with the direction we're heading in. I think the community will be very grateful. And Councilmember McCarthy, I don't think you're off the deep end. I think you're on point. I appreciate your comments. I do wonder, if the scenario is realistic, or, as Dan mentioned, isn't occurring currently. I wonder if it will be something that might occur in the future, but I hope it's unlikely. And I think we'll be hopefully accommodated if we make another small amendment in the future through a future conversation on this topic. But I'm okay with the slide at the moment. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any further comments on this slide.
Thank you, Mayor. The same thing goes with the commercial uses. This is just more of the mixed-use, high-occupancy housing developments. It's the same thing we just talked about. These would be limited to the activity centers. What I heard, if I can summarize what I've heard already to kind of expedite it, is that we're okay with locating these type of mixed use in the activity centers only, which are applicable to these zones. If that's a fair statement, Mayor, I could move on unless the council wants to chime in additionally.
I don't see council chiming in, so we're going to move past this slide.
Thank you, Mayor. The last one, second last one. We briefly mentioned this earlier, the replacement of the rooming and boarding land use with the high occupancy housing land use. We currently have 2 establishments that have high occupancy housing, or excuse me, rooming and boarding conditional use permits. The first one is the Commons at Sawmill that was approved in January, and Fremont Station, which is just north of Walmart. Those will no longer be regulated as high occupancy housing or rooming and boarding. The Fremont Station would be considered legal non-conforming, although I should point out the Standard and the Hub and any other development that has been permitted prior to this enactment would also be non-conforming. But as it pertains to rooming and boarding, these are the only 2 uses that would be impacted by this amendment. Any questions?
Okay. We have a question, Ms. Whelan.
And so for further buildings of the type that the hub and the ones that you just mentioned, this will affect on the newer buildings coming, but the old ones are grandfathered in. Is that what you're saying?
Essentially, although I do want to make a very important clarification comment. Okay. Any development that has been submitted to the city for review and has been deemed complete would not be subject to the new requirements. And there are 3 of them in the process right now that have been deemed complete that would not be subject to the high occupancy housing requirements. Although
from there on, everyone would be required.
Once the ordinance becomes effective, assuming if we maintain our current schedule, and I'll hit on this a little bit later, that would be November.
Oh, why so long, Dan?
If I can answer that at the end, I'll be happy to, because I have a slide on that.
Thank you.
Sure.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Quick question, Dan, and yeah, I'll look forward to that, your response at the end of the presentation. But Dan, I remember there was a development recently that we looked at. I honestly don't recall its name, but I remember it was over a larger parcel of land, and I remember it being discussed as if this plan were enacted, it wouldn't have triggered it. Do you recall what I'm referencing?
Yep, that is the Commons at Sawmill. Came in for a rooming and boarding conditional use permit because they were leasing by the room, and they do not trigger any of the current provisions.
So, Council, that is a concern of mine. I know we're doing a lot on this agenda item, and I'm also happy to maybe come back to that if we need to, but if this is our chance to, add it to the shopping cart, so to speak, I would be interested in that, because that to me should fall in this category. So I'm not too sure how that looks, Dan.
Yes, there's 2 parts to that. The first one is if you have to be in an activity center, which is the circles of those maps, and to be considered high occupancy housing. The Sawmill is not. And the Sawmill is a traditional 1-2 bedroom apartment development. It just happened that they were leasing by the room. So it really meets the condition of a studio 1, 2, and 3 bedroom development. It does not meet the leasing by the room. And the main reason why we're getting away from leasing by the room is that it's virtually very difficult to enforce that provision.
So, Dan, quick follow-up question. Is there a reason why we're looking at activity centers only versus just citywide?
Yes, and Sarah may be able to add more to this, but the high occupancy housing plan made the very strong recommendation to limit those uses to the activity centers.
Okay. I would be curious to hear how council feels about that, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Dan.
Mr. McCarthy?
So, Dan, what you just said is confusing me. Before I thought the rule would be that high occupancy housing would only be allowed in activity centers.
That is correct.
That is correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I guess I misunderstood you a second ago. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, I don't see any other comments.
Okay. I have one more slide after this. This is regarding a discussion that happened at one of the open house meetings, and we wanted to bring it to the council for a larger discussion. This is pertaining to the types of high occupancy housing developments and whether or not we want to implement a minimum number of studio and one bedroom dwelling units and a maximum number of 4 bedrooms and more. So if you considered high occupancy housing, in the example I have on the screen, a minimum of 20%, I'm just using numbers, a minimum of 20% would have to be studio and 1 bedroom, and no more than 30% would be allowed to be 4 bedrooms or more. So in a 150 unit development, at least 30 of the dwelling units would have to be studio or 1 bedroom, and no more than 45 of the dwelling units could be 4 bedrooms or greater, and then the rest of the units would be anywhere divided among that. Now, the Planning Commission had concerns about this, and it really was getting into dictating the market and what is appropriate for our market. There is not a very good specific number, so to speak, for apartment complexes that go up through 5 bedrooms per dwelling unit. Although for 1, 2s, and 3s, there's a pretty good standard ratio. Again, that would have to be devised by market. And the overall concern that the Planning Commission had is that if we get it wrong, we're going to have to keep going back and amending until we get it right, because the market is forever changing. So that's what their concern was. And they were concerned about what the objective was. Are we really trying to provide affordable housing, being 1 and 2 bedroom dwelling units, and minimizing the maximum number of dwelling units that have 4 bedrooms or more? Currently, we do have a need for 1 and 2 bedroom dwelling units in our affordable and workforce housing, although I can tell you based on previous research that number has been different in the past. There has been 3 units in the past. I can remember back in the 90s it was a little different. But again, that was their concern, is are we really trying to dictate the market? We did have a question about calls of service. Calls of service are just that, calls of service to police and fire.
We have some comments, though, I think, on your last slide, or your last statement. I saw Mr. McCarthy had a comment, the Vice Mayor had a comment, and Ms. Whelan had questions.
Thank you, Mayor.
I can think of 2 scenarios. In the first scenario, the housing is student housing. It's rented out by the room. And under that scenario, the most cost-effective is to have a lot of bedrooms around 1 kitchen and common area, because the cost per bedroom would go down if there's more bedrooms. On the other hand, if in the future students aren't renting these and we want to rent them to families, if the only thing is there is like 4 or 5 bedrooms, whatever, then they have to rent that whole thing, which is expensive, as opposed to if it was a studio, 1 or 2 bedroom, then the cost per the apartment would be less. So in either scenario, it affects the cost of housing, but in very different ways depending on who's renting it.
Very correct.
That's my comment.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Dan, so we're talking about 30% 4-bedroom and above, I believe is what the number was. Yes. So is there a limit on the size of the bedroom? Like if they wanted to do 30% 6 bedrooms, could they do that?
This is just an example for discussion purposes. It isn't a recommendation. If they want to do 30% 6 bedrooms, yes. If they want to do 30% 10 bedrooms, yes. In this particular example, and then it starts getting down to, if we start getting that minute in regulations, it becomes a little bit more difficult and troublesome to enforce.
And Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is not an uncommon practice in other locations, correct?
It actually is not that I'm aware of. A typical apartment developers, and I'm going to go off the national standards and more of those in the Valley because that's what I'm most familiar with, is typically 1 bedroom. For every 1 bedroom, you have 2 2-bedrooms. And typically a total of 10% are 3 bedrooms or greater. Sometimes maybe go up to 20, but it's kind of all over the board when it comes to the very specific markets.
Okay, so Council, I understand the concerns that we're hearing, but to me this is our opportunity to really address the issue that we've been facing in our community and that a lot of us bring up on the regular, which is the struggle with this high-density student-focused housing of 4, 5, 6 bedrooms. Dan, my comment is, I wonder if we should be looking at this through the lens of bed count versus unit count in terms of the percentage. Assuming there's council majority to support this idea, I think that, cleaning it up so that it kind of helps regulate by bed counts would be better, just because I could see it being taken advantage of.
I don't follow you on that because you can have, if you have 1,000 bedrooms, how many of those dwelling units are 4 bedrooms and higher?
I guess that's the question.
I mean, that's why you have to regulate it by the dwelling unit type.
So I guess if you said 20% of the beds can be in 4 and above bedrooms, then you can do a maximum of 200, right?
Right, you can do it that way also. Yes.
That's what I'm thinking, because that to me then says, okay, let's say it's 30% as recommended. That means that no more than 300 bedrooms of that 1,000-bedroom development are in units 4 bedrooms and larger. Yeah. That to me says 700 of it is then for the rest, right? 20% must be studios and 1 bedrooms. So that means 200 studios and 1 bedrooms, which leaves 500 bedrooms left to be developed in either 2 or 3 bedrooms, which in the end creates a more balanced complex that would be better for our community at large and would also address the need for 1 and 2 bedrooms. I understand folks are concerned about this in terms of being too prescriptive, but I think this would be a huge relief to the community, and I think that a lot of us who got elected to address student housing, this is our chance, and this is huge. And that would be my recommendation, is that we look at it through the bedroom lens versus the unit lens. Thank you, Mayor.
Ms. Whelan?
Well, I think I would agree with that. Because the hope is that we create units that our community can move into as things fluctuate. And and this seems the best way to regulate that. Could you tell me what the process would be if we totally overshot the mark here and we needed to change it? What would that look like?
It'd be a text amendment, just like this process, and like any other text amendment process. It'd be the same process, although it should be simpler because we'd only be amending one provision, hopefully, of the code.
Okay. Thank you, Dan.
The question I would have council chime in on, though, is now that I understand Vice Mayor's approach to this, it's very easy. I'm going to use 1,000 because it's easier. The 1,000-unit development, and no more than 30% of those, so three bedrooms, can be utilized in 4 bedrooms or more. Do you want a minimum number of 1 bedrooms then? 1 bedroom or studios?
I'm going to go to Mr. Oakar. Ms. Whelan? Ms. Whelan?
Mayor, I just said I don't think we would need to limit that part. What we're limiting is the larger, that doesn't seem realistic for families to really use.
Mr. Odegaard?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I have a question for Dan Seymour. High occupancy housing, every high occupancy housing unit, whatever it may be, is still has a definition of multifamily.
Correct.
Yeah. And so did the commission, the planning commission, they didn't really give any direction of where they wanted to see with this item at all, did they? Just because they thought it might be problematic concerning markets.
They did ask me to look at the commons as it pertains to their mix, and I did look at that. And where did I put it in my notepad? It was majority were two bedrooms. I need to find that paper just a second. Thank you. So they asked me to look at the commons. Studios were 27%, 2 and 3 bedrooms. 2 bedrooms were 44%, and 3 bedrooms were 29%. So again, it's about that 1 to 2 ratio for 1 bedroom and 2 bedroom, and about 10 to 20% on the remainder. So
to me, this is, as the vice mayor kind of pointed to earlier, is this would be a perfect opportunity for us to define multifamily housing in a traditional multifamily housing that, most people can visualize when you say multifamily. Like the McGrath project, for example, started off at a certain, with, as you mentioned earlier, mostly was it 4 bedrooms, 4 bath. Well, then it reversed basically to more of a traditional multifamily project that most people could visualize. And that would be my direction is, I'm not sure, how to work out the numbers. I don't know if that maybe, we as a council body set that policy, as best standards practice of trying to get to a high access housing to be more of a traditional multifamily housing project. And I'm not sure if you can get that. Can you get that, or can you look at, standards, business practices, I guess? Can you get there?
I can get there based on national and Arizona data, and with the excluding out the hubs and all that, I can get there. I actually have that data. The one thing that I would recommend, though, is that you require a minimum number of one studio and one bedroom dwelling units, only because if you don't, you're going to get all 3 bedroom dwelling units. And
okay.
All 4 bedrooms or above. They're gonna find a loophole, and the loophole is
and that's why we're having this discussion to try to prevent those loopholes, to get more projects that the community finds acceptable.
Exactly, and that's why I'm putting it out there. Is if you regulate one end, you're not going to get what you want unless you regulate the other end.
Right. Okay. That would be my direction, and I think the vice mayor kind of alluded to that, and so I'd be in favor of that. So thank you.
Thank you,
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Odegaard, for the comments. I think that you're right on the money when you say of which the community finds more acceptable. I think that's what we're really hitting with this one, and I'm so grateful to hear the support so far from you and Councilmember Whelan. Dan, I agree with you. If we don't require a minimum on studio and one bedrooms, like we heard at that public meeting that you and I were both at when we talked about this originally quite a while ago, a student housing developer is going to max out the 4, 5, 6 bedrooms that they can, and then they're going to build the rest 3 bedrooms, 3 baths. And so I guess I'm grateful that, Councilmember Odegaard expressed that same support that we need that minimum. Councilmember Whelan, I know you mentioned that maybe we don't need that minimum, but I would just ask that you consider that, if we don't, they might just do the larger units. And so, I'm just doing the math.
Right, I totally hear you, and with that explanation, I see a very good reason why we would want to put a number on those. So I agree.
Great. And so if it was the 20% and we're using this 1,000-bedroom example, that'd be 200 studios and 1 bedrooms in this complex. I don't know if that's overkill or not. I'm curious, Dan, what your thoughts are. And I would also be curious if we had the numbers of what McGrath did. I forget what they had done. I think they had a pretty balanced approach with their final plan.
Yeah, they have 22% above 4 bedrooms or greater. They had, I think it was close to 24 or 25%. I don't remember the exact number for 1 bedroom and studios.
And Dan, are you talking about the units or by the bedroom?
By the unit.
That's a little confusing. But if they had, you're saying about 20, did you say about 20% of the 1 in studios?
Yes.
Okay, because that ends up equating the same as the bedroom in relation.
Right,
so,
and then 22% of them were 4 bedrooms. So I'd have to figure that exact number out, but it's not quite. It's a greater ratio than what you're proposing.
Right. And so again, what I'm proposing is that if we're looking at, we look at through the lens of bedrooms, no more than 30% of the bedrooms can be 4 bedrooms and larger. So, and then a minimum of 20% of the bedrooms must be in 1 bedrooms or studios, and the rest are in the middle.
Yeah, and what you mean by so if you're doing 1,000 bedroom development, 300 of those bedrooms can be in dwelling units that have 4 bedrooms or more.
Correct. And at minimum, 200 bedrooms are studio and 1 bedrooms.
Correct.
And the rest can be 3 bedrooms with some 2, or however they want to break that apart. Right.
I wonder, Dan. So I go back and I'm trying to figure out if there's a way to split what Ms. Whelan said and what the vice mayor is trying to do on the lower end. Because I'm thinking about the market and what drives the market. And I think if you get over prescriptive as to what the 2 and 3 bedroom units are going to look like, that might be somewhat problematic. Again, also, if we're trying to make sure that there's housing for families and people, You could have people that want to default just to the one-bedroom houses and a one-room studio simply, again, for students. I'm wondering if there is a way to say that if you can't have any more than, 20% the number or 30% the number on the 4 bedrooms? What was the number that was decided, or what was the number that we're talking about? 20%? 30% on the high end. Maybe the totality of the development, you can't have like over 50% or over 45% with 3 and 4 bedrooms or something like that. I wonder if there's a cleaner way to do it. Does that make sense?
I do understand that comment, although it goes back. I do think you need to regulate both ends. You could do what you can do is say 30% 4 bedrooms or more, and no more than 50% of the total are 3 bedrooms or more. I think that's what you're saying, because then you still get a percentage of 1 and 2 bedrooms. But I still think you need to have a minimum 1 bedroom. Because what will happen is they'll just, whatever they can do, they'll make it. If they can do all the rest 2 bedrooms, they'll do all the rest 2 bedrooms, or all the rest 3 bedrooms.
But is it bad to have 2 bedrooms and 3 bedrooms? 2 bedrooms and 3 bedrooms are more like family house. When you go down to the studios, right, the studios are more like student housing and, individual type housing. Definitely when you go up to the 4 bedrooms, it's more like student housing. But I think, when you look at what people live in and what the needs are, I'm not sure if Sarah Dar is still awake and on the call, but what is it that we see that we need in our community? And it is the 2 and 3 bedrooms, at least that's my understanding.
I don't know if Sarah's still there, but when I did pull the housing data from them, the greatest need right now is for 1 and 2 bedroom units. 84% is the waiting list.
So could we say something like there has to be 40% of the units have to be, if one side of the equation is 20%?
Mm-hmm. Well, I would say a minimum of minimum 20% 1 bedroom. What I would suggest, Mayor, is that I follow up with, because this is a very complicated scenario, is that we follow up with a memo along with Councilman McCarthy's questions, and we give some additional potential scenarios.
Okay, and I see that Sarah's still with us, but Sarah, do you want to join in on that memo to help us with that?
Mayor, members of council, Sarah Dar, Housing Director. I am more than happy to join in on the memo and really appreciate the time Dan has given to talk to housing staff through multiples of these scenarios. I wanted to make a quick clarification along the lines that we see the greatest need for 1, Studio 1, and sometimes 2s in rental housing. We do not see that need in ownership housing necessarily. So earlier on in the conversation, there had been kind of an overlap between the two. In ownership, the desire is for 3+ bedrooms. In rental, we see the need for lower, and our 1 bedroom waiting list at the Housing Authority is massive, and it doesn't move very quickly. So thank you for the opportunity to provide a comment.
Thank you. Council, is there any more comments on this section? Ms. Odegaard? Ms. Odegaard?
Yep, sorry about that. One eye awake and one eye open here. I think Dan's got the majority of the council of what we're looking for, of that we want this to be that traditional multifamily housing. And so I think going back and talking with Sarah and coming back with numbers that make sense for that definition, I think that'll work. So thank you.
Mayor, I have one more slide. If there's not any more comments, I apologize for interrupting.
Nope, one more slide.
Timeframes. Now, I apologize. My initial objective was to have this ordinance to you, actually, this hearing for action, although we did have a series of comments in early spring that caused us to rethink some stuff and make sure we addressed all the council questions that you went over today. Why is it taking this long? In all honesty, we're planning to be back to you at your first session when council returns from break. With a work session on the entire ordinance. We're going to be planning to go to Planning Commission 2 weeks prior. After that City Council meeting, any additional modifications, we would like to get those incorporated into the Commission's formal recommendation. So that gives me about 3 to 4 weeks to get to those changes done, and to get a council and to get a planning commission recommendation. So that'd be near the end of September. And then following will be immediately in early October. So that is where we're at right now. I'm planning to route for final review, potentially in a week, probably not going to be final review based on the comments we had today. And we'll be returning to the council in August. Some of these issues, though, we may not have a complete answer from the council yet based on today's discussion in August. We'll have responses, but the council may provide additional direction for changes at that time. So that's where we're at right now. Give us time, and especially to get with Councilman McCarthy in the next week or two to address some of those comments. We do have a 2-month break for council and other commissions at the same time, which we're planning to use that same time frame to vet the final documents through legal and finish up. And we're trying to move this through as expeditiously as possible. So that's why we're looking at October. It takes time to address these things in an agenda. It's a minimum 3 to 4 weeks just to get it on a planning commission agenda, and if not longer, to get it on a council agenda. So because of the required notifications. So that's there's a handful of different reasons. So my intent is to move this as quickly as possible after break. So,
Council, do we have any comments specifically about this section? If not, Mr. McCarthy has a comment on the staff report. I'm going to go to Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Dan, in the document, it's a 9-page document. It says attachment 2 on the bottom. I'm not sure exactly what that is. It was in the packet. Anyway, I'm going to read this sentence. It says, the property owner shall submit plans that demonstrate how the residential units of the development may be converted to a development that is no longer HOHD without substantial structural or substantial plumbing modification. The required plan shall be designed and sealed by an Arizona registrant. First of all, what is that document in? Is that out of the HOH plan?
No, that is an attachment onto the report. You're correct. Its page starts at the bottom of page 5, attachment 2.
Yes.
The talking to the other communities, that college-bound communities, this was kind of an idea that we were floating among yourself. Tempe hasn't enacted. So what happens when the market falls apart? Or what happens when these developments are no longer able to lease out at 5 bedrooms and 4 bedrooms? And next thing we know, we got a bunch of vacancies going. So the intent of this, among myself and a couple of the other administrators around the state, we're talking, is how do we assure that these developments can be converted back to a standard apartment complex ratio? So as and this was some of the stuff that Sarah kind of hit on, and Sarah may be able to expand a little bit on it. If these developments are no longer viable at these large high occupancy housing developments, we want to be able to ensure that they can be simply converted to a standard apartment complex. And the biggest hindrance to these to conversion is structural and plumbing.
All right, I'd like to comment to that. In the abstract, I think that is an excellent idea. In practice, I think it would be absolutely onerous to try to do that. I can't imagine how that would be very straightforward. I think it would substantially add to the cost of the structure. So I question if that should be in there. Again, in theory, it's great, but in practice, I don't think it would be. And a more general comment. We've covered most of my comments. I had a couple little more nitpicky ones, but I don't have any big questions beyond what I've already brought up. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to Ms. Dexter and then we'll come back to the Vice Mayor.
Councilmember McCarthy, the issue of creating a structure, a building that can be converted in the way that we were just discussing is one that we did talk about extensively with our peer cities and NAU and other organizations. And yes, it does add to the initial cost of the building, but it is much cheaper than retrofitting the building later on. It's much like whether or not you make a building energy efficient. It can be energy efficient on the front end, or you can spend much more money retrofitting it at a later date. And so we think it adds to the longevity and marketability of the buildings overall, even if it does make additional costs on the front end for construction. And that's a conclusion we've reached with several other cities that are trying to address similar housing questions.
Well, as far as energy and insulation, I'm absolutely on board with you on that one. But on this one, like I said, in theory, it's great. In practice, I question it. I would suggest that you not only talk to planners, but you talk to architects and engineers and see if this is practical. Because I have a hunch that it's not practical. But I'm going to be open-minded if you can get some architects and engineers on board saying, yeah, we could do that.
Believe it or not, it actually came from one of the architects that I deal with regularly in Tempe who was looking at it. But I'll be more than happy to bounce that off additional people.
I think that would be prudent. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, Dan, can you just put up that slide of the timeline one more time and just explain to me why it is we have to go back again to P&Z? I don't know. I just had the impression that tonight we were going to be able to move forward on a lot of this. I understand that council has discussions that they want to still have on these topics, but can you just explain that for me one more time?
We were initially on target last time you and I talked, which was back in last spring, to have this before the council in June. We had some additional comments that came in, in addition to our comments, your comments in June that we need at the end of March, early April, that we needed to address. We went to Planning Commission with these same concepts to ensure that we were making sure they're right. The Planning Commission must make a recommendation to the City Council on any zoning map or any text amendment. So in order to get their recommendation, I need to go back to them in early August.
Okay, so because you didn't have the details from us to bring forward to them, you have to get it from us. You get their opinions on the first review, then you bring it to us. And then once you get our detailed responses, you have to bring it back through them again to us, right?
And that is my preference on this type of an amendment because of how complicated it is.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's all I was going to say. This is a very complicated amendment. As you can see, there are many suggestions and recommendations. Once we get too far away from a planning commission recommendation, I get wary, and sometimes I would need to go back to the planning commission. And this is such a important topic. I'd rather get it right and take the time to do it right the first time through.
And I'm fine with that, Mayor and Dan, and everybody. I just feel like the community is exposed up until we do adopt something to potential developments that we will be regretting. And so it is unfortunate that this is just how it works. But at the same time, I'll be patient, and I just, hope that day comes sooner than later. But I'll be patient. Thank you.
I think it's better that he take it back to the Planning and Zoning Commission the way we need to do so legally. So then that way it's done legally. So if there's issues moving forward, we have the proper documentation.
Thank you for that, Mayor.
Okay. So is there anything else on this item? Okay.
None for me, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this particular time, Council, per our procedures, we have to vote to continue the meeting. I am going to go ahead and make a motion, and I'm looking for a second. I'd like to make a motion that we table the remaining items on tonight's agenda and that we pick them up again in the same exact order next Tuesday after the calls to order, the pledge and mission, roll call, and that we combine the to and from on tonight's agenda with the to and from on Tuesday's agenda, Tuesday, June 16th, and that we start Tuesday, June 16th's regular meeting at 1 p.m. I'm looking for a second. I see a second from Mr. Aslan. Okay, well, I saw Mr. Aslan second first. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor? Yes, Ms. Whelan.
My concern is that we've asked people to join us, and they have been with us all evening in order to speak for the next agenda item. And this is the third night. Really, it'll be, we're asking them to wait again. So I would prefer that we just go through things. Go ahead.
Well, we will take a vote on it. We'll take a vote on it. I want you to know that I understand that and that this would be continuing the meeting to another night. But I also feel the next topic in my mind, as well as the conversation about the fair items, are extremely important. And I would like to take time on them to discuss them and fully vet them. Just as we've taken time for all the other agenda items so far, and we have not rushed them, I would like to have the opportunity to do so on the next items. And so I see, I guess, a comment from Vice Mayor, a comment from Mr. Aslan, and a comment from the attorney.
Mayor,
Vice Mayor.
I was just going to see if there was any way we could just squeeze in the next agenda item and then wrap it up for the evening. I don't know how that works with our protocol.
Actually, Mayor, Council, this is Sterling. Once a motion to table has been made, there really can't be any further discussion under Rule 10.04. We went through this a little while back. The motion to table needs to be voted on before any further discussion takes place. And if the motion to table is unsuccessful, we would need that motion to either continue with only the next item or continue with the remainder of the agenda as posted.
Okay, so let's go ahead, and there's a motion on the table made by myself with a second by Mr. Aslan. All in favor?
This is Charlie. Aye.
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 I'm an aye. So there is a majority to go ahead and table per my recommendation.
Mayor, we do need who the ayes were and the nays for the record.
Okay, I heard Mr. Aslan. I heard the Vice Mayor. I heard Mr. Odegaard. Ms. Salas, I believe I heard you as well.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
And I myself voted on it. I believe Ms. Whelan, were you a yes or a no?
I was no, Mayor.
Okay, and Mr. McCarthy?
No.
Okay, so there was 5 yeses and 2 nos.
Thank you, Mayor.
Is there any further discussion on that?
Nope.
Okay.
See you guys on Tuesday.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
Conversation.
Nice.
Appreciate it.
Good night, everyone.